Hachette Audio presents The Reversal. Written by Michael Connelly. Read by Peter Giles. Dedication to Dennis Wojciechowski, with many thanks. Part 1. The Perp Walk. Chapter 1. Tuesday, February 9th, 1:43 p.m. The last time I'd eaten at the Water Grill, I sat across the table from a client who had coldly and calculatedly murdered his wife and her lover, shooting both of them in the face. He had engaged my services to not only defend him at trial, but to fully exonerate him and restore his good name in the public eye. This time, I was sitting with someone with whom I needed to be even more careful. I was dining with Gabriel Williams, the district attorney of Los Angeles County. It was a crisp afternoon in midwinter. I sat with Williams and his trusted chief of staff, Reed political advisor, Joe Riddle. The meal had been set for 1:30 p.m., when most courthouse lawyers would be safely back in the CCB, and the DA would not be advertising his dalliance with a member of the dark side. Meaning me, Mickey Haller, defender of the damned. The Water Grill was a nice place for a downtown lunch. Good food and atmosphere, good separation between tables for private conversation, and a wine list hard to top in all of downtown. It was the kind of place where you kept your suit jacket on, and the waiter put a black napkin across your lap, so you needn't be bothered with doing it yourself. The prosecution team ordered martinis at the county taxpayer's expense, and I stuck with the free water the restaurant was pouring. It took Williams 2 gulps of gin and 1 olive before he got to the reason we were hiding in plain sight. "Mickey, I have a proposition for you." I nodded. Riddle had already said as much when he had called that morning to set up the lunch. I had agreed to the meet, and then had gone to work on the phone myself, trying to gather any inside information I could on what the proposition would be. Not even my first ex-wife, who worked in the district attorney's employ, knew what was up. "I'm all ears," I said. "It's not every day that the DA himself wants to give you a proposition. I know it can't be in regard to any of my clients. They wouldn't merit much attention from the guy at the top. And at the moment I'm only carrying a few cases anyway. Times are slow." "Well, you're right," Williams said. "This is not about any of your clients. I have a case I would like you to take on." I nodded again. I understood now. They all hate the defense attorney until they need the defense attorney. I didn't know if Williams had any children, but he would have known through due diligence that I didn't do juvie work, so I was guessing it had to be his wife. Probably a shoplifting grab or a DUI he was trying to keep under wraps. "Who got popped?" I asked. Williams looked at Riddle, and they shared a smile. "No, nothing like that," Williams said. "My proposition is this. I would like to hire you, Mickey. I want you to come work at the DA's office." Of all the ideas that had been rattling around in my head since I had taken Riddle's call, being hired as a prosecutor wasn't one of them. I'd been a card-carrying member of the criminal defense bar for more than 20 years. During that time, I'd grown a suspicion and distrust of prosecutors and police that might not have equaled that of the gangbangers down in Nickerson Gardens, but was at least at a level that would seem to exclude me from ever joining their ranks. Plain and simple, they wouldn't want me, and I wouldn't want them. Except for that ex-wife I mentioned and a half-brother who was an LAPD detective, I wouldn't turn my back on any of them, especially Williams. He was a politician first and a prosecutor second. That made him even more dangerous. Though briefly a prosecutor early in his legal career, he spent 2 decades as a civil rights attorney before running for the DA post as an outsider and riding into office on a tide of anti-police and prosecutor sentiment. I was employing full caution at the fancy lunch from the moment the napkin went across my lap. "Work for you?" I asked. "Doing what exactly?" "As a special prosecutor. A one-time deal. I want you to handle the Jason Jessup case." I looked at him for a long moment. First I thought I would laugh out loud. This was some sort of cleverly orchestrated joke, but then I understood that couldn't be the case. They don't take you out to the water grill just to make a joke. You want me to prosecute Jessup? From what I hear, there's nothing to prosecute. That case is a duck without wings. The only thing left to do is shoot it and eat it. Williams shook his head in a manner that seemed intended to convince himself of something, not me. Next Tuesday is the anniversary of the murder, he said. I'm going to announce that we intend to retry Jessup, and I would like you standing next to me at the press conference. I leaned back in my seat and looked at them. I've spent a good part of my adult life looking across courtrooms and trying to read juries, judges, witnesses, and prosecutors. I think I've gotten pretty good at it. But at that table, I couldn't read Williams or his sidekick sitting 3 feet away from me. Jason Jessup was a convicted child killer who had spent nearly 24 years in prison until a month earlier when the California Supreme Court reversed his conviction and sent the case back to Los Angeles County for either retrial or a dismissal of the charges. The reversal came after a 2-decade-long legal battle staged primarily from Jessup's cell and with his own pen. Authoring appeals, motions, complaints, and whatever legal challenges he could research, the self-styled lawyer made no headway with state and federal courts, but did finally win the attention of an organization of lawyers known as the Genetic Justice Project. They took over his cause and his case, and eventually won an order for genetic testing of semen found on the dress of the child Jessup had been convicted of strangling. Jessup had been convicted before DNA analysis was used in criminal trials. The analysis performed these many years later determined that the semen found on the dress had not come from Jessup, but from another unknown individual. Though the courts had repeatedly upheld Jessup's conviction, this new information tipped the scales in Jessup's favor. The state's Supreme Court cited the DNA findings and other inconsistencies in the evidence and trial record and reversed the case. This was pretty much the extent of my knowledge of the Jessup case, and it was largely information gathered from newspaper stories and courthouse scuttlebutt. While I had not read the court's complete order, I had read parts of it in the Los Angeles Times and knew it was a blistering decision that echoed many of Jessup's long-held claims of innocence, as well as police and prosecutorial misconduct in the case. As a defense attorney, I can't say I wasn't pleased to see the DA's office raked over the media coals with the ruling. Call it underdog schadenfreude. It didn't really matter that it wasn't my case, or that the current regime in the DA's office had nothing to do with the case back in 1986. There are so few victories from the defense side of the bar that there is always a sense of communal joy in the success of others and the defeat of the establishment. The Supreme Court's ruling was announced the week before, starting a 60-day clock during which the DA would have to retry or discharge Jessup. It seemed that not a day had gone by since the ruling that Jessup was not in the news. He gave multiple interviews by phone and in person at San Quentin, proclaiming his innocence and pot-shotting the police and prosecutors who put him there. In his plight, he had garnered the support of several Hollywood celebrities and professional athletes, and had already launched a civil claim against both the city and county, seeking millions of dollars in damages for the many long years during which he was falsely incarcerated. In this day of non-stop media cycles, he had a never-ending forum and was using it to elevate himself to folk hero status. When he finally walked out of prison, he too would be a celebrity. Knowing as little as I did about the case and the details, I was of the impression that he was an innocent man who had been subjected to a quarter-century of torture, and that he deserved whatever he could get for it. I did, however, know enough about the case to understand that with the DNA evidence cutting Jessup's way, the case was a loser, and the idea of retrying Jessup seemed to be an exercise in political masochism, unlikely to come from the brain trust of Williams and Riddle. Unless... What do you know that I don't know? I asked, and that the Los Angeles Times doesn't know. Williams smiled smugly and leaned forward across the table to deliver his answer. All Jessup established with the help of the GJP is that his DNA was not on the victim's dress, he said. As the petitioner, it was not up to him to establish who it did come from. So you ran it through the databanks? Williams nodded. We did, and we got a hit." He offered nothing else. "Well, who was it?" "I'm not going to reveal that to you unless you come on board the case. Otherwise, I need to keep it confidential. But I will say that I believe our findings lead to a trial tactic that could neutralize the DNA question, leaving the rest of the case and the evidence pretty much intact. DNA was not needed to convict him the first time. We won't need it now. As in 1986, we believe Jessup is guilty of this crime, and I would be delinquent in my duties if I did not attempt to prosecute him, no matter the chances of conviction, the potential political fallout, and the public perception of the case." Spoken as if he were looking at the cameras and not at me. "Then why don't you prosecute him?" I asked. "Why come to me? You have 300 able lawyers working for you. I can think of one you've got stuck up in the Van Nuys office who would take this case in a heartbeat. Why come to me?" "Because this prosecution can't come from within the DA's office. I'm sure you have read or heard the allegations. There's a taint on this case, and it doesn't matter that there isn't one goddamn lawyer working for me who was around back then. I still need to bring in an outsider, an independent, to take it to court. Somebody—" "That's what the Attorney General's office is for," I said. "You need an independent counsel. You go to him." Now I was just poking him in the eye, and everybody at the table knew it. There was no way Gabriel Williams was going to ask the state AG to come in on the case. That would cross the razor-wire line of politics. The AG post was an elected office in California, and was seen by every political pundit in town as Williams' next stop on his way to the governor's mansion or some other lofty political plateau. The last thing Williams would be willing to do was hand a potential political rival a case that could be used against him, no matter how old it was. In politics, in the courtroom, in life, you don't give your opponent the club with which he can turn around and clobber you. "We're not going to the AG with this one," Williams said in a matter-of-fact manner. "That's why I want you, Mickey. You're a well-known and respected criminal defense attorney. I think the public will trust you to be independent in this matter, and will therefore trust and accept the conviction you'll win in this case." While I was staring at Williams, a waiter came to the table to take our order. Without ever breaking eye contact with me, Williams told him to go away. "I haven't been paying a lot of attention to this," I said. "Who's Jessup's defense attorney? I would find it difficult to go up against a colleague I know well." "Right now all he's got is his GJP lawyer and his civil litigator. He hasn't hired defense counsel because, quite frankly, he's expecting us to drop this whole thing." I nodded. Another hurdle cleared for the moment. "But he's got a surprise coming," Williams said. "We're going to bring him down here and retry him. He did it, Mickey, and that's all you really need to know. There's a little girl who's still dead, and that's all any prosecutor needs to know. Take the case. Do something for your community and for yourself. Who knows? You might even like it and want to stay on. If so, we'll definitely entertain the possibility." I dropped my eyes to the linen tablecloth and thought about his last words. For a moment, I involuntarily conjured the image of my daughter, sitting in a courtroom and watching me stand for the people instead of the accused. Williams kept talking, unaware that I had already come to a decision. "Obviously, I can't pay you your rate, but if you take this on, I don't think you'll be doing it for the money anyway. I can give you an office and a secretary, and I can give you whatever science and forensics you need. The very best of every— I don't want an office in the DA's office. I would need to be independent of that. I have to be completely autonomous. No more lunches. We make the announcement and then you leave me alone. I decide how to proceed with the case." "Fine. Use your own office. Just as long as you don't store evidence there. And of course you make your own decisions. And if I do this, I pick second chair and my own investigator out of the LAPD. People I can trust. In or outside my office for your second?" "I would need someone inside." "Then I assume we're talking about your ex-wife." "That's right, if she'll take it. And if somehow we get a conviction out of this thing, you pull her out of Van Nuys and put her downtown in major crimes where she belongs." "That's easier said than that's the deal. Take it or leave it." Williams glanced at Riddle, and I saw the supposed sidekick give an almost imperceptible nod of approval. "All right," Williams said, turning back to me. "Then I guess I'll take it. You win, and she's in. We have a deal." He reached his hand across the table, and I shook it. He smiled, but I didn't. "Mickey Holler, for the people," he said. "Has a nice ring to it." For the people. It should have made me feel good. It should have made me feel like I was part of something that was noble and right. But all I had was the bad feeling that I had crossed some sort of line within myself. "Wonderful," I said. Chapter 2. Friday, February 12th, 10 a.m. Harry Bosch stepped up to the front counter of the district attorney's office on the 18th floor of the criminal courts building. He gave his name and said he had a 10 a.m. appointment with District Attorney Gabriel Williams. "Actually, your meeting is in conference room A," said the receptionist after checking a computer screen in front of her. "You go through the door, turn right, and go to the end of the hall. Right again, and conference room A is on the left. It's marked on the door. They're expecting you." The door in the paneled wood wall behind her buzzed free, and Bosch went through, wondering about the fact that they were waiting for him. Since he had received the summons from the DA's secretary the afternoon before, Bosch had been unable to determine what it was about. Secrecy was expected from the DA's office, but usually some information trickled out. He hadn't even known he would be meeting with more than one person until now. Following the prescribed trail, Bosch came to the door marked Conference Room A, knocked once, and heard a female voice say, "Come in." He entered and saw a woman seated by herself at an 8-chaired table, a spread of documents, files, photos, and a laptop computer in front of her. She looked vaguely familiar, but he could not place her. She was attractive with dark curling hair framing her face. She had sharp eyes that followed him as he entered, and a pleasant, almost curious smile, like she knew something he didn't. She wore the standard female prosecutor's power suit in navy blue. Harry might not have been able to place her, but he assumed she was a DDA. "Detective Bosch?" "That's me." "Come in, have a seat." Bosch pulled out a chair and sat across from her. On the table he saw a crime scene photograph of a child's body in an open dumpster. It was a girl, and she was wearing a blue dress with long sleeves. Her feet were bare, and she was lying on a pile of construction debris and other trash. The white edges of the photo were yellowed. It was an old print. The woman moved a file over the picture and then offered her hand across the table. "I don't think we've ever met," she said. "My name is Maggie McPherson." Bosch recognized the name, but he couldn't remember from where or what case. "I'm a deputy district attorney," she continued, "and I'm going to be second chair on the Jason Jessup prosecution." "First chair, Jason Jessup?" Bosch asked. "You're going to take it to trial?" "Yes, we are. We'll be announcing it next week, and I need to ask you to keep it confidential until then. I am sorry that our first chair is late coming to our meet." The door opened, and Bosch turned. Mickey Holler stepped into the room. Bosch did a double take, not because he didn't recognize Holler. They were half-brothers, and he easily knew him on sight. But seeing Holler in the DA's office was one of those images that didn't quite make sense. Holler was a criminal defense attorney. He fit in at the DA's office about as well as a cat did at the dog pound. "I know," Holler said. "You're thinking, what in the hell is this?" Smiling, Holler moved to McPherson's side of the table and started pulling out a chair. Then Bosch remembered how he knew McPherson's name. "You two," Bosch said. "You were married, right?" "That's right," Holler said. 8 wonderful years." "And what, she's prosecuting Jessup and you're defending him? Isn't that a conflict of interest?" Holler's smile became a broad grin. "It would only be a conflict if we were opposing each other, Harry. But we're not. We're prosecuting him. Together. I'm first chair, Maggie's second, and we want you to be our investigator." Bosch was completely confused. "Wait a minute. You're not a prosecutor. This doesn't—" "I'm an appointed independent prosecutor, Harry. It's all legit. I wouldn't be sitting here if it weren't." We're going after Jessup, and we want you to help us." Bosch pulled out a chair and slowly sat down. "From what I heard, this case is beyond help, unless you're telling me Jessup rigged the DNA test." "No, we're not telling you that," McPherson said. "We did our own testing and matching. His results were correct. It wasn't his DNA on the victim's dress." "But that doesn't mean we've lost the case," Haller quickly added. Bosch looked from McPherson to Haller and then back again. He was clearly missing something. "Then whose DNA was it?" he asked. McPherson glanced sideways at Haller before answering. "Her stepfather's," she said. "He's dead now, but we believe there is an explanation for why his semen was found on his stepdaughter's dress." Haller leaned urgently across the table. "An explanation that still leaves room to reconvict Jessup of the girl's murder." Bosch thought for a moment, and the image of his own daughter flashed in his mind. He knew there were certain kinds of evil in the world that had to be contained, no matter the hardship. A child killer was at the top of that list. "Okay," he said. "I'm in." Chapter 3. Tuesday, February 16th, 1 p.m. The DA's office had a press conference room that had not been updated since the days they'd used it to hold briefings on the Charles Manson case. Its faded wood-paneled walls and drooping flags in the corner had been the backdrop of 1,000 press briefings, and they gave all proceedings there a threadbare appearance that belied the true power and might of the office. The state prosecutor was never the underdog in any undertaking, yet it appeared that the office did not have the money for even a fresh coat of paint. The setting, however, served the announcement on the Jessup decision well. For possibly the first time in these hallowed halls of justice, the prosecution would indeed be the underdog. The decision to retry Jason Jessup was fraught with peril and the realistic likelihood of failure. As I stood at the front of the room, next to Gabriel Williams and before a phalanx of video cameras, bright lights, and reporters, it finally dawned on me what a terrible mistake I had made. My decision to take on the case in hopes of currying favor with my daughter, ex-wife, and myself was going to be met with disastrous consequences. I was going to go down in flames. It was a rare moment to witness firsthand. The media had gathered to report the end of the story. The DA's office would assuredly announce that Jason Jessup would not be subjected to a retrial. The DA might not offer an apology, but would at the very least say the evidence was not there, that there was no case against this man who had been incarcerated for so long. The case would be closed, and in the eyes of the law as well as the public, Jessup would finally be a free and innocent man. The media is rarely fooled in complete numbers, and usually doesn't react well when it happens. But there was no doubt that Williams had punked them all. We had moved stealthily in the last week, putting together the team and reviewing the evidence that was still available. Not a word had leaked, which must have been a first in the halls of the CCB. While I could see the first inkling of suspicion creasing the brows of the reporters who recognized me as we entered, it was Williams who delivered the knockout punch when he wasted no time in stepping before a lectern festooned with microphones and digital recorders. On a Sunday morning, 24 years ago today, 12-year-old Melissa Landy was taken from her yard in Hancock Park and brutally murdered. An investigation quickly led to a suspect named Jason Jessup. He was arrested, convicted at trial, and sentenced to life in prison without parole. That conviction was reversed 2 weeks ago by the state Supreme Court and remanded to my office. I am here to announce that the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office will retry Jason Jessup in the death of Melissa Landy. The charges of abduction and murder stand. This office intends once again to prosecute Mr. Jessup to the fullest extent of the law. He paused to add appropriate gravity to the announcement. As you know, the Supreme Court found that irregularities occurred during the first prosecution, which, of course, occurred more than 2 decades before the current administration. To avoid political conflicts and any future appearance of impropriety on the part of this office, I have appointed an independent special prosecutor to handle the case. Many of you know of the man standing here to my right. Michael Haller has been a defense counsel of some note in Los Angeles for 2 decades. He is a fair-minded and respected member of the bar. He has accepted the appointment and has assumed responsibility for the case as of today. It has been the policy of this department not to try cases in the media. However, Mr. Haller and I are willing to answer a few questions as long as they don't tread on the specifics and evidence of the case. There was a booming chorus of voices, calling questions out at us. Williams raised his hands for calm in the room. "One at a time, people. Let's start with you." He pointed to a woman sitting in the first row. I could not remember her name, but I knew she worked for the Times. Williams knew his priorities. "Kate Salters from the Times," she said helpfully. "Can you tell us how you came to the decision to prosecute Jason Jessup again after DNA evidence cleared him of the crime?" Before coming into the room, Williams had told me that he would handle the announcement and all questions, unless specifically addressed to me. He made it clear that this was going to be his show, but I decided to make it clear from the outset that it was going to be my case. "I'll answer that," I said, as I leaned toward the lectern and the microphones. The DNA test conducted by the Genetic Justice Project only concluded that the bodily fluid found on the victim's clothing did not come from Jason Jessup. It did not clear him of involvement in the crime. There is a difference. The DNA test only provides additional information for a jury to consider. I straightened back up and caught Williams giving me a "don't fuck with me" stare. "Whose DNA was it?" someone called out. Williams quickly leaned forward to answer. "We're not answering questions about evidence at this time. Mickey, why are you taking the case?" The question came from the back of the room, from behind the lights, and I could not see the owner of the voice. I moved back to the microphones, angling my body so Williams had to step back. "Good question," I said. "It's certainly unusual for me to be on the other side of the aisle, so to speak, but I think this is the case to cross over for. I'm an officer of the court and a proud member of the California Bar. We take an oath to seek justice and fairness while upholding the Constitution and laws of this nation and state. One of the duties of a lawyer is to take a just cause without personal consideration to himself. This is such a cause. Someone has to speak for Melissa Landy. I have reviewed the evidence in this case, and I think I'm on the right side of this one. The measure is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that such proof exists here." Williams moved in and put a hand on my arm to gently move me off the microphone stand. "We do not want to go any further than that in regard to the evidence," he said quickly. "Jessup's already spent 24 years in prison," Salters said. "Anything less than a conviction for first-degree murder, and he will probably walk on time served. Mr. Williams, is it really worth the expense and effort of retrying this man?" Before she was finished asking the question, I knew she and Williams had a deal working. She lobbed softballs and he hit them out of the park, looking good and righteous on the 11 o'clock news and in the morning paper. Her end of the deal would come with inside scoops on the evidence and trial strategy. I decided in that moment that it was my case, my trial, my deal. "None of that matters," I said loudly from my position to the side. All eyes turned to me. Even Williams turned. "Can you talk into the microphones, Mickey?" It was the same voice from behind the line of lights. He knew to call me Mickey. I once again moved to the microphones, boxing Williams out like a power forward going for the rebound. The murder of a child is a crime that must be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, no matter what the possibilities or risks are. There is no guarantee of victory here, but that was not part of the decision. The measure is reasonable doubt, and I believe we surpass that. We believe that the totality of evidence shows that this man committed this horrible crime, and it doesn't matter how much time has gone by or how long he has been incarcerated. He must be prosecuted. I have a daughter, only a little older than Melissa was. You know, people forget that in the original trial the state sought the death penalty, but the jury recommended against it, and the judge imposed a life sentence. That was then, and this is now. We will once again be seeking the death penalty on this case." Williams put his hand on my shoulder and pulled me away from the microphones. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here," he said quickly. "My office has not yet made a determination in regard to whether we will be seeking the death penalty. That will come at a later time. But Mr. Haller makes a very valid and sad point. There can be no worse crime in our society than the murder of a child. We must do all that is within our power and our reach to seek justice for Melissa Landy. Thank you for being here today." "Wait a minute," called a reporter from one of the middle seats. "What about Jessup? When will he be brought here for trial?" Williams put his hands on both sides of the lectern in a casual move designed to keep me from the microphones. "Earlier this morning, Mr. Jessup was taken into custody by the Los Angeles police and is being transported from San Quentin. He will be booked into the downtown jail and the case will proceed. His conviction was reversed, but the charges against him remain in place. We have nothing further at this time." Williams stepped back and signaled me toward the door. He waited until I started moving and was clear of the microphones. He then followed, coming up behind me and whispering into my ear as we went through the door. "You do that again and I'll fire you on the spot." I turned to look back at him while I walked. "Do what? Answer one of your setup questions?" We moved into the hallway. Riddle was waiting there with the office's media spokesman, a guy named Fernandez. But Williams turned me down the hall away from them. He was still whispering when he spoke. "You went off the script. Do it again, and we're done." I stopped and turned, and Williams almost walked into me. "Look, I'm not your puppet," I said. "I'm an independent contractor, remember? You treat me otherwise, and you're going to be holding this hot potato without an oven mitt." Williams just glared at me. I obviously wasn't getting through. "And what was this shit about the death penalty?" he asked. "We haven't even gotten there, and you didn't have the go-ahead to say it." He was bigger than me, taller. He had used his body to crowd my space and back me up against the wall. "It will get back to Jessup and keep him thinking," I said. "And if we're lucky, he comes in for a deal and this whole thing goes away, including the civil action. It'll save you all that money. That's really what this is about, right? The money? We get a conviction and he's got no civil case. You and the city save a few $1,000,000. That's got nothing to do with this. This is about justice, and you still should have told me what you were doing. You don't sandbag your own boss." The physical intimidation got old real fast. I put my palm on his chest and backed him off me. "Yeah, well, you're not my boss. I don't have a boss." "Is that right? Like I said, I could fire your ass right here, right now." I pointed down the hall to the door to the press conference room. "Yeah, that'll look good. Firing the independent prosecutor you just hired. Didn't Nixon do that during the Watergate mess? Worked real well for him. Why don't we go back in and tell them? I'm sure there are still a few cameras in there." Williams hesitated, realizing his predicament. I had backed him against the wall without even moving. He would look like a complete and unelectable fool if he fired me, and he knew it. He leaned in closer, and his whisper dropped lower as he used the oldest threat in the mano a mano handbook. I was ready for it. "Do not fuck with me, Haller." "Then don't fuck with my case. This isn't a campaign stop, and it's not about money. This is murder, boss. You want me to get a conviction? Then get out of my way." I threw him the bone of calling him boss. Williams pressed his mouth into a tight line and stared at me for a long moment. "Just so we understand each other," he finally said. I nodded. "Yeah, I think we do. Before you talk to the media about this case, you get it approved by my office first. Understand?" "Got it." He turned and headed down the hall. His entourage followed. I remained in the hallway and watched them go. The truth was, there was nothing in the law that I objected to more than the death penalty. It was not that I had ever had a client executed or even tried such a case. It was simply a belief in the idea that an enlightened society did not kill its own. But somehow, that didn't stop me from using the threat of the death penalty as an edge in the case. As I stood there alone in the hallway, I thought that maybe that made me a better prosecutor than I had imagined I could be. Chapter 4. Tuesday, February 16th, 2:43 p.m. It was usually the best moment of a case. The drive downtown with a suspect handcuffed in the back seat. There was nothing better. Sure, there was the eventual payoff of a conviction down the line. Being in the courtroom when the verdict is read. Watching the reality shock and then deaden the eyes of the convicted. But the drive-in was always better, more immediate and personal. It was always the moment Bosch savored. The chase was over, and the case was about to morph from the relentless momentum of the investigation to the measured pace of the prosecution. But this time was different. It had been a long 2 days, and Bosch wasn't savoring anything. He and his partner, David Chu, had driven up the day before, checking into a motel off the 101 and spending the night. In the morning, they drove over to San Quentin, presented a court order that transferred custody of Jason Jessup to them, and then collected their prisoner for the drive back to Los Angeles. 7 hours each way, with a partner who talked too much. 7 hours on the return with a suspect who didn't talk enough. They were now at the top of the San Fernando Valley and an hour from the city jail in downtown L.A. Bosch's back hurt from so many hours behind the wheel. His right calf muscle ached from applying pressure to the gas pedal. The city car did not have cruise control. Chu had offered to drive, but Bosch had said no. Chu religiously stuck to the speed limit, even on the freeway. Bosch would take the backache over an extra hour on the freeway and the anxiety it would create. All of this aside, he drove in uneasy silence, brooding about a case that seemed to be proceeding backwards. He had been on it for only a few days, hadn't had the opportunity to even become acquainted with all the facts, and here he was with the suspect hooked up and in the back seat. To Bosch, it felt like the arrest was coming first, and the investigation wouldn't really start until after Jessup was booked. He checked his watch and knew the scheduled press conference must be over by now. The plan was for him to meet with Haller and McPherson at 4 to continue kicking around the case. But by the time Jessup was booked, he would be late. He also needed to go by LAPD archives to pick up 2 boxes that were waiting for him. "Harry, what's wrong?" Bosch glanced at Chu. "Nothing's wrong." He wasn't going to talk in front of the suspect. Besides, he and Chu had been partnered for less than a year. It was a little soon for Chu to be making reads off of Bosch's demeanor. Harry didn't want him to know that he had accurately deduced that he was uncomfortable. Jessup spoke from the back seat, his first words since asking for a bathroom break outside of Stockton. "What's wrong is that he doesn't have a case. What's wrong is that he knows this whole thing is bullshit, and he doesn't want to be a part of it." Bosch checked Jessup in the rearview mirror. He was slightly hunched forward because his hands were cuffed and locked to a chain that went to a set of shackles around his ankles. His head was shaved, a routine prison practice among men hoping to intimidate others. Bosch guessed that with Jessup, it had probably worked. "I thought you didn't want to talk, Jessup. You invoked." "Yeah, that's right. I'll just shut the fuck up and wait for my lawyer." "He's in San Francisco. I wouldn't hold my breath." "He's calling somebody. The GJP's got people all over the country. We were ready for this." "Really? You were ready? You mean you packed your cell up because you thought you were being transferred? Or was it because you thought you were going home?" Jessup didn't have an answer for that one. Bosch merged onto the 101, which would take them through the Cahuenga Pass and into Hollywood before they reached downtown. "How'd you get hooked up with the Genetic Justice Project, Jessup?" he asked, trying once again to get something going. "You go to them, or they come to you?" "Website, man. I sent in my appeal and they saw the bullshit going on in my case. They took it over, and here I am. You people are totally fucked if you think you're gonna win this. I was railroaded by you motherfuckers once before. Ain't gonna happen again. In 2 months, this'll all be over. I've been in 24 years. What's 2 more months? Just makes my book rights more valuable. I guess I should be thanking you and the district attorney for that." Bosch glanced at the mirror again. Normally he would love a talkative suspect. Most times they talked themselves right into prison. But Jessup was too smart and too cagey. He chose his words carefully, stayed away from talking about the crime itself, and wouldn't be making a mistake that Bosch could use. In the mirror now, Bosch could see Jessup staring out the window. No telling what he was thinking about. His eyes looked dead. Bosch could see the top of a prison ink tattoo on his neck, just breaking the collar line. It looked like part of a word, but he couldn't tell for sure. "Welcome to L.A., Jessup," Chu said without turning around. "Guess it's been a while, huh?" "Fuck you, you chink motherfucker," Jessup retorted. "This'll all be over soon, and then I'll be out and on the beach. I'm gonna get a longboard and ride some tasty waves." "Don't count on it, killer," Chu said. "You're going down. We got you by the balls." Bosch knew Chu was trying to provoke a response, a slip of the tongue, but he was coming off as an amateur, and Jessup was too wise for him. Harry grew tired of the back and forth, even after 6 hours of almost complete silence. He turned on the car's radio and caught the tail end of a report on the DA's press conference. He turned it up so Jessup would hear, and Chu would keep quiet. Williams and Haller refused to comment on the evidence, but indicated they were not as impressed with the DNA analysis as the state Supreme Court was. Haller acknowledged that the DNA found on the victim's dress did not come from Jessup, but he said the findings did not clear him of involvement in the crime. Haller is a well-known defense attorney and will be prosecuting a murder case for the first time. It did not sound this morning as though he has any hesitation. "We will once again be seeking the death penalty on this case." Bosch flicked the volume down and checked the mirror. Jessup was still looking out the window. "How about that, Jessup? He's going for the Jesus juice." Jessup responded tiredly. "Assholes posturing. Besides, they don't execute anybody in this state anymore. You know what death row means? Means you get a cell all to yourself and you control what's on the TV. It means better access to phone, food, and visitors. Fuck it, I hope he does go for it, man. But it won't matter. This is bullshit. This whole thing is bullshit. It's all about the money." The last line floated out there for a long moment before Bosch finally bit. "What money?" "My money. You watch, man. They'll come at me with a deal. My lawyer told me they'll want me to take a deal and plead to time served so they don't have to pay me the money. That's all this fucking is, and you two are just the delivery men. Fucking FedEx." Bosch was silent. He wondered if it could be true. Jessup was suing the city and county for millions. Could it be that the retrial was simply a political move designed to save money? Both government entities were self-insured. Juries loved hitting faceless corporations and bureaucracies with obscenely large judgments. A jury believing prosecutors and police had corruptly imprisoned an innocent man for 24 years would be beyond generous. A hit from an 8-figure judgment could be devastating to both city and county coffers, even if they were splitting the bill. But if they jammed Jessup and maneuvered him into a deal in which he acknowledged guilt to gain his freedom, then the lawsuit would go away. So would all the book and movie money he was counting on. "Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?" Jessup said. Bosch checked the mirror and realized that now Jessup was studying him. He turned his eyes back to the road. He felt his phone vibrate and pulled it out of his jacket. "You want me to take it, Harry?" Chu asked. A reminder that it was illegal to talk on a phone while driving an automobile. Bosch ignored him and took the call. It was Lieutenant Gandil. "Harry, you close?" "Getting off the 101. "Good. I just wanted to give you a heads up. They're lining up at intake. Comb your hair." "Got it. But maybe I'll give my partner the airtime." Bosch glanced over at Chu but didn't explain. "Either way," Gandil said. "What's next?" "He invoked, so we just book him. Then I have to go back to the war room and meet with the prosecutors. I've got questions." "Harry, do they have this guy or not?" Bosch checked Jessup in the mirror. He was back to looking out the window. I don't know, Lieutenant. When I know, you'll know. A few minutes later, they pulled into the rear lot of the jail. There were several television cameras and their operators lined up on a ramp leading to the intake door. Chu sat up straight. Perp walk, Harry. Yeah, you take him in. Let's both do it. No, I'll hang back. You sure? I'm sure. Just don't forget my cuffs. Okay, Harry. The lot was clogged with media vans, with their transmitters cranked to full height. But they had left the space in front of the ramp open. Bosch pulled in and parked. Okay, you ready back there, Jessup? Chu asked. Time to sell tickets. Jessup didn't respond. Chu opened the door and got out, then opened the rear door for Jessup. Bosch watched the ensuing spectacle from the confines of the car. Chapter 5. Tuesday, February 16th, 4:14 p.m. One of the very best things about having previously been married to Maggie McPherson was that I never had to face her in court. The marital split created a conflict of interest that saved me professional defeat and humiliation at her hands on more than one occasion. She was truly the best prosecutor I'd ever seen step into the well, and they didn't call her Maggie McPherson for no reason. Now, for the first time, we would be on the same team in court, sitting side by side at the same table. But what had seemed like such a good idea, not to mention such a positive potential payoff for Maggie, was already manifesting itself as something jagged and rusty. Maggie was having issues with being second chair, and for good reason. She was a professional prosecutor. From drug dealers and petty thieves to rapists and murderers, she had put dozens of criminals behind bars. I had appeared in dozens of trials myself, but never as a prosecutor. Maggie would have to play backup to a novice, and that realization wasn't sitting well with her. We sat in conference room A, with the case files spread out before us on the big table. Though Williams had said I could run the case from my own independent office, the truth was that wasn't practical at the moment. I didn't have an office outside my home. I primarily used the back seat of my Lincoln Town Car as my office, and that wouldn't do for the People versus Jason Jessup. I had my case manager setting up a temporary office in downtown, but we were at least a few days away from that. So temporarily, there we sat, eyes down and tensions up. Maggie, I said, when it comes to prosecuting bad guys, I will readily admit that I couldn't carry your lunch. But the thing is, when it comes to politics and prosecuting bad guys, the powers that be have put me in the first chair. That's the way it is, and we can either accept it or not. I took this job and asked for you. If you don't think I just don't like the idea of carrying your briefcase through this whole thing, Maggie said. You won't be. Look, press conferences and outward appearances are one thing, but I fully assume that we'll be working as a tag team. You'll be conducting just as much of the investigation as I will be, probably more. The trial should be no different. We'll come up with a strategy and choreograph it together, but you have to give me a little credit. I know my way around a courtroom. I'll just be sitting at the other table this time. That's where you're wrong, Mickey. On the defense side, you have a responsibility to one person, your client. When you're a prosecutor, you represent the people, and that is a lot more responsibility. That's why they call it the burden of proof. Whatever. If you're saying I shouldn't be doing this, then I'm not the guy you should be complaining to. Go down the hall and talk to your boss. But if he kicks me off the case, you get kicked as well, and then you go back to Van Nuys for the rest of your career. Is that what you want? She didn't answer, and that was an answer in itself. Okay then, I said. Let's just try to get through this without pulling each other's hair out, okay? Remember, I'm not here to count convictions and advance my career. For me, it's one and done. So we both want the same thing. Yes, you will have to help me. But you will also be helping. My phone started vibrating. I had left it out on the table. I didn't recognize the number on the screen, but took the call, just to get away from the conversation with Maggie. Holler, Hey, Mick, how'd I do? Who is this? Styx. Styx was a freelance videographer who fed footage to the local news channels and sometimes even the bigs. I had known him so long, I didn't even remember his real name. How'd you do at what, Styx? I'm busy here. At the press conference. I set you up, man. I realized that it had been Styx behind the lights, throwing the questions to me. Oh, yeah, you did good. Thanks for that. Now you're gonna take care of me on the case, right? Give me the heads up if there's something for me, right? Something exclusive. Yeah, no need to worry, Styx. I got you covered, but I gotta go. I ended the call and put the phone back on the table. Maggie was typing something into her laptop. It looked like the momentary discontent had passed, and I was hesitant to touch it again. That was a guy who works for the news stations. He might be useful to us at some point. We don't want to do anything underhanded. The prosecution is held to a much higher standard of ethics than the defense. I shook my head. I couldn't win. That's bullshit, and I'm not talking about doing anything The door opened, and Harry Bosch stepped in, pushing the door with his back because he was carrying 2 large boxes in his hands. Sorry I'm late, he said. He put the boxes down on the table. I could tell the larger one was a carton from evidence archives. I guessed that the smaller one contained the police file on the original investigation. It took them 3 days to find the murder box. It was on the 85 aisle instead of 86. He looked at me, and then at Maggie, and then back at me. So what did I miss? War break out in the war room? We were talking about prosecutorial tactics, and it turns out we have opposing views. Imagine that. He took the chair at the end of the table. I could tell he was going to have more to say. He lifted the top off the murder box and pulled out 3 accordion files and put them on the table. He then moved the box to the floor. You know, Mick, while we're airing out our differences, I think before you pulled me into this little soap opera, you should have told me a few things up front. Like what, Harry? Like that this whole goddamn thing is about money and not murder. What are you talking about? What money? Bosch just stared at me without responding. You're talking about Jessup's lawsuit? I asked. That's right, he said. I had an interesting discussion with Jessup today on the drive down. Got me thinking, and it crossed my mind that if we jam this guy into a deal, the lawsuit against the city and county goes away, because a guy who admits to murder isn't going to be able to sue and claim he was railroaded. So I guess what I want to know is what we're really doing here. Are we trying to put a murder suspect on trial, or are we just trying to save the city and county a few $1,000,000? I noticed Maggie's posture straighten, as she considered the same thing. You gotta be kidding me, she said. If that— Hold on, I interjected. Let's be cool about this. I don't think that's the case here, okay? It's not that I haven't thought about it, but Williams didn't say one word about going for a dispo on this case. He told me to take it to trial. In fact, he assumes it will go to trial for the same reason you just mentioned. Jessup will never take a dispo for time served, or anything else, because there is no pot of gold in that. No book, no movie, no payout from the city. If he wants the money, he's got to go to trial and win. Maggie nodded her head slowly, as if weighing a valid supposition. Bosch didn't seem appeased at all. But how would you know what Williams is up to? He asked. You're an outsider. They could have brought you in, wound you up and pointed you in the right direction, and then sat back to watch you go. He's right, Maggie added. Jessup doesn't even have a defense attorney. As soon as he does, he'll start talking deal. I raised my hands in a calming gesture. Look at the press conference today. I threw out that we were going for the death penalty. I just did that to see how Williams would react. He didn't expect it, and afterward he pressed me in the hallway. He told me that it wasn't a decision I got to make. I told him it was just strategy, that I wanted Jessup to start thinking about a deal, and it gave Williams pause. He didn't see it. If he was thinking of a deal just to blow up the civil action, I would have been able to read it. I'm good at reading people. I could tell I still hadn't quite won Bosch over. Remember last year, with the 2 men from Hong Kong who wanted your ass on the next plane to China? I read them right and I played them right. In his eyes, I saw Bosch relent. That China story was a reminder that he owed me one, and I was collecting. "Okay," he said. "So what do we do?" "We assume Jessup's going to go to trial. As soon as he lawyers up, we'll know for sure. But we start preparing for it now, because if I was going to represent him, I would refuse to waive speedy trial. I would try to jam the prosecution on time to prepare and make the people put up or shut up." I checked the date on my watch. If I'm right, that gives us 44 days till trial. We've got a lot of work to do between now and then. We looked at one another and sat in silence for a few moments before I threw the lead to Maggie. Maggie has spent the better part of the last week with the prosecution file on this. "Harry, I know what you just brought in will have a lot of overlap, but why don't we start here by having Mags go through the case as presented at trial in '86? I think that will give us a good starting point of looking at what we need to do this time out." Bosch nodded his approval, and I signaled for Maggie to begin. She pulled her laptop over in front of her. "Okay, a couple of basics first. Because it was a death penalty case, jury selection was the longest part of the trial, almost 3 weeks. The trial itself lasted 7 days, and then there were 3 days of deliberation on the initial verdicts. Then the death penalty phase went another 2 weeks. But 7 days of testimony and arguments, that to me is fast for a capital murder case. It was pretty cut and dried. And the defense, well, there wasn't much of a defense." She looked at me as if I were responsible for the poor defense of the accused, even though I hadn't even gotten out of law school by '86. "Who was his lawyer?" I asked. "Charles Bernard," she said. "I checked with the California bar. He won't be handling the retrial. He's listed as deceased as of '94. The prosecutor, Gary Lintz, is also long gone." "Don't remember either of them. Who is the judge?" "Walter Sackville. He's long retired, but I do remember him. He was tough." "I had a few cases with him," Bosch added. "He wouldn't take any shit from either side." "Go on," I said. "Okay, so the prosecution's story was this. The Landy family, that was our victim Melissa, who was 12, her 13-year-old sister Sarah, mother Regina, and stepfather Kensington, lived on Windsor Boulevard in Hancock Park. The home was about a block north of Wilshire and in the vicinity of the Trinity United Church of God, which on Sundays back then drew about 6,000 people to its 2 morning services. People parked their cars all over Hancock Park to go to the church. That is, until the residents there got tired of their neighborhood being overrun every Sunday with traffic and parking issues and went to City Hall about it. They got the neighborhood turned into a residential parking zone during weekend hours. You had to have a sticker to park on the streets, including Windsor. This opened the door to city-contracted tow truck operators patrolling the neighborhood like sharks on Sunday morning. Any cars without the proper resident sticker on the windshield were fair game. They got towed. Which finally brings us to Jason Jessup, our suspect. "He drove a tow truck," I said. "Exactly. He was a driver for a city contractor named Aardvark Towing. Cute name. Got them to the front of the listings in the phone book, back when people still used phone books." I glanced at Bosch and could tell by his reaction that he was somebody who still used the phone book instead of the internet. Maggie didn't notice and continued. "On the morning in question, Jessup was working the Hancock Park patrol. At the Landy house, the family happened to be putting a pool in the backyard. Kensington Landy was a musician who scored films and was doing quite well at the time, so they were putting in a pool, and there was a large open hole and giant piles of dirt in the backyard. The parents didn't want the girls playing back there, thought it was dangerous. Plus, on this morning the girls were in their church dresses. The house has a large front yard. The stepfather told the girls to play outside for a few minutes before the family was planning to go off to church themselves. The older one, Sarah, was told to watch over Melissa." "Did they go to Trinity United?" I asked. "No, they went to Sacred Heart in Beverly Hills. Anyway, the kids were only out there about 15 minutes. Mother was still upstairs getting ready, and the stepfather, who was also supposed to be keeping an eye on the girls, was watching television inside. An overnight sports report on ESPN or whatever they had back then. He forgot about the girls." Bosch shook his head, and I knew exactly how he felt. It was not in judgment of the father, but in understanding of how it could have happened, and in the dread of any parent who knows how a small mistake could be so costly. At some point, he heard screaming, Maggie continued. He ran out the front door and found the older girl, Sarah, in the yard. She was screaming that a man took Melissa. The stepfather ran up the street looking for her, but there was no sign. Like that, she was gone. My ex-wife stopped there for a moment to compose herself. Everyone in the room had a young daughter and could understand the shearing of life that happened at that moment for every person in the Landy family. Police were called, and the response was quick, she continued. This was Hancock Park, after all. The first bulletins were out in a matter of minutes. Detectives were dispatched right away. So this whole thing went down in broad daylight? Bosch asked. Maggie nodded. It happened about 10:40. The Landys were going to an 11 o'clock service. And nobody else saw this? You gotta remember this was Hancock Park. A lot of tall hedges, a lot of walls, a lot of privacy. People there are good at keeping the world out. Nobody saw anything. Nobody heard anything until Sarah started screaming, and by then it was too late. Was there a wall or a hedge at the Landy house? 6-foot hedges down the north and south property lines, but not on the street side. It was theorized at the time that Jessup drove by in his tow truck and saw the girl alone in the yard. Then he acted impulsively. We sat in silence for a few moments as we thought about the wrenching serendipity of fate. A tow truck goes by a house. The driver sees a girl, alone and vulnerable. All in a moment he figures he can grab her and get away with it. So, Bosch finally said, how did they get him? The responding detectives were on the scene in less than an hour. The lead was named Doral Closter, and his partner was Chad Steiner. I checked. Steiner is dead, and Closter is retired and has late-stage Alzheimer's. He's no use to us now. Damn, Bosch said. Anyway, they got there quickly and moved quickly. They interviewed Sarah, and she described the abductor as being dressed like a garbage man. Further questioning revealed this to mean that he was wearing dirty coveralls, like the city garbage crews used. She said she heard the garbage truck in the street, but couldn't see it through a bush where she had hidden from her sister during a game of hide-and-seek. Problem is that it was a Sunday. There was no garbage pickup on Sundays. But the stepfather hears this and puts it together, mentions the tow trucks that run up and down the street on Sunday mornings. That becomes their best lead. The detectives get the list of city contractors and they start visiting tow yards. There were 3 contractors who worked the Wilshire corridor. One of them is Aardvark, where they go and are told they have 3 trucks working in the field. The drivers are called in and Jessup is one of them. The other 2 guys are named Derek Wilburn and William Clinton. Really. They're separated in question, but nothing comes up suspicious. They run him through the box and Jessup and Clinton are clean, but Wilburn has an arrest but no conviction on an attempted rape 2 years before. That would be good enough to get him a ride downtown for a lineup, but the girl is still missing, and there's no time for formalities, no time to put together a lineup. They probably took him back to the house, Bosch said. They had no choice. They had to keep things moving. That's right, but Closter knew he was on thin ice. He might get the girl to ID Wilburn, but then he'd lose it in court for being unduly suggestive. You know, is this the guy? So he did the next best thing he could. He took all 3 drivers in their overalls back to the Landy house. Each was a white man in his 20s. They all wore the company overalls. Closter broke procedure for the sake of speed, hoping to have a chance to find the girl alive. Sarah Landy's bedroom was on the 2nd floor in the front of the house. Closter takes the girl up to her room and has her look out the window to the street, through the Venetian blinds. He radios his partner, who has the 3 guys get out of the 2 patrol cars and stand in the street. But Sarah doesn't ID Wilburn. She points to Jessup and says that's the guy. Maggie looked through the documents in front of her and checked an investigative chronology before continuing. The ID is made at 1 o'clock. That is really quick work. The girl's only been gone a little over 2 hours. They start sweating Jessup, but he doesn't give up a thing, denies it all. They are working on him and getting nowhere when the call comes in. A girl's body has been found in a dumpster behind the El Rey Theater on Wilshire. That was about 10 blocks from Windsor and the Landy house. Cause of death would later be determined to be manual strangulation. She was not raped, and there was no semen in the mouth or throat. Maggie stopped her summary there. She looked at Bosch, and then me, and solemnly nodded, giving the dead her moment. Chapter 6. Tuesday, February 16th, 4:48 p.m. Bosch liked watching her and listening to the way she talked. He could tell the case was already under her skin. Maggie McPherce. Of course that was what they called her. More important, it was what she thought about herself. He had been on the case with her for less than a week, but he understood this within the first hour of meeting her. She knew this secret, that it wasn't about code and procedure. It wasn't about jurisprudence and strategy. It was about taking that dark thing that you knew was out there in the world and bringing it inside, making it yours, forging it over an internal fire into something sharp and strong that you could hold in your hands and fight back with, relentlessly. Jessup asked for a lawyer and gave no further statement, McPherson said, continuing her summary. The case was initially built around the older sister's identification and evidence found in Jessup's tow truck. 3 strands of the victim's hair found in the seat crack. It was probably where he strangled her. There was nothing on the girl? Bosch asked. Nothing from Jessup or the truck? Nothing usable in court. The DNA was found on her dress while it was being examined 2 days later. It was actually the older girl's dress. The younger girl borrowed it that day. 1 small deposit of semen was found on the front hem. It was typed, but of course there was no DNA in criminal prosecutions back then. A blood type was determined and it was A positive, the second most popular type among humans, accounting for 34% of the population. Jessup matched, but all it did was include him in the suspect pool. The prosecutor decided not to introduce it at trial because it would have just given the defense the ability to point out to the jury that the donor pool was more than 1 million men in Los Angeles County alone. Bosch saw her throw another look at her ex-husband, as if he were responsible for the courtroom obfuscations of all defense attorneys everywhere. Harry was starting to get an idea about why their marriage didn't work out. It's amazing how far we've come, Haller said. Now they make and break cases on the DNA alone. Moving on, McPherson said. The prosecution had the hair evidence and the eyewitness. It also had opportunity. Jessup knew the neighborhood and was working there the morning of the murder. As far as motivation went, their backgrounding of Jessup produced a history of physical abuse by his father and psychopathic behavior. A lot of this came out on the record during the death penalty phase too. But, and I will say this before you jump on it, Haller, no criminal convictions. And you said no sexual assault, Bosch asked. No evidence of penetration or sexual assault, but this was no doubt a sexually motivated crime. The semen aside, it was a classic control crime. The perpetrator seizing momentary control in a world where he felt he controlled very little. He acted impulsively. At the time, the semen found on her dress was a piece of the same puzzle. It was theorized that he killed the girl and then masturbated, cleaning up after himself but leaving 1 small deposit of semen on the dress by mistake. The stain had the appearance of a transfer deposit. It wasn't a drop. It was a smear. The hit we just got on the DNA helps explain that, Haller said. Possibly, McPherson responded. But let's discuss new evidence later. Right now, I'm talking about what they had and what they knew in 1986. Fine, go on. That's it on the evidence, but not on the prosecution's case. 2 months before trial, they get a call from the guy who's in the cell next to Jessup at County. Jailhouse snitches, Haller said, interrupting. Never met one who told the truth. Never met a prosecutor who didn't use them anyway. Can I continue? McPherson asked indignantly. Please do, Haller responded. Felix Turner, a repeat drug offender who was in and out of county so often that they made him a jail orderly because he knew the day-to-day operations as well as the deputies. He delivered meals to inmates in high-power lockdown. He tells investigators that Jessup provided him with details that only the killer would know.
He was interviewed, and he did indeed have details of the crime that were not made public, like that the victim's shoes were removed, that she was not sexually assaulted, that he had wiped himself off on her dress.
And so they believed him and made him the star witness, Haller said.
They believed him and put him on the stand at trial, not as a star witness, but his testimony was significant. Nevertheless, 4 years later, the Times comes out with a front-page exposé on Felix the Burner Turner, professional jailhouse snitch who had testified for the prosecution in 16 different cases over a 7-year period, garnering significant reductions in charges and jail time and other perks like private cells, good jobs, and large quantities of cigarettes.
Bosch remembered the scandal. It rocked the DA's office in the early 90s and resulted in changes in the use of jailhouse informants as trial witnesses. It was one of many black eyes local law enforcement suffered in the decade.
Turner was discredited in the newspaper investigation. It said he used a private investigator on the outside to gather information on crimes and then feed it to him. As you may remember, it changed how we used information that comes to us through the jails.
Not enough, Haller said. It didn't end the entire use of jailhouse snitches, and it should have.
Can we just focus on our case here? McPherson said, obviously tired of Haller's posturing.
Sure, Haller said. Let's focus.
Okay, well, by the time the Times came out with all of this, Jessup had long been convicted and was sitting in San Quentin. He, of course, launched an appeal citing police and prosecutorial misconduct. It went nowhere fast, with every appellate panel agreeing that while the use of Turner as a witness was egregious, his impact on the jury was not enough to have changed the verdict. The rest of the evidence was more than enough to convict.
And that was that, Haller said. They rubber-stamped it.
An interesting note is that Felix Turner was found murdered in West Hollywood a year after the Times exposé, McPherson said. The case was never solved.
Had it coming, as far as I'm concerned, Haller added.
That brought a pause to the discussion. Bosch used it to steer the meeting back to the evidence and to step in with some questions he'd been considering.
Is the hair evidence still available? Bosch asked.
It took McPherson a moment to drop Felix Turner and go back to the evidence. Yes, we still have it, she said. This case is 24 years old, but it was always under challenge. That's where Jessup and his jailhouse lawyering actually helped us. He was constantly filing writs and appeals, so the trial evidence was never destroyed. Of course, that eventually allowed him to get the DNA analysis off the swatch cut from the dress, but we still have all trial evidence and will be able to use it. He has claimed since day one that the hair in the truck was planted by the police.
I don't think his defense at retrial will be much different from what was presented at his first trial and in his appeals, Haller said.
The girl made the wrong ID in a prejudicial setting, and from then on it was a rush to judgment. Facing a monumental lack of physical evidence, the police planted hair from the victim in his tow truck. It didn't play so well before a jury in '86, but that was before Rodney King and the riots in '92. The O.J. Simpson case, the Rampart scandal, and all the other controversies that have engulfed the police department since. It's probably going to play really well now.
So what are our chances? Bosch asked.
Haller looked across the table at McPherson before answering. Based on what we know so far, he said, I think I'd have a better chance if I were on the other side of the aisle on this one. Bosch saw McPherson's eyes grow dark. Well, then maybe you should cross back over.
Haller shook his head.
No, I made a deal. It may have been a bad deal, but I'm sticking to it. Besides, it's not often I get to be on the side of might and right. I could get used to that, even in a losing cause. He smiled at his ex-wife, but she didn't return the sentiment.
What about the sister? Bosch asked.
McPherson swung her gaze toward him. The witness? That's our second problem. If she's alive, then she's 37 now. Finding her is the problem. No help from the parents. Her real father died when she was 7. Her mother committed suicide on her sister's grave 3 years after the murder, and the stepfather drank himself into liver failure and died while waiting for a transplant 6 years ago. I had one of the investigators here do a quick rundown on her on the computer, and Sarah Landy's trail drops off in San Francisco about the same time her stepfather died. That same year, she also cleared a probation tail for a controlled substance conviction. Records show she's been married and divorced twice, arrested multiple times for drugs and petty crimes. And then, like I said, she dropped off the grid. She either died or cleaned up her act. Even if she changed names, her prints would have left a trail if she'd been popped again in the past 6 years. But there's nothing.
I don't think we have much of a case if we don't have her, Haller said. We're going to need a real live person to point the finger across 24 years and say he did it.
I agree, McPherson said. She's key. The jury will need to hear the woman tell them that as a girl she did not make a mistake, that she was sure then and she is sure now. If we can't find her and get her to do that, then we have the victim's hair to go with, and that's about it. They'll have the DNA, and that will trump everything.
And we will go down in flames, Haller said. McPherson didn't respond, but she didn't have to. Don't worry, Bosch said. I'll find her.
The two lawyers looked at him. It wasn't a time for empty rah-rah speeches. He meant it.
If she's alive, he said, I'll find her.
Good, Haller said. That'll be your first priority. Bosch took out his keychain and opened the small penknife attached to it. He used it to cut the red seal on the evidence box. He had no idea what would be in the box. The evidence that had been introduced at trial 24 years earlier was still in the possession of the DA's office. This box would contain other evidence that was gathered but not presented at trial. Bosch put on a set of latex gloves from his pocket and then opened the box. On top was a paper bag that contained the victim's dress. It was a surprise. He had assumed that the dress had been introduced at trial, if only for the sympathetic response it would get from the jurors. He lifted the dress out, holding it up by the shoulders. Opening the bag brought a musty smell to the room. All three of them were silent. Bosch was holding up a dress that a little girl had been wearing when she was murdered. It was blue, with a darker blue bow in the front. A 6-inch square had been cut out of the front hem, the location of the semen stain.
Why is this here? Bosch asked. Wouldn't they have presented this at trial?
Haller said nothing. McPherson leaned forward and looked closely at the dress as she considered a response. I think they didn't show it because of the cutout. Showing the dress would let the defense ask about the cutout. That would lead to the blood typing. The prosecution chose not to get into it during the presentation of the evidence. They probably relied on crime scene photos that showed the girl in the dress. They left it to the defense to introduce it, and they never did. Bosch folded the dress and put it down on the table. Also in the box was a pair of black patent leather shoes. They seemed very small and sad to him. There was also a second paper bag, which contained the victim's underwear and socks. An accompanying lab report stated that the items had been checked for bodily fluids, as well as hair and fiber evidence, but no such evidence had been found. At the bottom of the box was a plastic bag containing a silver necklace with a charm on it. He looked at it through the plastic and identified the figure on the charm as Winnie the Pooh. There was also a bag containing a bracelet of aqua blue beads on an elastic string.
That's it, he said.
We should have forensics take a fresh look at it all, McPherson said. You never know. Technology has advanced quite a bit in 24 years.
I'll get it done, Bosch said.
By the way, McPherson asked, where were the shoes found? They're not on the victim's feet in the crime scene photos. Bosch looked at the property report that was taped to the inside of the box's top.
According to this, they were found underneath the body. They must have come off in the truck, maybe when she was strangled. The killer threw them into the dumpster first, then dropped in her body.
The images conjured by the items in the box had brought a decidedly somber mood to the prosecution team. Bosch started to carefully return everything to the box. He put the envelope.
This audiobook is freely shared with you. Take a deep breath, enjoy the music, and let your mind unwind. Thank you for watching and listening.
Containing the necklace, in last. "How old was your daughter when she left Winnie the Pooh behind?" he asked. Holler and McPherson looked at each other. Holler deferred. 5 or 6, McPherson said. "Why?" "Mine too, I think. But this 12-year-old had it on her necklace? I wonder why." "Maybe because of where it came from," Holler said. "Haley, our daughter, still wears a bracelet I got for her about 5 years ago." McPherson looked at him, as if challenging the assertion. "Not all the time," Holler said quickly, "but on occasion. Sometimes when I pick her up. Maybe the necklace came from her real father before he died." A low chime came from McPherson's computer, and she checked her email. She studied the screen for a few moments before speaking. "This is from John Rivas, who handles afternoon arraignments in Department 100. Jessup's now got a criminal defense attorney, and John's working on getting Jessup on the docket for a bail hearing. He's coming over on the last bus from City Jail." "Who's the lawyer?" Holler asked. "You'll love this. Clever Clive Royce is taking the case pro bono. It's a referral from the GJP." Bosch knew the name. Royce was a high-profile guy who was a media darling who never missed a chance to stand in front of a camera and say all the things he wasn't allowed to say in court. "Of course, he's taking it pro bono," Holler said. "He'll make it up on the back end. Sound bites and headlines, that's all Clive cares about." "I've never gone up against him," McPherson said. "I can't wait." "Is Jessup actually on the docket?" "Not yet, but Royce is talking to the clerk. Rivas wants to know if we want him to handle it. He'll oppose bail." "No, we'll take it," Holler said. "Let's go." McPherson closed her computer at the same time Bosch put the top back on the evidence box. "You want to come?" Holler asked him. "Get a look at the enemy?" "I just spent 7 hours with him, remember?" "I don't think he was talking about Jessup," McPherson said. Bosch nodded. "No, I'll pass," he said. "I'm going to take this stuff over to SID and get to work on tracking down our witness. I'll let you know when I find her." Chapter 7. Tuesday, February 16th, 5:30 p.m. Department 100 was the largest courtroom in the CCB and reserved for morning and evening arraignment court, the twin intake points of the local justice system. All those charged with crimes had to be brought before a judge within 24 hours, and in the CCB, this required a large courtroom with a large gallery section where the families and friends of the accused could sit. The courtroom was used for first appearances after arrest, when the loved ones were still naive about the lengthy, devastating, and difficult journey the defendant was embarking upon. At arraignment, it was not unusual to have mom, dad, wife, sister-in-law, aunt, uncle, and even a neighbor or two in the courtroom in a show of support for the defendant and outrage at his arrest. In another 18 months, when the case would grind to a finale at sentencing, the defendant would be lucky to have even dear old mom still in attendance. The other side of the gate was usually just as crowded with lawyers of all stripes, grizzled veterans, bored public defenders, slick cartel reps, wary prosecutors, and media hounds all mingled in the well or stood against the glass partition surrounding the prisoner pen and whispered to their clients. Presiding over this anthill was Judge Malcolm Firestone, who sat with his head down and his sharp shoulders jutting up and closer to his ears with each passing year. His black robe gave them the appearance of folded wings, and the overall image was one of Firestone as a vulture, waiting impatiently to dine on the bloody detritus of the justice system. Firestone handled the evening arraignment docket, which started at 3 p.m. and went as far into the night as the list of detainees required. Consequently, he was a jurist who liked to keep things moving. You had to act fast in 100 or risk being run over and left behind. In here, justice was an assembly line with a conveyor belt that never stopped turning. Firestone wanted to get home. The lawyers wanted to get home. Everybody wanted to get home. I entered the courtroom with Maggie and immediately saw the cameras being set up in a 6-foot corral to the left side, across the courtroom from the glass pen that housed defendants brought in 6 at a time. Without the glare of spotlights this time, I saw my friend Styx setting the legs of the tool that provided his nickname, his tripod. He saw me and gave me a nod, and I returned it. Maggie tapped me on the arm and pointed toward a man seated at the prosecution table with 3 other lawyers. "That's Rivas on the end." "Okay, you go talk to him while I check in with the clerk." "You don't have to check in, Haller. You're a prosecutor, remember?" "Oh, cool. I forgot." We headed over to the prosecution table, and Maggie introduced me to Rivas. The prosecutor was a baby lawyer, probably no more than a few years out of a top-ranked law school. My guess was that he was biding his time, playing office politics and waiting to make a move up the ladder and out of the hellhole of arraignment court. It didn't help that I had come from across the aisle to grab the golden ring of the office's current caseload. By his body language, I registered his wariness. I was at the wrong table. I was the fox in the henhouse, and I knew that before the hearing was over, I was going to confirm his suspicions. After the perfunctory handshake, I looked around for Clive Royce and found him seated against the railing, conferring with a young woman who was probably his associate. They were leaning toward each other, looking into an open folder with a thick sheaf of documents in it. I approached with my hand out. "Clive the Barrister Royce, how's it hanging, old chap?" He looked up, and a smile immediately creased his well-tanned face. Like a perfect gentleman, he stood up before accepting my hand. "Mickey, how are you? I'm sorry, it looks like we're going to be opposing counsel on this one." I knew he was sorry, but not too sorry. Royce had built his career on picking winners. He would not risk going pro bono and stepping into a heavy media case if he didn't think it would amount to free advertising and another victory. He was in it to win it, and behind the smile was a set of sharp teeth. "Me too, and I'm sure you'll make me regret the day I crossed the aisle." "Well, I guess we're both fulfilling our public duty, yes? You helping out the district attorney and me taking on Jessup on the cuff." Royce still carried an English accent, even though he had lived more than half his 50 years in the United States. It gave him an aura of culture and distinction that belied his practice of defending people accused of heinous crimes. He wore a 3-piece suit with a barely discernible chalk line in the gabardine. His bald pate was well tanned and smooth. His beard dyed black and groomed to the very last hair. "That's one way of looking at it," I said. "Oh, where are my manners? Mickey, this is my associate Denise Graydon. She'll be assisting me in the defense of Mr. Jessup." Graydon stood up and shook my hand firmly. "Nice to meet you," I said. I looked around to see if Maggie was standing nearby and could be introduced, but she was huddled with Rivas at the prosecution table. "Well," I said to Royce, "did you get your client on the docket?" "I did, indeed. He'll be first in the group after this one. I've already gone back and visited, and we'll be ready to make a motion for bail. I was wondering, though, since we have a few minutes, could we step out into the corridor for a word?" "Sure, Clive. Let's do it now." Royce told his associate to wait in the courtroom and retrieve us when the next group of defendants was brought into the glass cage. I followed Royce through the gate and down the aisle between the crowded rows of the gallery. We went through the man-trap and into the hallway. "You want to get a cup of tea?" Royce asked. "I don't think there's time. What's up, Clive?" Royce folded his arms and got serious. "I must tell you, Mick, that I am not out to embarrass you. You are a friend and a colleague in the defense bar. But you have gotten yourself into a no-win situation here, yes? What are we going to do about it?" I smiled and glanced up and down the crowded hallway. Nobody was paying attention to us. "Are you saying that your client wants to plead this out?" "On the contrary, there will be no plea negotiation on this matter. The district attorney has made the wrong choice, and it's very clear what maneuver he is undertaking here and how he is using you as a pawn in the process. I must put you on notice that if you insist on taking Jason Jessup to trial, then you are going to embarrass yourself. As a professional courtesy, I just thought I needed to tell you this." Before I could answer, Graydon came out of the courtroom and headed quickly toward us. "Somebody in the first group is not ready, so Jessup's been moved up and was just brought out." "We'll be in straight away," Royce said. She hesitated, and then realized her boss wanted her to go back into the courtroom. She went back through the doors, and Royce turned his attention back to me. I spoke before he could. "I appreciate your courtesy and concern, Clive. But if your client wants a trial, he'll get a trial. We'll be ready, and we'll see who gets embarrassed and who goes back to prison." "Brilliant, then. I look forward to the contest." I followed him back inside. Court was in session, and on my way down the aisle I saw Lorna Taylor, my office manager and second ex-wife, sitting at the end of one of the crowded rows. I leaned over to whisper, "Hey, what are you doing here?" "I had to come see the big moment." "How did you even know? I just found out 15 minutes ago." "I guess so did KNX. I was already down here to look at office space, and I heard it on the radio that Jessup was going to appear in court, so I came." "Well, thanks for being here, Lorna. How's the search going? I really need to get out of this building, soon. I have 3 more showings after this. That'll be enough. I'll let you know my final choices tomorrow, okay?" "Yeah, that's—" I heard Jessup's name called by the clerk. "Look, I gotta get in there. We'll talk later." "Go get him, Mickey." I found an empty seat waiting for me next to Maggie at the prosecution table. Rivas had moved to the row of seats against the gate. Royce had moved to the glass cage where he was whispering to his client. Jessup was wearing an orange jumpsuit, the jail uniform, and looked calm and subdued. He was nodding to everything Royce whispered in his ear. He somehow seemed younger than I had thought he would. I guess I expected all of those years in prison to have taken their toll. I knew he was 48, but he looked no older than 40. He didn't even have a jailhouse pallor. His skin was pale, but it looked healthy, especially next to the overtanned Royce. "Where did you go?" Maggie whispered to me. "I thought I was going to have to handle this myself." "I was just outside conferring with defense counsel. Do you have the charges handy, in case I have to read them into the record?" "You won't have to enter the charges. All you have to do is stand up and say that you believe Jessup is a flight risk and a danger to the community. But I don't believe he's a flight risk. His lawyer just told me that they're ready to go and that they're not interested in a disposition. He wants the money, and the only way he'll get it is to stick around and go to trial and win." "So?" She seemed astonished and looked down at the files stacked in front of her. "Mags, your philosophy is to argue everything and give no quarter. I don't think that's going to work here. I have a strategy, and—" She turned and leaned in closer to me. "Then I'll just leave you and your strategy and your bald buddy from the defense bar to it." She pushed back her chair and got up, grabbing her briefcase from the floor. "Maggie." She charged through the gate and headed toward the rear door of the courtroom. I watched her go, knowing that while I didn't like the result, I had needed to set the lines of our prosecutorial relationship. Jessup's name was called, and Royce identified himself for the record. I then stood up and said the words I never expected I would say. "Michael Haller, for the people." Even Judge Firestone looked up from his perch, peering at me over a pair of reading glasses. Probably for the first time in weeks, something out of the ordinary had occurred in his courtroom. A dyed-in-the-wool defense attorney had stood for the people. "Well, gentlemen, this is an arraignment court, and I have a note here saying you want to talk about bail." Jessup was charged 24 years ago with murder and abduction. When the Supreme Court reversed his conviction, it did not throw out the charges. That had been left to the DA's office. So he still stood accused of the crimes, and his not guilty plea of 24 years ago remained in place. The case now had to be assigned to a courtroom and a judge for trial. A motion to discuss bail would usually be delayed until that point, except that Jessup, through Royce, was pushing the issue forward by coming to Firestone. "Your Honor," Royce said, "my client was already arraigned 24 years ago. What we would like to do today is discuss a motion for bail and to move this case along to trial. Mr. Jessup has waited a long time for his freedom and for justice. He has no intention of waiving his right to a speedy trial." I knew it was the move Royce would make, because it was the move I would have made. Every person accused of a crime is guaranteed a speedy trial. Most often trials are delayed at the defense's request or acquiescence, as both sides want time to prepare. As a pressure tactic, Royce was not going to suspend the speedy trial statute. With a case and evidence 24 years old, not to mention a primary witness whose whereabouts were at the moment unknown, it was not only prudent, but a no-brainer to put the prosecution on the clock. When the Supreme Court reversed the conviction, that clock started ticking. The people had 60 days from that point to bring Jessup to trial. 16 of them had already gone by. "I can move the case to the clerk for assignment," Firestone said, "and I would prefer that the assigned judge handle the question of bail." Royce composed his thoughts for a moment before responding. In doing so, he turned his body slightly so the cameras would have a better angle on him. "Your Honor, my client has been falsely incarcerated for 24 years. And those aren't just my words. That's the opinion of the state Supreme Court. Now they have pulled him out of prison and brought him down here so he can face trial once again. This is all part of an ongoing scheme that has nothing to do with justice and everything to do with money and politics. It's about avoiding responsibility for corruptly taking a man's freedom. To put this over until another hearing on another day would continue the travesty of justice that has beset Jason Jessup for more than 2 decades." "Very well." Firestone seemed put out and annoyed. The assembly line had thrown a gear. He had a docket that had probably started with more than 75 names on it, and a desire to get through them in time to get home for dinner before 8. Royce was going to slow things down immeasurably, with his request for a full debate on whether Jessup should be allowed his release while awaiting trial. But Firestone, like Royce, was about to get the surprise of the day. If he didn't make it home in time for dinner, it wouldn't be because of me. Royce asked the judge for an OR, meaning Jessup would have to put up no money as bail and simply be released on his own recognizance. This was just his opener. He fully expected there to be a financial figure attached to Jessup's freedom, if he was successful at all. Murder suspects didn't get OR'd. In the rare instance when bail was granted in a murder case, it usually came with a steep price tag. Whether Jessup could raise the money through his supporters or from the book and movie deals he was supposedly negotiating was not germane to the discussion. Royce closed his request by arguing that Jessup should not be considered a flight risk for the very same reason I had outlined to Maggie. He had no interest in running. His only interest was in fighting to clear his name after 24 years of wrongful imprisonment. Mr. Jessup has no other purpose at this time than to stay put and prove once and for all that he is innocent and that he has paid a nightmarish price for the mistakes and misconduct of this district attorney's office. The whole time Royce spoke, I watched Jessup in the glass cage. He knew the cameras were on him, and he maintained a pose of rightful indignation. Despite his efforts, he could not disguise the anger and hate in his eyes. 24 years in prison had made that permanent. Firestone finished writing a note and then asked for my response. I stood and waited until the judge looked up at me. "Go ahead, Mr. Haller," he prompted. "Judge, providing that Mr. Jessup can show documentation of residence, the state does not oppose bail at this time." Firestone stared at me for a long moment as he computed that my response was diametrically opposite to what he thought it would be. The hushed sounds of the courtroom seemed to get even lower, as the impact of my response was understood by every lawyer in the room.
"Did I get that right, Mr. Haller?" Firestone said. "You are not objecting to an OR release in a murder case."
"That is correct, Your Honor. We are fully expecting Mr. Jessup to show for trial. There's no money in it for him if he doesn't."
"Your Honor," Royce cried, "I object to Mr. Haller infecting the record with such prejudicial pap directed solely at the media in attendance. My client has no other purpose at this point than—" "I understand, Mr. Royce," Firestone interjected, "but I think you did a fair amount of playing to the cameras yourself. Let's just leave it at that. Without objection from the prosecution, I am releasing Mr. Jessup on his own recognizance once he provides the clerk with documentation of residence. Mr. Jessup is not to leave Los Angeles County without permission of the court to which his case is assigned."
Firestone then referred the case to the clerk of the court's office for reassignment to another department for trial. We were now finally out of Judge Firestone's orbit. He could restart the assembly line and get home for dinner. I picked up the files Maggie had left behind and left the table. Royce was back at the seat at the railing, dumping files into a leather briefcase. His young associate was helping him.
"How did it feel, Mick?" he asked me.
"What, being a prosecutor?"
"Yes, crossing the aisle."
"Not too much different, to tell you the truth. It was all procedure today. You will be raked over the coals for letting my client walk out of here." "Fuck 'em if they can't take a joke. Just make sure he stays clean, Clive. If he doesn't, then my ass really will be thrown on the fire. And so will his."
"No problem there. We'll take care of him. He's the least of your worries, you know."
"How's that, Clive?" "You don't have much in the way of evidence. Can't find your main witness, and the DNA is a case killer. You're captain of the Titanic, Mickey, and Gabriel Williams put you there. Makes me wonder what he's got on you." Out of all that he said, I only wondered about one thing. How did he know about the missing witness? I, of course, didn't ask him or respond to his jab about what the DA might have on me. I played it like all the overconfident prosecutors I had ever gone up against. Tell your client to enjoy himself while he's out there, Clive, because as soon as the verdict comes in, he's going back inside. Royce smiled as he snapped his case closed. He changed the subject. "When can we talk about discovery?" "We can talk about it whenever you like. I'll start putting a file together in the morning." "Good. Let's talk soon, Mick, yes?" "Like I said, any time, Clive." He headed over to the court deputy's desk, most likely to see about his client's release. I pushed through the gate and connected with Lorna, and we left the courtroom together. Waiting for me outside was a small gathering of reporters and cameras. The reporters shouted questions about my not objecting to bail, and I told them no comment and walked on by. They waited in place for Royce to come out next. "I don't know, Mickey," Lorna confided. "How do you think the DA is going to respond to the no bail?" Just as she asked it, my phone started beeping in my pocket. I realized I had forgotten to turn it off in the courtroom. That was an error that could have proven costly, depending on Firestone's view of electronic interruptions while court was in session. Looking at the screen, I said to Lorna, "I don't know, but I think I'm about to find out." I held up the phone so she could see that the caller ID said LADA. "You take it. I'm gonna run. Be careful, Mickey." She kissed me on the cheek and headed off to the elevator alcove. I connected to the call. I had guessed right. It was Gabriel Williams. "Haller, what the hell are you doing?" "What do you mean?" "One of my people said you allowed Jessup to walk on an OR." "That's right." "Then I'll ask again. What the hell are you doing?" "Look, No, you look. I don't know if you were just giving one of your buddies in the defense bar what he wanted, or you are just stupid, but you never let a murderer walk. You understand me? Now I want you to go back in there and ask for a new hearing on bail." "No, I'm not going to do that." There was a hard silence for at least 10 seconds before Williams came back. "Did I just hear you right, Haller?" "I don't know what you heard, Williams, but I'm not going back for a rehearing. You have to understand something. You gave me a bag of shit for a case, and I have to do the best I can with it. What evidence we do have is 24 years old. We have a big hole blown in the side of the case with the DNA, and we have an eyewitness we can't find. So that tells me I have to do whatever I can do to make this case. And what's that got to do with letting this man out of jail? Don't you see, man? Jessup has been in prison for 24 years. It was no finishing school. Whatever he was when he went in, he's worse now. If he's on the outside, he'll fuck up. And if he fucks up, that only helps us. So in other words, you are putting the general public at risk while the guy is out there. No, because you are going to talk to the LAPD and get them to watch this guy, so nobody gets hurt and they are able to step in and grab him the minute he acts out. Another silence followed, but this time I could hear muffled voices, and I figured that Williams was talking it over with his advisor, Joe Riddle. When his voice came back to me, it was stern, but it lost the tone of outrage. Okay, this is what I want you to do. When you want to make a move like this, you come to me first. You understand? That's not going to happen. You wanted an independent prosecutor. That's what you've got. Take it or leave it. There was a pause, and then he hung up without further word. I closed my phone and watched for a few moments.
No need to pay. This audiobook is free for you. Take a short pause, listen to the gentle music, and allow yourself to relax. Thank you for joining us.
Royce exited the courtroom and waded into the crowd of reporters and cameras. Like a seasoned expert, he waited a moment for everyone to get their positions set and their lenses focused. He then proceeded with the first of what would be many impromptu but carefully scripted press briefings. I think the district attorney's office is running scared, he began. It was what I knew he would say. I didn't need to listen to the rest. I walked away. Chapter 8. Wednesday, February 17th, 9:48 a.m. Some people don't want to be found. They take measures. They drag the branch behind them to confuse the trail. Some people are just running, and they don't care what they leave in their wake. What's important is that the past is behind them, and that they keep moving away from it. Once he back-checked the DA investigator's work, it took Bosch only 2 hours to find a current name and address for their missing witness, Melissa Landy's older sister, Sarah. She hadn't dragged a branch. She had used the things that were close and just kept moving. The DA's investigator who lost the trail in San Francisco had not looked backwards for clues. That was his mistake. He had looked forward, and he'd found an empty trail. Bosch had started, as his predecessor had, typing the name Sarah Landy and birth date April 14th, 1972, into the computer. The department's various search engines provided myriad points of impact with law enforcement and society. First, there were arrests on drug charges in 1989 and 1990, handled discreetly and sympathetically by the Division of Children's Services. But she was beyond the reach and understanding of DYS for similar charges in late 1991 and 2 more times in 1992. There was probation and a period of rehabilitation, and this was followed by a few years during which she left no digital fingerprints at all. Another search site provided Bosch with a series of addresses for her in Los Angeles in the early 90s. Harry recognized these as marginal neighborhoods, where rents were probably low and drugs close by and easy to acquire. Sarah's illegal substance of choice was crystal meth, a drug that burned away brain cells by the billions. The trail on Sarah Landy, the girl who had hidden behind the bushes and watched her younger sister get taken by a killer, ended there. Bosch opened the first file he had retrieved from the murder box and looked at the witness information sheet for Sarah. He found her social security number and fed that along with the DOB into the search engine. This gave him two new names, Sarah Edwards, beginning in 1991, and Sarah Whitten in 1997. With women, changes of last names only were usually an indicator of marriage, and the DA's investigator had reported finding records of 2 marriages. Under the name Sarah Edwards, the arrests continued, including 2 pops for property crimes and a tag for soliciting for prostitution. But the arrests were spread far enough apart, and perhaps her story was sad enough, that once again she never saw any jail time. Bosch clicked through the mugshots for these arrests. They showed a young woman with changing hairstyles and colors, but the unwavering look of hurt and defiance in her eyes. One mugshot showed a deep purple bruise under her left eye and open sores along her jawline. The photos seemed to tell the story best, a downward spiral of drugs and crime, an internal wound that never healed, a guilt never assuaged. Under the name Sarah Whitten, the arrests didn't change, only the location. She had probably realized she was wearing thin on the prosecutors and judges who had repeatedly given her breaks, most likely after reading the summary of her life contained in the pre-sentencing investigations. She moved north to San Francisco and once again had frequent encounters with the law. Drugs and petty crime, charges that often go hand in hand. Bosch checked the mugshots and saw a woman who looked old beyond her years. She looked like she was 40, before she was yet 30. In 2003, she did her first significant jail time when she was sentenced to 6 months in San Mateo County Jail after pleading guilty to a possession charge. The records showed that she served 4 months in jail, followed by a lockdown rehab program. It was the last marker on the system for her. No one with any of her names or social security number had been arrested since or applied for a driver's license in any of the 50 states. Bosch tried a few other digital maneuvers he had learned while working in the open unsolved unit, where internet tracing was raised to an art form, but could not pick up the trail. Sarah was gone. Putting the computer aside, Bosch took up the files from the murder box. He started scanning the documents, looking for clues that might help him track her. He got more than a clue when he found a photocopy of Sarah's birth certificate. It was then that he remembered that she had been living with her mother and stepfather at the time of her sister's murder. The birth name on the certificate was Sarah Ann Gleason. He entered it into the computer along with her birth date. He found no criminal history under the name, but he did find a Washington state driver's license that had been established 6 years earlier and renewed just 2 months before. He pulled up the photo, and it was a match. But barely. Bosch studied it for a long time. He would have sworn that Sarah Ann Gleason was getting younger. His guess was that she had left the hard life behind. She had found something that had made her change. Maybe she had taken the cure. Maybe she had a child. But something had changed her life for the better. Bosch next ran her name through another search engine and got utility and satellite hookups under her name. The addresses matched the one on her driver's license. Bosch was sure he had found her. Port Townsend. He went onto Google and typed it in. Soon he was looking at a map of the Olympic Peninsula in the northwest corner of Washington. Sarah Landy had changed her name 3 times and had run to the farthest tip of the continental United States, but he had found her. The phone rang as he was reaching for it. It was Lieutenant Stephen Wright, commander of the LAPD Special Investigations Section.
I just wanted you to know that as of 15 minutes ago, we're fully deployed on Jessup. The full unit's involved, and we'll get you surveillance logs each morning. If you need anything else, or want to ride along at any point, you call me.
Thank you, Lieutenant, I will.
Let's hope something happens.
That would be nice. Bosch disconnected, and made the call to Maggie McPherson. Couple things. First, SIS is in place now on Jessup. You can let Gabriel Williams know. He thought he heard a small chuckle before she responded.
Ironic, huh?
Yeah. Maybe they'll end up killing Jessup and we won't have to worry about a trial.
The Special Investigations Section was an elite surveillance squad that had existed for more than 40 years, despite a kill rate higher than any other unit in the department, including SWAT. The SIS was used to clandestinely watch apex predators, individuals suspected in violent crimes who would not cease until caught in the act and stopped by the police. Masters of surveillance, SIS officers waited to observe suspects committing new crimes before moving in to make arrests, often with fatal consequences. The irony McPherson mentioned was that Gabriel Williams was a civil rights attorney before running for and winning the DA's post. He had sued the department over SIS shootings on multiple occasions, claiming that the unit's strategies were designed to draw suspects into deadly confrontations with police. He had gone so far as to call the unit a death squad while announcing a lawsuit over an SIS shooting that had left 4 robbers dead outside a Tommy's fast food franchise. That same death squad was now being used in a gambit that might help win the case against Jessup and further Williams's political rise.
You'll be informed of his activities? McPherson asked. Every morning I'll get the surveillance log, and they'll call me out if anything good happens.
Perfect. Was there something else? I'm in a bit of a rush. I'm working on one of my pre-existing cases and have a hearing about to start.
Yeah, I found our witness.
You're brilliant. Where is she?
Up in Washington, on the northern tip of the Olympic Peninsula, a place called Port Townsend. She's using her birth name, Sarah Ann Gleason, and it appears that she's been living clean up there for about 6 years.
That's good for us.
Maybe not.
How so?
It looks to me like most of her life has been spent trying to get away from what happened that Sunday in Hancock Park. If she's finally gotten past it and is living the clean life up there in Port Townsend, she might not be interested in picking at old scabs, if you know what I mean.
Not even for her sister?
Maybe not. We're talking about 24 years ago.
McPherson was quiet for a long moment, and then finally responded. That's a cynical view of the world, Harry. When are you planning on going up there?
As soon as I can. But I have to make arrangements for my daughter. She stayed with a friend when I went up to get Jessup at San Quentin. It didn't turn out so good, now I have to hit the road again.
Sorry to hear that. I want to go up with you.
I think I can handle it.
I know you can handle it, but it might be good to have a woman and a prosecutor with you. More and more, I think she's going to be the key to this whole thing, and she's going to be my witness. Our approach to her will be very important.
I've been approaching witnesses for about 30 years.
Let me have the travel office here make the arrangements. That way we can go up together, talk out the strategy.
Bosch paused. He knew he wasn't going to be able to change her mind. Whatever you say.
Good. I'll tell Mickey and contact travel. We'll book a morning flight. I'm clear tomorrow. Is that too soon for you? I'd hate to wait on this till next week.
I'll make it work.
Bosch had had a third reason to call her, but now decided to hold back. Her taking over the trip to Washington made him gun-shy about discussing his investigative moves. They hung up, and he was left drumming his fingers on the edge of his desk as he contemplated what he would say to Rachel Walling. After a few moments, he pulled out his cell phone and used it to make the call. He had Walling's number in its memory. To his surprise, she answered right away. He had envisioned her seeing his name on the ID and letting him go to the message. They'd had a relationship that was long over, but still left a trail of intense feelings. Hello, Harry.
Hello, Rachel. How are you?
I'm fine. And you?
Pretty good. I'm calling about a case.
Of course. Harry Bosch never goes through channels. He goes direct.
There are no channels for this. And you know I call you because I trust you, and more than anything else, respect your opinion. I go through channels and I get some profiler in Quantico, who's just a voice on the phone. And not only that, he doesn't call me back with anything for 2 months. What would you do if you were me?
Oh, probably the same thing.
Besides that, I don't want the Bureau's official involvement. I'm just looking for your opinion and advice, Rachel.
What's the case?
I think you're gonna like it. It's a 24-year-old murder of a 12-year-old girl. A guy went down for it back then, and now we have to retry him. I was thinking a profile of the crime might be helpful to the prosecutor.
Is this that Jessup case that's in the news?
That's right.
He knew she would be interested. He could hear it in her voice.
All right, well, bring by whatever you've got. How much time are you giving me?
I've got my regular job, you know. No hurry this time. Not like with that Echo Park thing. I'll probably be out of town tomorrow, maybe longer. I think you can have a few days with the file. You still in the same place above the $1 Million Theater?
That's it.
Okay. I'll drop the box by.
I'll be here.
Chapter 9. Wednesday, February 17th, 3:18 p.m. The holding cell next to Department 124 on the 13th floor of the CCB was empty, except for my client, Cassius Clay Montgomery. He sat morosely on the bench in the corner and didn't get up when he saw me come back. Sorry I'm late. He didn't say anything. He didn't acknowledge my presence. Come on, Cash. It's not like you'd be going anywhere. What's it matter if you were waiting here or back in county? They got TV in county, man, he said, looking up at me. Okay, so you missed Oprah. Can you come over here so I don't have to shout our business across the room? He got up and came over to the bars. I stood on the other side, beyond the red line marking the 3-foot threshold. Doesn't matter if you shout our business. There ain't nobody left to hear it. I told you, I'm sorry. I've been having a busy day. Yeah, and I guess I'm just a no-count nigger when it comes to being on TV and turning into the man. What's that supposed to mean? I saw you on the news, dog. Now you a prosecutor? What kind of shit is that? I nodded. Obviously, my client was more concerned with me being a turncoat than with waiting until the last hearing of the day. Look, all I can tell you is that I took the job reluctantly. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm a defense attorney. I'm your defense attorney. But every now and then they come to you and they want something, and it's hard to say no. So what happens to me? Nothing happens to you. I'm still your lawyer, Cash, and we have a big decision to make here. This hearing is going to be short and sweet. It's to set a trial date, and that's it. But Mr. Hellman, the prosecutor, says the offer he made to you is good only until today. If we tell Judge Champagne we're ready to go to trial today, then the deal disappears and we go to trial. Have you thought about it some more? Montgomery leaned his head between two bars and didn't speak. I realized he couldn't pull the trigger on a decision. He was 47 and had already spent 9 years of his life in prison. He was charged with armed robbery and assault with great bodily injury and was looking at a big fall. According to the police, Montgomery had posed as a buyer at a drive-through drug market in the Rodea Gardens projects. But instead of paying, he pulled a gun and demanded the dealer's drugs and money roll. The dealer went for the gun, and it went off. Now the dealer, a gang member named Darnell Hicks, was in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. As is usual in the projects, no one cooperated with the investigation. Even the victim said he didn't remember what happened, choosing in his silence to trust that his fellow Crips would handle justice in the matter. But investigators made a case anyway. Picking up my client's car on a video camera at the entrance to the projects, they found the car and matched blood on the door to the victim. It wasn't a strong case, but it was solid enough for us to entertain an offer from the prosecution. If Montgomery took the deal, he'd be sentenced to 3 years in prison and would likely serve 2.5. If he gambled and took a conviction at the end of a trial, then he'd be looking at a mandatory minimum of 15 years inside. The add-on of GBI and use of a firearm in the commission of a robbery were the killers. And I knew firsthand that Judge Judith Champagne wasn't soft on gun crimes. I had recommended to my client that he take the deal. It was a no-brainer to me, but then I wasn't the one who had to do the time. Montgomery couldn't decide. It wasn't so much about the prison time. It was the fact that the victim, Hicks, was a Crip, and the street gang had a long reach into every prison in the state. Even taking the 3-year sentence could be a death penalty. Montgomery wasn't sure he would make it. "I don't know what to tell you," I said. "It's a good offer. The DA doesn't want to go to trial on this. He doesn't want to put a victim on the stand who doesn't want to be there, and may hurt the case more than help it. So he's gone as low as he can go, but it's up to you. Your decision. You've had a couple of weeks now, and this is it. We have to go out there in a couple minutes." Montgomery tried to shake his head, but his forehead was pressed between the 2 bars. "What's that mean?" I asked. "It means shit. Can't we win this case, man? I mean, you a prosecutor now. Can't you get a good word in for me on this?" "They're 2 different matters, Cash. I can't do anything like that. You got your choice. Take the 3 or we go to trial. And like I told you before, we can certainly do some stuff at trial. They've got no weapon and a victim who won't tell the story, but they've still got his blood on the door of your car, and they got video of you driving it out of Rodea right after the shooting. We can try to play it the way you said it went down, self-defense. You were there to buy a rock, and he saw your role and tried to rip you off. The jury might believe it, especially if he won't testify. And they might believe it even if he does testify, because I'll make him take the 5th so many times they'll think he's Al Capone before he gets off the stand." "Who's Al Capone?" "You're kidding me, right?" "No, man, who is he?" "Never mind, Cash. What do you want to do? You're cool if we go to trial?" "I'm cool with it. It's just that there is that gap, you know?" "Gap?" "There is a wide gap between what they're offering you right now and what you could get if we lose at trial. We're talking about a minimum 12-year swing, Cash. That's a lot of time to gamble with." Montgomery backed away from the bars. They had left twin impressions on either side of his forehead. He now gripped the bars in his hands. "The thing is, 3 years, 15 years, I ain't gonna make it either way. They got hitmen in every prison. But in county, they got the system and everybody's separated and locked up tight. I'm okay there." I nodded, but the problem was that any sentence over a year had to be served in a state prison. The county system was a holding system for those awaiting trial or sentenced to short terms. "Okay, then I guess we go to trial." "I guess we do." "Sit tight. They'll be coming back for you soon." I knocked quietly on the courtroom door, and the deputy opened the door. Court was in session, and Judge Champagne was holding a status conference on another case. I saw my prosecutor sitting against the rail and went over to confer. This was the first case I'd had with Philip Hellman, and I had found him to be extremely reasonable. I decided to test the limits of that reason one last time. "So, Mickey, I hear we are now colleagues," he said with a smile. "Temporarily," I said. "I don't plan to make it a career." "Good. I don't need the competition. So what are we going to do here?" "I think we are going to put it over one more time." "Mickey, come on. I've been very generous. I can't keep—" "No, you're right. You've been completely generous, Phil, and I appreciate that. My client appreciates that. It's just that he can't take a deal because anything that puts him in a state prison is a death penalty. We both know that the Crips will get him." "First of all, I don't know that. And second of all, if that's what he thinks, then maybe he shouldn't have tried to rip off the Crips and shoot one of their guys." I nodded in agreement. "That's a good point, but my client maintains it was self-defense. Your Vic drew first. So I guess we go to trial, and you've got to ask a jury for justice for a victim who doesn't want it, who will testify only if you force him to, and will then claim he doesn't remember shit. Maybe he doesn't. He did get shot after all. Yeah, and maybe the jury will buy that, especially when I bring out his pedigree. I'll ask him what he does for a living, for starters. According to what Cisco, my investigator, has found out, he's been selling drugs since he was 12 years old and his mother put him on the street." "Mickey, we've already been down this road. What do you want? I'm getting ready to just say, fuck it, let's go to trial." "What do I want? I want to make sure you don't fuck up the start of your brilliant career." "What?" "Look, man, you're a young prosecutor. Remember what you just said about not wanting the competition? Well, another thing you don't want is to risk putting a loss on your ledger. Not this early in the game. You just want this to go away. So here's what I want. A year in county and restitution. You can name your price on restitution. Are you kidding me? He said it too loud and drew a look from the judge. He then spoke very quietly. Are you fucking kidding me? Not really. It's a good solution when you think about it, Phil. It works for everybody. Yeah, and what's Judge Judy gonna say when I present this? The victim is in a wheelchair for life. She won't sign off on this. We ask to go back to Chambers and we both sell it to her. We tell her that Montgomery wants to go to trial and claim self-defense, and that the state has real reservations because of the victim's lack of cooperation and status as a high-ranking member of a criminal organization. She was a prosecutor before she was a judge. She'll understand this. And she'll probably have more sympathy for Montgomery than she does for your drug-dealing victim. Hellman thought for a long moment. The hearing before Champagne ended, and she instructed the courtroom deputy to bring Montgomery out. It was the last case of the day. Now or never, Phil, I prompted. Okay, let's do it, he finally said. Hellman stood up and moved to the prosecution table. Your Honor, he intoned, before we bring the defendant out, could counsel discuss this case in Chambers? Champagne, a veteran judge who had seen everything at least 3 times, creased her brow. On the record, gentlemen? That's probably not necessary, Hellman said. We would like to discuss the terms of a disposition in the case. Then by all means, let's go. The judge stepped down from the bench and headed back toward her chambers. Hellman and I started to follow. As we got to the gate next to the clerk's pod, I leaned forward to whisper to the young prosecutor. Montgomery gets credit for time served, right? Hellman stopped in his tracks and turned back to me. You've gotta be... Just kidding, I quickly said. I held my hands up in surrender. Hellman frowned and then turned back around and headed toward the judge's chambers. I had thought it was worth a try. Chapter 10. Thursday, February 18th, 7:18 a.m. It was a silent breakfast. Madeline Bosch poked at her cereal with her spoon, but managed to put very little of it into her stomach. Bosch knew that his daughter wasn't upset because he was going away for the night, and she wasn't upset because she wasn't going. He believed she had come to enjoy the breaks his infrequent travels gave her. The reason she was upset was the arrangements he had made for her care while he was gone. She was 14, going on 24, and her first choice would have been to simply be left alone to fend for herself. Her second choice would have been to stay with her best friend up the street, and her last choice would have been to have Mrs. Bambrow from the school stay at the house with her. Bosch knew she was perfectly capable of fending for herself, but he wasn't there yet. They had been living together for only a few months, and it had been only those few months since she had lost her mother. He just wasn't ready to turn her loose. No matter how fervently she insisted, she was ready. He finally put down his spoon and spoke. Look, Maddie, it's a school night, and last time when you stayed with Rory, you both stayed up all night, slept through most of your classes, and had your parents and all your teachers mad at both of you. I told you we wouldn't do that again. I just think we need to wait on that a little bit. I'll tell Mrs. Bambrow that it's all right if Rory comes over, just not till midnight. You guys can do your homework together or something. Like she's really going to want to come here when I'm being watched by the assistant principal. Thanks for that, Dad. Bosch had to concentrate on not laughing. This issue seemed so simple compared with what she had faced in October after coming to live with him. She still had regular therapy sessions, and they seemed to go a long way toward helping her cope with her mother's death. Bosch would take a dispute over childcare, over those other deeper issues any day. He checked his watch. It was time to go. If you're done playing with your food, you can put your bowl in the sink. We have to get going. Finished, Dad. You should use the correct word. Sorry about that. Are you finished playing with your cereal? Yes. Good. Let's go. He got up from the table and went back to his room to grab his overnight bag off the bed. He was traveling light, expecting the trip to last one night at the most. If they got lucky, they might even catch a late flight home tonight. When he came back out, Maddie was standing by the door, her backpack over one shoulder. "Ready?" "No, I'm just standing here for my health." He walked up to her and kissed the top of her head before she could move away from him. She tried, though. "Gotcha." "Dad!" He locked the door behind them and put his bag in the back seat of the Mustang. "You have your key, right?" "Yes." "Just making sure." "Can we go? I don't want to be late." They drove down the hill in silence after that. When they got to the school, he saw Sue Bambrow working the drop-off lane, getting the slow-moving kids out of the cars and into the school, keeping things moving. "You know the routine, Mads. Call me, text me, vid me, let me know you're doing okay." "I'll get out here." She opened the door early, before they got to where the assistant principal was stationed. Maddie got out and then reached back in to grab her bag. Bosch waited for it, the sign that everything was really okay. "Be safe, Dad." There it was. "You too, baby." She closed the door. He lowered the window and drove down to Sue Bambrow. She leaned into the open window. "Hey, Sue. She's a little upset, but she'll get over it by the end of the day. I told her that Aurora Smith could come by, but not to make it late. Who knows? Maybe they'll do some homework." "She'll be fine, Harry." "I left the check on the kitchen counter, and there's some cash there for anything you guys will need." "Thanks, Harry. Just let me know if you think it will be more than one night. No problem on my end." Bosch checked the rear view. He wanted to ask a question, but didn't want to hold people up. "What is it, Harry?" To say you're done doing something, is that wrong? You know, bad English?" Sue tried to hide a smile. "If she's correcting you, that's the natural course of things. Don't take it personally. We drill it into them here. They go home and want to drill somebody else. It would be proper to say you finished doing something, but I know what you meant." Bosch nodded. Somebody in the line behind him tapped the horn. Bosch assumed it was a man hurrying to make a drop-off and then get to work. He waved his thanks to Sue and pulled out. Maggie McPherson had called Bosch the night before and told him that there was nothing out of Burbank, so they were taking a direct flight out of LAX. That meant it would be a brutal drive in morning traffic. Bosch lived on a hillside right above the Hollywood freeway, but it was the one freeway that wouldn't help him get to the airport. Instead, he took Highland down into Hollywood and then cut over to La Cienega. It bottlenecked through the oil fields near Baldwin Hills, and he lost his cushion of time. He took La Tijera from there, and when he got to the airport, he was forced to park in one of the expensive garages close in, because he didn't have time to ride a shuttle bus in from an economy lot. After filling out the law enforcement officer forms at the counter and being walked through security by a TSA agent, he finally got to the gate while the plane was in the final stages of loading its passengers. He looked for McPherson, but didn't see her, and assumed she was already on the plane. He boarded and went through the required meet and greet, stepping into the cockpit, showing his badge and shaking the hands of the flight crew. He then made his way toward the back of the plane. He and McPherson had exit row seats across the aisle from each other. She was already in place, a tall Starbucks cup in hand. She had obviously arrived early for the flight. "Thought you weren't going to make it," she said. "It was close. How'd you get here so early? You have a daughter just like me." "I dropped her with Mickey last night." Bosch nodded. "Exit row. Nice. Who's your travel agent?" "We've got a good one. That's why I wanted to handle it. We'll send LAPD the bill for you." "Yeah, good luck with that." Bosch had put his bag in an overhead compartment, so he would have room to extend his legs. After he sat down and buckled in, he saw that McPherson had shoved 2 thick files into the seat pocket in front of her. He had nothing out to prep with. His files were in his bag, but he didn't feel like getting them out. He pulled his notebook out of his back pocket and was about to lean across the aisle to ask McPherson a question when a flight attendant came down the aisle and stooped down to whisper to him. "You're the detective, right?" Yes, is there a—" Before he could finish the Dirty Harry line, The flight attendant informed him that they were upgrading him to an unclaimed seat in the first class section. "Oh, that's nice of you and the captain, but I don't think I can do that." "There's no charge, No, it's not that. See, I'm with this lady here, and she's my boss, and we need to talk and go over our investigation. She's a prosecutor, actually." The attendant took a moment to track his explanation and then nodded and said she'd go back to the front of the plane and inform the powers that be. "And I thought chivalry was dead," McPherson said. "You gave up a first-class seat to sit with me." "Actually, I should have told her to give it to you. That would have been real chivalry." "Uh-oh, here she comes back." Bosch looked up the aisle. The same smiling attendant was headed back to them. "We're moving some people around, and we have room for you both. Come on up." They got up and headed forward, Bosch grabbing his bag out of the overhead and following McPherson. She looked back at him, smiled, and said, "My tarnished knight." "Right," Bosch said. The seats were side by side in the first row. McPherson took the window. Soon after they were resituated, the plane took off for its 3-hour flight to Seattle. "So," McPherson said, "Mickey told me our daughter has never met your daughter." Bosch nodded. "Yeah, I guess we need to change that." "Definitely. I hear they're the same age and you guys compared photos and they even look alike." "Well, her mother sort of looked like you. Same coloring." And fire, Bosch thought. He pulled out his phone and turned it on. He showed her a photo of Maddie. "That's remarkable," McPherson said. "They could be sisters." Bosch looked at his daughter's photo as he spoke. "It's just been a tough year for her. She lost her mother and moved across an ocean. Left all her friends behind. I've been kind of letting her move at her own pace." "All the more reason she should know her family here." Bosch just nodded. In the past year, he had fended off numerous calls from his half-brother seeking to get their daughters together. He wasn't sure if his hesitation was about the potential relationship between the two cousins or the two half-brothers. Sensing that angle of conversation was at an end, McPherson unfolded her table and pulled out her files. Bosch turned his phone off and put it away. "So, we're going to work?" he asked. "A little. I want to be prepared." "How much do you want to tell her up front? I was thinking we just talk about the ID. Confirm it and see if she's willing to testify again." "And not bring up the DNA?" "Right. That could turn a yes into a no." "But shouldn't she know everything she's going to be getting into?" "Eventually, yes. It's been a long time. I did the trace. She hit some hard times and rough spots, but it looks like she might have come out okay. I guess we'll see when we get up there." "Let's play it by ear then. I think if it feels right, we need to tell her everything." "You make the call." "The one thing that's good is that she'll only have to do it once. We don't have to go through a preliminary hearing or a grand jury. Jessup was held over for trial in '86, and that is not what the Supreme Court reversed, so we just go directly to trial. We'll need her one time, and that will be it." "That's good. And you'll be handling her?" "Yes." Bosch nodded. The assumption was that she was a better prosecutor than Haller. After all, it was Haller's first case. Harry was happy to hear she would be handling the most important witness at trial. "What about me? Which one of you will take me?" "I don't think that's been decided. Mickey anticipates that Jessup will actually testify. I know he's waiting for that. But we haven't talked about who will take you. My guess is that you'll be doing a lot of readbacks to the jury of sworn testimony from the first trial." She closed the file, and it looked like that was it for work. They spent the rest of the flight small-talking about their daughters and looking through the magazines in their seat pockets. The plane landed early at SeaTac, and they picked up a rental car and started north. Bosch did the driving. The car came equipped with a GPS system, but the DA travel assistant had also provided McPherson with a full package of directions to Port Townsend. They drove up to Seattle and then took a ferry across Puget Sound. They left the car and went up for coffee on the concessions deck, finding an open table next to a set of windows. Bosch was staring out the window when McPherson surprised him with an observation. You're not happy, are you, Harry?
Bosch looked at her and shrugged. It's a weird case. 24 years old, and we start with the bad guy already in prison and we take him out. Doesn't make me unhappy. It's just kind of strange, you know?
She had a half smile on her face. I wasn't talking about the case. I was talking about you. You're not a happy man. Bosch looked down at the coffee he held on the table with two hands, not because of the fairy's movement, but because he was cold and the coffee was warming him inside and out.
Oh, he said.
A long silence opened up between them. He wasn't sure what he should reveal to this woman. He had known her for only a week, and she was making observations about him.
I don't really have time to be happy right now, he finally said.
Mickey told me what he felt he could about Hong Kong and what happened with your daughter.
Bosch nodded. But he knew Maggie didn't know the whole story. Nobody did, except for Madeline and him. Yeah, he said. She caught some bad breaks there. That's the thing, I guess. I think if I can make my daughter happy, then I'll be happy. But I'm not sure when that will be.
He brought his eyes up to hers and saw only sympathy. He smiled.
Yeah, we should get the two cousins together, he said, moving on.
Absolutely, she said.
Chapter 11. Thursday, February 18th, 1:30 p.m. The Los Angeles Times carried a lengthy story on Jason Jessup's first day of freedom in 24 years. The reporter and photographer met him at dawn on Venice Beach, where the 48-year-old tried his hand at his boyhood pastime of surfing. On the first few sets, he was shaky on a borrowed longboard, but soon he was up and riding the brake. A photo of Jessup standing upright on the board and riding a curl with his arms outstretched, his face turned up to the sky, was the centerpiece photo on the newspaper's front page. The photo showed off what 2 decades of lifting prison iron will do. Jessup's body was roped with muscle. He looked lean and mean. From the beach, the next stop was an In-N-Out franchise in Westwood for hamburgers and french fries, with all the ketchup he wanted. After lunch, Jessup went to Clive Royce's storefront office in downtown, where he attended a 2-hour meeting with the battery of attorneys representing him in both criminal and civil matters. This meeting was not open to the Times. Jessup rounded out the afternoon by watching a movie called Shutter Island at the Chinese Theater in Hollywood. He bought a tub of buttered popcorn large enough to feed a family of 4 and ate every puffed kernel. He then returned to Venice, where he had a room in an apartment near the beach courtesy of a high school surfing buddy. The day ended at a beach barbecue with a handful of supporters who had never wavered in their belief in his innocence. I sat at my desk, studying the color photos of Jessup that graced 2 inside pages of the A section. The paper was going all out on the story, as it had all along, surely smelling the journalistic honors to be gathered at the end of Jessup's journey to complete freedom. Springing an innocent man from prison was the ultimate newspaper story, and the Times was desperately trying to take credit for Jessup's release. The largest photo showed Jessup's unabashed delight at the red plastic tray sitting in front of him at a table at In-N-Out. The tray contained a fully loaded double-double with fries, smothered in ketchup and melted cheese. The caption said, "Why is this man smiling?" 12:05. Jessup eats his first double-double in 24 years. I've been thinking about this forever. The other photos carried similarly lighthearted captions below shots of Jessup at the movies with his bucket of popcorn, hoisting a beer at the barbecue and hugging his high school pal, walking through a glass door that said Royce & Associates, Attorneys at Law. There was no indication in the tone of the article or photos that Jason Jessup was a man who happened to still be accused of murdering a 12-year-old girl. The story was about Jessup relishing his freedom while being unable to plan his future
until his legal issues were resolved. It was a nice turn of phrase, I thought, calling abduction and murder charges and a pending trial merely legal issues. I had the paper spread wide on the desk Lorna had rented for me in my new office on Broadway. We were on the second floor of the Bradbury building and only 3 blocks from the CCB. "I think you need to put something up on the walls." I looked up. It was Clive Royce. He had walked through the reception room unannounced because I had sent Lorna over to Philippe's to get us lunch. Royce gestured to the empty walls of the temporary office. I flipped the newspaper closed and held up the front page. "I just ordered a 20 by 20 shot of Jesus on the surfboard here. I'm going to hang him on the wall." Royce stepped up to the desk and took the paper, studying the photo on the front as if for the first time, which we both knew was not the case. Royce had been deeply involved in the generation of the story, the payoff being the photo of the office door with his firm's name on the glass. "Yes, they did a good job with it, didn't they?" He handed it back. "I guess so, if you like your killers happy-go-lucky." Royce didn't respond, so I continued. "I know what you're doing, Clive, because I would do it too, but as soon as we get a judge, I'm going to ask him to stop you. I'm not going to let you taint the jury pool." Royce frowned, as if I had suggested something completely untoward. "It's a free press, Mick. You can't control the media. The man just got out of prison, and like it or not, it's a news story." "Right, and you can give exclusives in exchange for display. Display that might plant a seed in a potential juror's mind. What do you have planned for today? Jessup co-hosting the morning show on Channel 5? Or is he judging the chili cook-off at the State Fair?" As a matter of fact, NPR wanted to hang with him today, but I showed restraint. I said no. "Make sure you tell the judge that as well." "Wow, you actually said no to NPR. Was that because most people who listen to NPR are the kind of people who can get out of jury duty, or because you got something better lined up?" Royce frowned again, looking as though I had impaled him with an integrity spear. He looked around, grabbed the chair from Maggie's desk, and pulled it over so he could sit in front of mine. Once he was seated with his legs crossed and had arranged his suit properly, he spoke. "Now tell me, Mick, does your boss think that housing you in a separate building is really going to make people think you're acting independently of his direction? You're having us on, right?" I smiled at him. His effort to get under my skin was not going to work. "Let me state once again for the record, Clive, that I have no boss in this matter. I am working independently of Gabriel Williams." I gestured to the room. "I'm here, not in the courthouse, and all decisions on this case will be made from this desk. But at the moment, my decisions aren't that important. It's you who has the decision, Clive." "And what would that be? A disposition, Mick?" "That's right. Today's special, good until 5 o'clock only. Your boy pleads guilty. I'll come down off the death penalty and we both roll the dice with the judge on sentencing. You never know. Jessup could walk away with time served." Royce smiled cordially and shook his head. "I am sure that would make the powers that be in this town happy. But I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Mick. My client remains absolutely uninterested in a plea, and that is not going to change. I was actually hoping that by now you would have seen the uselessness of going to trial and would simply drop the charges. You can't win this thing, Mick. The state has to bend over on this one, and you, unfortunately, are the fool who volunteered to take it in the arse." "Well, I guess we'll see, won't we?" "We will indeed." I opened the desk's center drawer and removed a green plastic case containing a computer disk. I slid it across the desk to him. "I wasn't expecting you to come by for it yourself, Clive. Thought you'd send an investigator or a clerk. You got a bunch of them working for you, don't you, along with that full-time publicist?" Royce slowly collected the disk. The plastic case was marked Defense Discovery 1. "Well, aren't we snarky today? Seems that only 2 weeks ago you were one of us, Mick, a lowly member of the defense bar." I nodded my contrition. He had nailed me there. "Sorry, Clive. Perhaps the power of the office is getting to me." "Apology accepted. And sorry to waste your time coming over here. As I told you on the phone, that's got everything we have up until this morning. Mostly the old files and reports. I won't play discovery games with you, Clive. I've been on the wrong end of that too many times to count. So when I get it, you get it. But right now, that's all I've got. Royce tapped the disk case with the edge of the desk. No witness list. There is, but as of now, it's essentially the same list from the trial in '86. I've added my investigator and subtracted a few names, the parents, other people no longer alive. No doubt Felix Turner has been redacted. I smiled like the Cheshire Cat. Thankfully, you won't get the chance to bring him up at trial. Yes, a pity. I would have loved the opportunity to shove him up the state's ass. I nodded, noting that Royce had come off the English colloquialism and was hitting me with pure Americana now. It was a symptom of his frustration over Turner, and as a long-time counsel for the defense, I certainly felt it. In the retrial, there would be no mention of any aspect of the first trial. The new jurors would have no knowledge of what had transpired before, and that meant the state's use of the fraudulent jailhouse informant, no matter how grievous a prosecutorial sin, would not hurt the current prosecution. I decided to move on. I should have another disc for you by the end of the week. Yes, I can't wait to see what you come up with. Sarcasm noted. Just remember one thing, Clive. Discovery is a two-way street. You go beyond 30 days, and we'll go see the judge. The rules of evidence required that each side complete its discovery exchange no later than 30 days before the start of trial. Missing this deadline could lead to sanctions and open the door to a trial delay, as the judge would grant the offended party more time to prepare. Yes, well, as you can imagine, we weren't expecting the turn of events that has transpired here, Royce said. Consequently, our defense is in its infancy. But I won't play games with you either, Mick. A disc will be along to you in short order, provided that we have any discovery to give. I knew that as a practical matter, the defense usually had little in the way of discovery to give, unless the plan was to mount an extensive defense. But I sounded the warning because I was leery of Royce. In a case this old, he might try to dig up an alibi witness or something else out of left field. I wanted to know about it before it came up in court. I appreciate that, I said. Over his shoulder, I saw Lorna enter the office. She was carrying 2 brown bags, one of which contained my French dip sandwich. Oh, I didn't realize. Royce turned around in his seat. Ah, the lovely Lorna. How are you, my darling? Hello, Clive. I see you got the disc. Indeed. Thank you, Lorna. I had noticed that Royce's English accent and formal parlance became more pronounced at times, especially in front of attractive women. I wondered if that was a conscious thing or not. I have 2 sandwiches here, Clive, Lorna said. Would you like one? It was the wrong time for Lorna to be magnanimous. I think he was just about to leave, I said quickly. Yes, love, I must go, but thank you for the most gracious offer. I'll be out here if you need me, Mickey. Lorna went back to the reception room, closing the door behind her. Royce turned back to me and spoke in a low voice. You should never have let that one go, Mick. She was the keeper. And now, joining forces with the first Mrs. Haller to deprive an innocent man of his long-deserved freedom. There is something incestuous about the whole thing, isn't there? I just looked at him for a long moment. Is there anything else, Clive? He held up the disc. I think this should do it for today. Good. I have to get back to work. I walked him out through reception and closed the door after him. I turned and looked at Lorna. Feels weird, doesn't it? She said. Being on this side of it, the prosecution side? It does. She held up one of the sandwich bags. Can I ask you something? I said. Whose sandwich were you going to give him, yours or mine? She looked at me with a straight face. Then a smile of guilt leaked out. I was being polite, okay? I thought you and I could share. I shook my head. Don't be giving my French dip sandwich to anybody, especially a defense lawyer. I snatched the bag from her hand. Thank you, love, I said in my best British accent. She laughed, and I headed back into my office to eat. Chapter 12. Thursday, February 18th, 3:31 p.m. After driving off the ferry at Port Townsend, Bosch and McPherson followed directions from the rental car's GPS to the address on Sarah Ann Gleason's driver's license. The trail led them through the small Victorian sea village and then out into a more rural area of large and isolated properties. Gleason's house was a small clapboard house that failed to keep the nearby town's Victorian theme. The detective and the prosecutor stood on the porch and knocked, but got no response. "Maybe she's at work or something," McPherson said. "Could be." "We could go back into town and get rooms, then come back after 5. Bosch checked his watch. He realized that school was just over, and Maddie was probably heading home with Sue Bambrow. He guessed that his daughter was giving the assistant principal the silent treatment. He stepped off the porch and started walking toward the corner of the house. "Where are you going?" "To check the back. Hold on." But as soon as Bosch turned the corner, he could see that 100 yards beyond the house, there was another structure. It was a windowless barn or garage. What stood out was that it had a chimney. He could see heat waves, but no smoke rising from the 2 black pipes that extended over the roofline. There were 2 cars and a van parked in front of the closed garage doors. Bosch stood there watching for so long that McPherson finally came around the corner as well. "What's taking—" Bosch held up his hand to silence her, then pointed toward the outbuilding. "What is it?" McPherson whispered. Before Bosch could answer, one of the garage doors slid open a few feet and a figure stepped out. It looked like a young man or a teenager. He was wearing a full-length black apron over his clothes. He took off heavy elbow-length gloves so he could light a cigarette. "Shit," McPherson whispered, answering her own question. Bosch stepped back to the corner of the house to use it as a blind. He pulled McPherson with him. "All her arrests. Her drug of choice was meth," he whispered. "Great," McPherson whispered back. "Our main witness is a meth cook." The young smoker turned when apparently called from within the barn. He threw down his cigarette, stepped on it, and went back inside. He yanked the door closed behind him, but it slid to a stop 6 inches before closing. "Let's go," Bosch said. He started to move, but McPherson put her hand on his arm. "Wait, what are you talking about? We need to call Port Townsend police and get some backup, don't we?" Bosch looked at her a moment without responding. "I saw the police station when we went through town," McPherson said, as if to assure him that backup was waiting and willing. "If we call for backup, they're not going to be very cooperative, since we didn't bother to check in when we got to town in the first place," Bosch said. "They'll arrest her, and then we have a main witness awaiting trial on drug charges. How do you think that will work with Jessup's jury?" She didn't answer. "Tell you what," he said. "You hold back here, and I'll go check it out. 3 vehicles, probably 3 cooks. If I can't handle it, we call backup." "They're probably armed, Harry. They're probably not armed. I'll check it out, and if it looks like a situation, we'll call Port Townsend." "I don't like this." "It could work to our favor." "What? How?" "Think about it. Watch for my signal. If something goes wrong, get in the car and get out of here." He held up the keys and she reluctantly took them. He could tell she was thinking about what he had said, the advantage. If they caught their witness in a compromising situation, it could give them the leverage they needed to assure her cooperation and testimony. Bosch left McPherson there and headed on foot down the crushed shell drive to the barn. He didn't attempt to hide in case they had a lookout. He put his hands in his pocket to try to convey he was no threat, somebody just lost and looking for directions. The crushed shell made it impossible for him to make a completely silent approach. But as he got closer, he heard loud music coming from the barn. It was rock and roll, but he could not identify it. Something heavy on the guitar and with a pounding beat. It had a retro feel to it, like he had heard the song a long time ago. maybe in Vietnam. Bosch was 20 feet from the partially open door when it moved open another 2 feet, and the same young man stepped out again. Seeing him closer, Bosch pegged his age at 21 or so. In the moment he stepped out, Bosch realized he should have expected that he'd be back out to finish his interrupted smoke. Now it was too late, and the smokers saw him. But the young man didn't hesitate or sound an alarm of any sort. He looked at Bosch curiously as he started tapping a cigarette out of a soft pack. He was sweating profusely. "You parked up at the house?" he asked. Bosch stopped 10 feet from him and took his hands out of his pockets. He didn't look back toward the house, choosing instead to keep his eyes on the kid. Yes. Is that a problem?" he asked. "No, but most people just drive on down to the barn. Sarah usually tells them to." "Oh, I didn't get that message. Is Sarah here?" "Yeah, inside. Go on in." "You sure?" "Yeah, we're almost done for the day." Bosch was getting the idea that he had walked into something that was not what he thought it was. He now glanced back and saw McPherson peering around the corner of the house. This wasn't the best way to do this, but he turned and headed toward the open door. The heat hit him the moment he entered. The inside of the barn was like an oven, and for good reason. The first thing Bosch saw was the open door of a huge furnace that was glowing orange with flames. Standing 8 feet from the heat source was another young man and an older woman. They also wore full-length aprons and heavy gloves. The man was using a pair of iron tongs to hold steady a large piece of molten glass attached to the end of an iron pipe. The woman was shaping it with a wooden block and a pair of pliers. They were glass makers, not drug cooks. The woman wore a welder's mask over her face as protection. Bosch could not identify her, but he was pretty sure he was looking at Sarah Ann Gleason. Bosch stepped back through the door and signaled to McPherson. He gave the OK sign, but was unsure she would be able to identify it from the distance. He waved her in. "What's going on, man?" the smoker asked. "That's Sarah Gleason in there, you said," Bosch responded. "Yeah, that's her." "I need to talk to her." "You're gonna have to wait until she sets the piece. She can't stop while it's soft. We've been working on it for almost 4 hours." "How much longer?" "Maybe an hour. You can probably talk to her while she's working. You want a piece made?" "That's okay. I think we can wait." McPherson drove up in the rental car and got out. Bosch opened the door for her and explained quietly that they had read wrong what they had seen. He told her the barn was a glass-making studio. He told her how he wanted to play it until they could get Gleason into a private setting. McPherson shook her head and smiled. What if we had gone in there with backup? "I guess we would have broken some glass." "And had one pissed-off witness." She got out of the car, and Bosch reached in for the file he had put on the dashboard. He put it inside his jacket and under his arm so he could carry it unseen. They entered the studio, and Gleason was waiting for them, with her gloves off and her mask folded up to reveal her face. She had obviously been told by the smoker that they were potential customers, and Bosch initially did nothing to dissuade her of that interpretation. He didn't want to reveal their true business until they were alone with her. "I'm Harry, and this is Maggie. Sorry to barge in like this." "Oh, no problem. We like it when people get a chance to see what we do. In fact, we're right in the middle of a project right now and need to get back to it. You're welcome to stay and watch, and I can tell you a little bit about what we're doing." "That would be great." "You just have to stay back. We're dealing with very hot material here." "Not a problem." "Where are you from? Seattle?" "No, actually, we're all the way up from California. We're pretty far from home." If the mention of her native state caused Gleason any concern, she didn't show it. She pulled the mask back down over a smile, put her gloves on, and went back to work. Over the next 40 minutes, Bosch and McPherson watched Gleason and her 2 assistants finish the glass piece. Gleason provided a steady narration as she worked, explaining that the 3 members of her team had different duties. One of the young men was a blower, and the other was a blocker. Gleason was the gaffer, the one in charge. The piece they were sculpting was a 4-foot-long grape leaf that would be part of a larger piece commissioned to hang in the lobby of a business in Seattle called Rainier Wine. Gleason also filled in some of her recent history. She said she started her own studio only 2 years ago, after spending 3 years apprenticing with a glass artist in Seattle. It was useful information to Bosch, both hearing her talk about herself and watching her work the soft glass, gathering color, as she called it, using heavy tools to manipulate something beautiful and fragile and glowing with red-hot danger, all at the same time. The heat from the furnace was stifling, and both Bosch and McPherson took off their jackets. Gleason said the oven burned at 2,300 degrees, and Bosch marveled at how the artists could spend so many hours working so close to the source. The glory hole, the small opening into which they repeatedly passed the sculpture to reheat and add layers, glowed like the gateway to hell. When the day's work was completed and the piece was placed in the finishing kiln, Gleason asked the assistants to clean up the studio before heading home. She then invited Bosch and McPherson to wait for her in the office while she got cleaned up herself. The office doubled as a break room. It was sparely furnished, with a table and 4 chairs, a filing cabinet, a storage locker, and a small kitchenette. There was a binder on the table containing plastic sleeves with photos of glass pieces made previously in the studio. McPherson studied these and seemed taken with several. Bosch took out the file he'd been carrying inside his jacket and put it down on the table, ready to go. "It must be nice to be able to make something out of nothing," McPherson said. "I wish I could." Bosch tried to think of a response, but before he could come up with anything, the door opened and Sarah Gleason entered. The bulky mask, apron, and gloves were gone, and she was smaller than Bosch had expected. She barely crested 5 feet, and he doubted there were more than 90 pounds on her tiny frame. He knew that childhood trauma sometimes stunted growth, so it was no wonder Sarah Gleason looked like a woman in a child's body. Her auburn hair was down now, instead of tied into a knot behind her head. It framed a weary face with dark blue eyes. She wore blue jeans, clogs, and a black t-shirt that said Death Cab on it. She headed directly to the refrigerator. "Can I get you something? Don't have any alcohol in here, but if you need something cold." Bosch and McPherson passed. Harry noticed she had left the door to the office open. He could hear someone sweeping in the studio. He stepped over and closed it. Gleason turned from the refrigerator with a bottle of water. She saw Bosch closing the door, and a look of apprehension immediately crossed her face. Bosch raised one hand in a calming gesture as he pulled his badge with the other. "Miss Gleason, everything is okay. We're from Los Angeles, and just need to speak privately with you." He opened his badge wallet and held it up to her. "What is this?" "My name is Harry Bosch, and this is Maggie McPherson. She is a prosecutor with the L.A. County District Attorney's Office." "Why did you lie?" she said angrily. "You said you wanted a piece made." "No, actually we didn't. Your assistant, the blocker, just assumed that. We never said why we were here." Her guard was clearly up, and Bosch thought they had blown their approach and with that the opportunity to secure her as a witness. But then Gleason stepped forward and grabbed the badge wallet out of his hand. She studied it and the facing ID card. It was an unusual move, taking the badge from him. No more than the 5th time that had ever happened to Bosch in his long career as a cop. He saw her eyes hold on the ID card, and he knew she had noticed the discrepancy between what he had said his name was and what was on the ID. "You said Harry Bosch?" "Harry for short." "Hieronymus Bosch. You're named after the artist?" Bosch nodded. "My mother liked the paintings," he said. "Well, I like them too. I think he knew something about inner demons. Is that why your mother liked him?" "I think so, yeah. She handed the badge wallet back to him, and Bosch sensed a calmness come over her. The moment of anxiety and apprehension had passed, thanks to the painter whose name Bosch carried. "What do you want with me? I haven't been to L.A. in more than 10 years. Bosch noted that if she was telling the truth, then she had not returned when her stepfather was ill and dying. "We just want to talk," he said. "Can we sit down?" "Talk about what?" "Your sister." "My sister? I don't... Look, you need to tell me what this is." "You don't know, do you?" "Know what?" "Sit down, and we'll tell you." Finally, she moved to the lunch table and took a seat. She pulled a soft pack of cigarettes out of her pocket and lit one. "Sorry," she said. "It's my one remaining addiction. And you two showing up like this. I need a smoke." For the next 10 minutes, Bosch and McPherson traded off the story and walked her through the short version of Jason Jessup's journey to freedom. Gleason showed almost no reaction to the news. No tears, no outrage. And she didn't ask questions about the DNA test that had sprung him from prison. She only explained that she had no contact with anyone in California, owned no television, and never read newspapers. She said they were distractions from work as well as from her recovery from addiction. "We're going to retry him, Sarah," McPherson said. "And we're here because we're going to need your help." Bosch could see Sarah turn inward to start to measure the impact of what they were telling her. "It was so long ago," she finally responded. "Can't you just use what I said from the first trial?" McPherson shook her head. "We can't, Sarah. The new jury can't even know there was an earlier trial because that could influence how they weigh the evidence. It would prejudice them against the defendant, and a guilty verdict wouldn't stand. So in situations where witnesses from the first trial are dead or mentally incompetent, we read their earlier testimony into the trial record without telling the jury where it's from. But where that's not the case, like with you, we need the person to come to court and testify." It wasn't clear whether Gleason had even registered McPherson's response. She sat staring at something far away. Even as she spoke, her eyes didn't come off their distant focus. "I've spent my whole life since then trying to forget about that day. I tried different things to make me forget. I used drugs to make a big bubble with me in the middle of it. Never mind. The point is, I don't think I'm going to be much help to you." Before McPherson could respond, Bosch stepped in. "I'll tell you what," he said. "Let's just talk here for a few minutes about what you can remember, okay? And if it's not going to work, then it won't work. You were a victim, Sarah, and we don't want to victimize you all over again." He waited a moment for Gleason to respond, but she sat mute, staring at the water bottle in front of her on the table. "Let's start with that day," Bosch said. "I don't need you at this point to go through the horrible moments of your sister's abduction. But do you remember making the identification of Jason Jessup for the police?" She slowly nodded. "I remember looking through the window, upstairs. They opened the blinds a little bit so I could look out. They weren't supposed to be able to see me, the men. He was the one with the hat. They made him take it off, and that's when I saw it was him. I remember that." Bosch was encouraged by the detail of the hat. He didn't recall seeing that in the case records or hearing it in McPherson's summary, but the fact that Gleason remembered it was a good sign. "What kind of hat was he wearing?" he asked. "A baseball cap," Gleason said. "It was blue." "A Dodgers cap?" "I'm not sure. I don't think I knew back then either." Bosch nodded and moved in. "Do you think if I showed you a lineup, you would be able to identify the man who took your sister?" "You mean the way he looks now? I doubt it." "No, not now," McPherson said. "What we would need to do in trial is confirm the identification you made back then. We would show you photos from back then." Gleason hesitated and then nodded. Sure. Through everything I've done to myself over the years, I've never been able to forget that man's face.
Well, let's see. While Bosch opened the file on the table, Gleason lit a new cigarette off the end of her old one. The file contained a photo lineup of 6 black and white booking photos of men of the same age, build, and coloring. A 1986 photo of Jessup was included in the spread. Harry knew that this was the make-or-break moment of the case. The photos were displayed in 2 rows of 3. Jessup's shot was in the middle window on the bottom row, the 5-hole. It had always been the lucky spot for Bosch. "Take your time," he said. Gleason drank some water and then put the bottle to the side. She leaned over the table, bringing her face within 12 inches of the photos. It didn't take her long. She pointed to the photo of Jessup without hesitation. "I wish I could forget him," she said, "but I can't. He's always there in the back of my mind, in the shadows." "Do you have any doubt about the photo you have chosen?" Bosch asked. Gleason leaned down and looked again, then shook her head. "No, he was the man." Bosch glanced at McPherson, who made a slight nod. It was a good ID, and they handled it right. The only thing that was missing was a show of emotion on Gleason's part, but maybe 24 years had drained her of everything. Harry took out a pen and handed it to Gleason. "Would you put your initials and the date below the photo you chose, please?" "Why?" "It confirms your ID. It just helps make it more solid when it comes up in court." Bosch noted that she had not asked if she had chosen the right photo. She didn't have to, and that was a secondary confirmation of her recall. Another good sign. After she handed the pen back to Bosch, he closed the file and slid it to the side. He glanced at McPherson again. Now came the hard part. By prior agreement, Maggie was going to make the call here on whether to bring up the DNA now or to wait until Gleason was more firmly on board as a witness. McPherson decided not to wait. "Sarah, there is a second issue to discuss now. We told you about the DNA that allowed this man to get this new trial, and what we hope is only his temporary freedom." "Yes." "We took the DNA profile and checked it against the California databank. We got a match. The semen on the dress your sister was wearing came from your stepfather." Bosch watched Sarah closely. Not even a flicker of surprise showed on her face or in her eyes. This information was not news to her. In 2004, the state started taking DNA swabs from all suspects in felony arrests. That same year, your father was arrested for a felony hit and run with injuries. He ran a stop sign and hit stepfather. "Excuse me?" "You said your father. He wasn't my father. He was my stepfather." "My mistake. I'm sorry." The bottom line is, Kensington Landy's DNA was in the databank, and it's a match with the sample from the dress. What could not be determined is how long that sample was on the dress at the time of its discovery. It could have been deposited on the dress the day of the murder, or the week before, or maybe even a month before. Sarah started flying on autopilot. She was there, but not there. Her eyes were fixed on a distance that was far beyond the room they were in. "We have a theory, Sarah. The autopsy that was conducted on your sister determined that she had not been sexually abused by her killer or anyone else prior to that day. We also know the dress she wore happened to be yours, and Melissa was borrowing it that morning because she liked it." McPherson paused, but Sarah said nothing. Sarah Gleason didn't answer at first. Bosch expected tears, but none came, and he began to wonder if her emotions had been cauterized by the traumas and depravities of her life. Or maybe she simply had an internal toughness that her diminutive stature camouflaged. Either way, when she finally responded, it was in a flat, emotionless voice that belied the heartfelt words she spoke. "You know what I always thought?" she said. McPherson leaned forward.
What, Sarah? That man killed 3 people that day. My sister, then my mother, and then me. None of us got away. There was a long moment of silence. McPherson slowly reached out and put her hand on Gleason's arm, a gesture of comfort where no comfort could exist. When we get to trial, we're going to have to explain the semen found on the dress. If we can't explain it, we will lose the case, and this man, the real killer, will walk away free. I'm sure you don't want that, do you, Sarah? There are some people out there who think 24 years in prison is enough time served for the murder of a 12-year-old girl. They don't know why we're doing this. But I want you to know that I don't think that, Sarah. Not by a long shot. I'm sorry, Sarah, McPherson whispered. Okay, Gleason said. I'll tell you everything.
Chapter 13. Thursday, February 18th, 8:15 p.m. My daughter was already missing her mother's cooking, and she'd only been gone 1 day. I was dropping her half-eaten sandwich into the garbage and wondering how the hell I could have messed up a grilled cheese when my cell phone's ring interrupted. It was Maggie checking in from the road. "Tell me something good," I said by way of greeting. "You get to spend the evening with our beautiful daughter." "Yes, that's something good, except she doesn't like my cooking. Now tell me something else that's good." "Our primary witness is good to go. She'll testify." "She made the ID." "She did." "She told you about the DNA and it fits with our theory?" "She did, and it does." "And she'll come down here and testify to all of it at trial?" "She will." I felt a 12-volt charge go through my body. "That's actually a lot of good things, Maggie. Is there any downside?" "Well," I felt the wind go out of the sails. I was about to learn that Sarah was still a drug addict, or there was some other issue that would prevent me from using her at trial. "Well, what?" "Well, there are going to be challenges to her testimony, of course, but she's pretty solid. She's a survivor, and it shows. There's really only one thing missing: emotions. She's been through a lot in her life, and she basically seems to be a bit burned out, emotionally. No tears, no laughter, just straight down the middle." "We can work on that. We can coach her." "Yeah, well, we just have to be careful with that. I'm not saying she isn't fine the way she is. I'm just saying that she's sort of a flat line. Everything else is good. I think you're going to like her, and I think she'll help us put Jessup back in prison." "That's fantastic, Maggie, really. And you're still all right handling her at trial, right?" "I've got her." "Royce will attack her on the meth, memory loss, and all of that. Her lifestyle. You'll have to be ready for anything and everything." "I will be. That leaves you with Bosch and Jessup. You still think he'll testify?" "Jessup? Yes, he's got to. Clive knows he can't do that to a jury, not after 24 years. So yes, I've got him. And I've got Bosch." "At least with Harry, you don't have to worry about any baggage." "That Clive knows about yet." "And what's that supposed to mean?" "It means don't underestimate clever Clive Royce. See, that's what you prosecutors always do. You get overconfident and it makes you vulnerable." "Thank you, F. Lee Bailey. I'll keep that in mind." "How was Bosch today?" "He was Bosch. What happened on your end?" I checked through the door of the kitchen. Haley was sitting on the couch with her homework spread out on the coffee table. "Well, for one thing, we've got a judge, Brightman, Department 112. Maggie considered the case assignment for a moment before responding. "I would call that a no-win for either side. She's straight down the middle, never a prosecutor, never a defense attorney, just a good, solid civil trial lawyer. I think neither side gets an advantage with her." "Wow, a judge who's going to be impartial and fair. Imagine that." She didn't respond. She set the first status conference in Chambers, Wednesday morning at 8 before court starts. You read anything into that? This meant the judge wanted to meet the lawyers and discuss the case in Chambers, starting things off informally and away from the lens of the media. I think that's good. She's probably going to set the rules with media and procedure. It sounds to me like she's going to run a tight ship. That was what I was thinking. You're free Wednesday to be there? I'll have to check my calendar, but I think so. I'm trying to clear everything except for this. I gave Royce the first bit of discovery today. It was mostly composed of material from the first trial. You know, you could have held off on that until the 30-day marker. Yeah, but what's the point? The point is strategy. The earlier you give it to him, the more time he has to be ready for it. He's trying to put the squeeze on us by not waiving speedy trial. You should put the squeeze right back on him by not showing our hand until we have to. 30 days before trial. I'll remember that with the next round. But this was pretty basic stuff. Was Sarah Gleason on the witness list? Yes, but under the name Sarah Landy, as it was in '86. And I gave the office as the address. Clive doesn't know we found her. We need to keep it that way until we have to reveal it. I don't want her harassed or feeling threatened. What did you tell her about coming down for the trial? I told her she would probably be needed for 2 days in trial, plus the travel. And that's not going to be a problem. Well, she runs her own business and has been at it only a couple of years. She has one big ongoing project, but otherwise said that things are slow. My guess is we can get her down when we need her. Are you still in Port Townsend? Yes, we just got finished with her about an hour ago. We grabbed dinner and checked in at a hotel. It's been a long day. And you're coming back tomorrow. We were planning on it, but our flight's not till 2. We have to take a ferry. It's a journey just to the airport. Okay, call me in the morning before you leave, just in case I think of something involving the witness. Okay. Did either of you take notes? No, we thought it might freeze her. Did you record it? No, same reason. Good. I want to keep as much of this out of Discovery as possible. Tell Bosch not to write anything up. We can copy Royce on the 6-pack she made the ID off of, but that's it. Right. I'll tell Harry. When, tonight or tomorrow? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, never mind. Anything else? Yes. I braced for it. My petty jealousy had slipped out for one small moment. I would like to say goodnight to my daughter now. Oh, I said, relief bursting through my body. I'll put her on. I took the phone out to Haley. It's your mother. Part 2. The Labyrinth. Chapter 14. Tuesday, February 23rd, 8:45 p.m. Each of them worked in silence. Bosch at one end of the dining room table, his daughter at the other. He with the first batch of SIS surveillance logs, she with her homework, her school books and laptop computer spread out in front of her. They were close in proximity, but not in much else. The Jessup case had become all-encompassing, with Bosch tracing old witnesses and trying to find new ones. He had spent little time with her in recent days. Like her parents, Maddie was good at holding grudges and had not let go of the perceived slight of having been left for a night in the care of an assistant school principal. She was giving Harry the silent treatment, and already at 14, she was an expert at it. The SIS logs were another frustration to Bosch, not because of what they contained, but because of their delay in reaching him. They had been sent through bureaucratic channels, from the SIS office to the RHD office, and then to Bosch's supervisor, where they had sat in an in-basket for 3 days before finally being dropped on Bosch's desk. The result was, he had logs from the first 3 days of the surveillance of Jason Jessup, and he was looking at them 3 to 6 days after the fact. That process was too slow, and Bosch was going to have to do something about it. The logs were terse accounts of the surveillance subject's movements by date, time, and location. Most entries carried only a single line of description. The logs came with an accompanying set of photos as well, but most of the shots were taken at a significant distance, so the followers could avoid detection. These were grainy images of Jessup as he moved about the city as a free man.
Bosch read through the reports and quickly surmised that Jessup was already leading separate public and private lives. By day, his movements were in concert with the media as he very publicly reacquainted himself with life outside a prison cell. It was about learning to drive again, to choose off a menu, to go for a 3-mile run without having to make a turn. But by night, a different Jessup emerged. Unaware that he was still being watched by eyes and cameras, he went out cruising alone in his borrowed car. He went to all corners of the city. He went to bars, strip clubs, a prostitute's trick pad. Of all his activities, one was most curious to Bosch. On his 4th night of freedom, Jessup had driven up to Mulholland Drive, the winding road atop the crest of the Santa Monica Mountains, which cut the city in half. Day or night, Mulholland offered some of the best views of the city. It was no surprise that Jessup would go up there. There were overlooks that offered north and south views of the shimmering lights of the city. They could be invigorating and even majestic. Bosch had gone to these spots himself in the past. But Jessup didn't go to any of the overlooks. He pulled his car off the road near the entrance to Franklin Canyon Park. He got out and then entered the closed park, sneaking around a gate. This caused a surveillance issue for the SIS team because the park was empty and the watchers were at risk of being seen if they got too close. The report here was briefer than most entries in the log. 2/20/10, 1:12. Subject entered Franklin Canyon Park. Observed at picnic table area, northeast corner, Blind Man Trailhead. 2/20/10, 2:34. Subject leaves park, proceeds west on Mulholland to 405 freeway, and then south. After that, Jessup returned to the apartment where he was living in Venice and stayed in for the rest of the night. There was a printout of an infrared photograph taken of Jessup in the park. It showed him sitting at a picnic table in the dark, just sitting there. Bosch put the photo print down on the table and looked at his daughter. She was left-handed like he was. It looked like she was writing out a math problem on a worksheet. What? She had her mother's radar. Are you online there? Yes. What do you need? Can you pull up a map of Franklin Canyon Park? It's off of Mulholland Drive. Let me finish this. He waited patiently for her to complete her computations on a mathematical problem he knew would be light years beyond his understanding. For the past 4 months, he had lived in fear that his daughter would ask him for help with her homework. She had passed by his skills and knowledge long ago. He was useless in this area and had tried to concentrate on mentoring her in other areas, observation and self-protection chief among them. Okay. She put her pencil down and pulled her computer front and center. Bosch checked his watch. It was almost 9. Here. Maddie slid the computer down the table, turning the screen toward him. The park was larger than Bosch had thought, running south of Mulholland and west of Coldwater Canyon Boulevard. A key in the corner of the map said it was 605 acres. Bosch hadn't realized that there was such a large public reserve in this prime section of the Hollywood Hills. He noticed that the map had several of the hiking trails and picnic areas marked. The picnic area in the northeast section was off of Blinderman Trail. He assumed it had been misspelled in the SIS log as Blind Man Trailhead. What is it? Harry looked at his daughter. It was her first attempt at conversation in 2 days. He decided not to miss it. Well, we've been watching this guy, the Special Investigations section. They're the department's surveillance experts, and they're watching this guy who just got out of prison. He killed a little girl a long time ago, and for some reason he went to this park and just sat there at a picnic table. So, isn't that what people do at parks? Well, this was in the middle of the night. The park was closed and he snuck in, and then he just sort of sat there. Did he grow up near the park? Maybe he's checking out the places where he grew up. I don't think so. We have him growing up out in Riverside County. He used to come to LA to surf, but I haven't found any connection to Mulholland. Bosch studied the map once more and noticed there was an upper and lower entrance to the park. Jessup had gone in through the upper entrance, This would have been out of his way unless that picnic area and Blinderman Trail were specific destinations for him. He slid the computer back to his daughter and checked his watch again. "Are you almost done your work?"
"Finished, Dad. Are you almost finished? Or you could say done with."
"Sorry. Are you almost finished?"
"I have one more math problem."
"Good. I have to make a quick call." Lieutenant Wright's cell number was on the surveillance log. Bosch expected him to be home and annoyed with the intrusion, but decided to make the call anyway. He got up and walked into the living room so he would not disturb Maddie on her last problem. He punched the number into his cell.
"Wright, SIS."
"Lieutenant, it's Harry Bosch."
"What's up, Bosch?"
He didn't sound annoyed. "Sorry to intrude on you at home. I just wanted—"
"I'm not at home, Bosch. I'm with your guy."
Bosch was surprised. "Is something wrong?"
"No, the night shift is just more interesting."
"Where is he right now?"
"We're with him at a bar on Venice Beach called the Townhouse. You know it?"
"I've been there. Is he alone?"
"Yes and no. He came alone, but he got recognized. He can't buy a drink in there, and probably has his pick of the skanks. Like I said, more interesting at night. Are you calling to check up on us?"
"Not really. I just have a couple of things I need to ask. I'm looking at the logs, and the first thing is, how can I get them sooner? I'm looking at stuff from 3 days ago or longer. The other thing is Franklin Canyon Park. What can you tell me about his stop there?"
"Which one?"
"He's been there twice."
"Actually, 3 times. He's gone there the last 2 nights after the first stop 5 days ago."
This information was very intriguing to Bosch, mostly because he had no idea what it meant. "What did he do the last 2 times?"
Maddie got up from the dining room table and came into the living room. She sat on the couch and listened to Bosch's side of the conversation. "The same thing he did the first night," Wright said. "He sneaks in there and goes to the same picnic area. He just sits there, like he's waiting for something."
"For what?"
"You tell me, Bosch."
"I wish I could. Did he go at the same time each night?"
"Give or take a half hour or so."
"Does he go in through the Mulholland entrance each time?"
"That's right. He sneaks in and picks up the same trail that takes him to the picnic area."
"I wonder why he doesn't go in the other entrance. It would be easier for him to get to."
"Maybe he likes driving on Mulholland and seeing the lights."
That was a good point, and Bosch needed to consider it. "Lieutenant, can you have your people call me the next time he goes there? I don't care what time it is."
"I can have them call you, but you're not going to be able to get in there and get close. It's too risky. We don't want to expose the surveillance."
"I understand, but have them call me. I just want to know.
Now what about these logs? Is there a way for me to get them a little quicker?" "You can come by SIS and pick one up every morning if you want. As you probably noticed, the logs run 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. Each daily log is posted by 7 the following morning."
"Okay, Lieutenant, I'll do that. Thanks for the info."
"Have a good one."
Bosch closed the phone, wondering about Jessup in Franklin Canyon and what he was doing on his visits there.
"What did he say?" Maddie asked.
Bosch hesitated, wondering for the 100th time whether he should be telling her as much as he did about his cases. "He said my guy's gone back to that park the last 2 nights. Each time, he just sits there and waits."
"For what?"
"Nobody knows."
"Maybe he just wants to be somewhere where he's completely by himself and away from everybody."
"Maybe."
But Bosch doubted it. He believed there was a plan to almost everything Jessup did. Bosch just had to figure out what it was. "I'm finished with my homework," Maddie said. "You want to watch Lost?" They had been slowly going through the DVDs of the television show, catching up on 5 years' worth of episodes. The show was about several people who survived a plane crash on an uncharted island in the South Pacific. Bosch had trouble keeping track of things from show to show, but watched because his daughter had been completely taken in by the story. He had no time to watch television right now.
"Okay, 1 episode," he said. "Then you have to go to bed, and I have to get back to work."
She smiled. This made her happy, and for the moment,
Bosch's grammatical and parental transgressions seemed forgotten. "Set it up," Bosch said, "and be prepared to remind me what's happening." 5 hours later, Bosch was on a jet that was shaking with wild turbulence. His daughter was sitting across the aisle from him, rather than in the open seat next to him. They reached across the aisle to each other to hold hands, but the bouncing of the plane kept knocking them apart. He couldn't grab her hand. Just as he turned in his seat to see the tail section break off and fall away, he was awakened by a buzzing sound. He reached to the bed table and grabbed his phone. He struggled to find his voice as he answered. "This is Bosch." "This is Shipley, SIS? I was told to call." "Jessup's at the park?" "He's in a park, yeah, but tonight it's a different one." "Where?" "Fryman Canyon off Mulholland." Bosch knew Fryman Canyon. It was about 10 minutes away from Franklin Canyon. "What's he doing?" "He's just sort of walking on one of the trails. Just like at the other park. He walks the trail, and then he sits down. He doesn't do anything after that. He just sits for a while, and then leaves." "Okay." Bosch looked at the glowing numbers on the clock. It was 2 o'clock exactly. "Are you coming out?" Shipley asked. Bosch thought about his daughter asleep in her bedroom. He knew he could leave and be back before she woke up. No. I have my daughter here, and I can't leave her." "Suit yourself." "When does your shift end?" "About 7. "Can you call me then?" "If you want." "I'd like you to call me every morning when you are getting off, to tell me where he's been." All right, I guess. Can I ask you something? This guy killed a girl, right?" "That's right." "And you're sure about that? I mean, no doubt, right?" Bosch thought about the interview with Sarah Gleason. "I have no doubt." "Okay. Well, that's good to know." Bosch understood what he was saying. He was looking for assurance. If circumstances dictated the use of deadly force against Jessup, it was good to know who and what they would be shooting at. Nothing else needed to be said about it. "Thanks, Shipley," Bosch said. "I'll talk to you later." Bosch disconnected and put his head back on the pillow. He remembered the dream about the plane, about reaching out to his daughter, but being unable to grab her hand. Chapter 15. Wednesday, February 24th, 8:15 a.m. Judge Diane Brightman welcomed us into her chambers and offered a pot of coffee and a plate of shortbread cookies, an unusual move for a criminal court's judge. In attendance were myself and my second chair, Maggie McPherson, and Clive Royce, who was without his second, but not without his temerity. He asked the judge if he could have hot tea instead. "Well, this is nice," the judge said, once we were all seated in front of her desk, cups and saucers in hand. "I have not had the opportunity to see any of you practice in my courtroom, so I thought it would be good for us to start out a bit informally in chambers. We can always step out into the courtroom to go on the record if necessary." She smiled, and none of the rest of us responded. "Let me start by saying that I have a deep respect for the decorum of the courtroom," Brightman continued, "and I insist that the lawyers who practice before me do as well. I'm expecting this trial to be a spirited contest of the evidence and facts of the case, but I won't stand for any acting out or crossing of the lines of courtesy and jurisprudence. I hope that is clearly understood." "Yes, Your Honor," Maggie responded while Royce and I nodded. "Good. Now let's talk about media coverage. The media is going to be hovering over this case like the helicopters that followed O.J. down the freeway. That is clearly a given. I have requests here from 3 local network affiliates, a documentary filmmaker, and Dateline NBC. They all want to film the trial in its entirety. While I see no problem with that, as long as proper protections of the jury are put in place, my concern is in the extracurricular activity that is bound to occur outside the courtroom. Do any of you have any thoughts in this regard?" I waited a beat, and when no one spoke up, I did.
Judge, I think because of the nature of this case, a retrial of a case 24 years old, there's already been too much media attention, and we're going to have a difficult time seating 12 people and 2 alternates who aren't aware of the case through the filter of the media. I mean, we've had the accused surfing on the front page of the Times and sitting courtside at the Lakers. How are we going to get an impartial jury out of this? The media, with no lack of help from Mr. Royce, is presenting this guy as this poor, persecuted innocent man, and they don't have the slightest idea what the evidence is against him. Your Honor, I object, Royce said. You can't object, I said. This isn't a court hearing. You used to be a defense attorney, Mick. Whatever happened to innocent until proven guilty? He already has been. In a trial the top court in this state termed a travesty. Is that what you want to stand on? Listen, Clive, I'm an attorney, and innocent until proven guilty is a measure you apply in court, not on Larry King Live. We haven't been on Larry King Live. Yet. See what I mean, Judge? He wants to... Gentlemen, please, Brightman said. She waited a moment, until she was certain our debate had subsided. This is a classic situation where we need to balance the public's right to know with safeguards that will provide us an untainted jury, an unimpeded trial, and a just result. But, Your Honor, Royce said quickly, we can't forbid the media to examine this case. Freedom of the press is the cornerstone of American democracy. And further, I draw your attention to the very ruling that granted this retrial. The court found serious deficiencies in the evidence and castigated the district attorney's office for the corrupt manner in which it has prosecuted my client. Now you're going to prohibit the media from looking at this? Oh, please, Maggie said dismissively. We're not talking about prohibiting the media from looking at anything. And your lofty defense of the freedom of the press aside, that's not what this is about. You are clearly trying to influence voir dire with your pre-trial manipulation of the media. That is absolutely untrue, Royce howled. I have responded to media requests, yes, but I'm not trying to influence anything. Your Honor, this is an... There was a sharp crack from the judge's desk. She had grabbed a gavel from a decorative pen set and brought it down hard on the wood surface. Let's cool down here, Brightman said, and let's hold off on the personal attacks. As I indicated before, there has to be a happy medium. I am not inclined to muzzle the press, but I will issue a gag order against the lawyers in my court if I believe they are not acting in a manner that is responsible to the case at hand. I'm going to start off by leaving each of you to determine what is responsible and reasonable interaction with the media. But I will warn you now that the consequences for a transgression in this area will be swift and possibly detrimental to one's cause. No warnings. You cross the line, and that's it. She paused and waited for a comeback. No one said anything. She placed the gavel back in its special holder next to the gold pen. Her voice returned to its friendly tone. Good, she said. I think that's understood then. She said she wanted to move on to other matters germane to the trial, and her first stop was the trial date. She wanted to know if both sides would be ready to proceed to trial as scheduled, less than 5 weeks away. Royce said once again that his client would not waive the speedy trial statute. The defense will be ready to go on April 1st, provided that the prosecution doesn't continue to play games with discovery. I shook my head. I couldn't win with this guy. I had gone out of my way to get the discovery pipeline going, but he had decided to take a shot at making me look like a cheater in front of the judge. Games, I said. Judge, I've already turned over to Mr. Royce an initial discovery file. But as you know, it's a two-way street, and the prosecution has received nothing in return from him. He turned over the discovery file from the first trial, Judge Brightman, complete with a 1986 witness list. It completely subverts the spirit and the rules of discovery. Brightman looked at me, and I could see that Royce had successfully scored a hit. Is this true, Mr. Haller? She asked. Hardly, Your Honor. The witness list was both subtracted from and added to. Additionally, I turned over... One name, Royce interjected. He added one name, And it was his own investigator. Big deal. Like I didn't know his investigator might be a witness. Well, that's the only new name I have at the moment. Maggie jumped into the fray with both feet. Your Honor, the prosecution is duty-bound to turn over all discovery materials 30 days prior to trial. By my count, we are still 35 days out. Mr. Royce is complaining about a good-faith effort on the part of the prosecution to provide him with discovery material before it even has to. It seems that no good deed goes unpunished with Mr. Royce. The judge held up her hand to stop commentary while she looked at the calendar hanging on the wall to the left of her desk. I think Miss McPherson makes a good point, she said. Your complaint is premature, Mr. Royce. All discovery materials are due to both sides by this Tuesday, March 2nd. If you have a problem then, we will take this up again. Yes, Your Honor, Royce said meekly. I wanted to reach over, raise Maggie's hand in the air, and shake it in victory, but I didn't think that would be appropriate. Still, it felt good to win at least 1 point against Royce. After discussion of a few more routine pretrial issues, the meeting ended, and we walked out through the judge's courtroom. I stopped there to talk small talk with the judge's clerk. I didn't really know her that well, but I didn't want to walk out of the courtroom with Royce. I was afraid I might lose my temper, which would be exactly what he'd want. After he went through the double doors at the back of the courtroom, I cut off the conversation and headed out with Maggie at my side. You kicked his ass, Maggie McPherson, I said to her, verbally. Doesn't matter unless we kick it at trial. Don't worry, we will. I want you to take over discovery fulfillment. Go ahead and do what you prosecutors do. Haystack everything. Give him so much material he'll never see what and who's important. She smiled as she turned and used her back to push through the door. Now you're getting it. I hope so. What about Sarah? He's got to figure we found her, and if he's smart, he won't wait for discovery. He probably has his own guy looking. She can be found. Harry proved that. There's not a whole lot we can do about it. Speaking of Harry, where is he this morning? He called me and said he had some things to check out. He'll be around later. You didn't really answer my question about Sarah. What should... Tell her that she might have another visitor, somebody working for the defense, but that she doesn't have to talk to anybody unless she wants to. We headed out into the hallway and then went left toward the elevator bank. If she doesn't talk to them, Royce will complain to the judge. She's the key witness, Mickey. So, the judge won't be able to make her talk if she doesn't want to talk. Meantime, Royce loses prep time. He wants to play games like he did with the judge in there, then we'll play games too. In fact, how about this? We put every convict Jessup ever shared a prison cell with on the witness list. That should keep his investigators out of the way for a while. A broad smile broke across Maggie's face. You really are getting it, aren't you? We squeezed onto the crowded elevator. Maggie and I were close enough to kiss. I looked down into her eyes as I spoke. That's because I don't want to lose. Chapter 16. Wednesday, February 24th, 8:45 a.m. After school drop-off, Bosch turned his car around and headed back up Woodrow Wilson, past his house, and to what those in the neighborhood called the Upper Crossing with Mulholland Drive. Both Mulholland and Woodrow Wilson were long and winding mountain roads. They intersected twice, at the bottom and top of the mountain, thus the local description of upper and lower crossings. At the top of the mountain, Bosch turned right onto Mulholland and followed it until it crossed Laurel Canyon Boulevard. He then pulled off the road to make a call on his cell. He punched in the number Shipley had given him for the SIS dispatch sergeant. His name was Willman, and he would know the current status of any SIS surveillance. At any given time, SIS could be working 4 or 5 unrelated cases. Each was given a code name in order to keep them in order and so that the real names of suspects did not ever go out over the radio. Bosch knew that the Jessup surveillance had been termed Operation Retro because it involved an old case and a retrial. "This is Bosch, RHD. I'm lead on the Retro case. I want to get a location on the suspect because I'm about to pull into one of his favorite haunts. I want to make sure I don't run into him." "Hold one." Bosch could hear the phone being put down, then a radio conversation in which the duty sergeant asked for Jessup's location. The response was garbled with static by the time it reached Bosch over the phone. He waited for the sergeant's official response. "Retro is in pocket right now," he promptly reported to Bosch. "They think he's catching Z's." In pocket meant he was at home. "Then I'm clear," Bosch said. "Thank you, Sergeant." "Any time." Bosch closed the phone and pulled the car back onto Mulholland. A few curves later, he reached Fryman Canyon Park and turned in. Bosch had talked to Shipley early that morning as he was passing surveillance off to the day team. He reported that Jessup had once again visited both Franklin and Fryman Canyons. Bosch was becoming consumed with curiosity about what Jessup was up to, and this was only increased by the report that Jessup had also driven by the house on Windsor, where the Landy family had once lived. Fryman was a rugged, inclined park with steep trails, and a flat-surface parking and observation area on top and just off Mulholland. Bosch had been there before on cases and was familiar with its expanse. He pulled to a stop with his car pointing north, and the view of the San Fernando Valley spread before him. The air was pretty clear, and the vista stretched all the way across the valley to the San Gabriel Mountains. The brutal week of storms that had ended January had cleared the skies out, and the smog was only now climbing back into the valley's bowl. After a few minutes, Bosch got out and walked over to the bench where Shipley had told him Jessup had sat for 20 minutes while looking out at the lights below. Bosch sat down and checked his watch. He had an 11 o'clock appointment with a witness. That gave him more than an hour. Sitting where Jessup had sat brought no vibe or insight into what the suspect was doing on his frequent visits to the mountainside parks. Bosch decided to move on down Mulholland to Franklin Canyon. But Franklin Canyon Park offered him the same thing, a large natural respite in the midst of a teeming city. Bosch found the picnic area Shipley and the SIS reports had described, but once again didn't understand the pull the park had for Jessup. He found the terminus of Blinderman Trail and walked it until his legs started to hurt because of the incline. He turned around and headed back to the parking and picnic area, still puzzled by Jessup's activities. On his return, Bosch passed a large old sycamore that the trail had been routed around. He noticed a buildup of a grayish-white material at the base of the tree between two fingers of exposed roots. He looked closer and realized it was wax. Somebody had burned a candle. There were signs all over the park warning against smoking or the use of matches, as fire was the park's greatest threat. But somebody had lit a candle at the base of the tree. Bosch wanted to call Shipley to ask if Jessup could have lit a candle while in the park the night before, but knew it was the wrong move. Shipley had just come off a night of surveillance and was probably in his bed asleep. Harry would wait for the evening to make the call. He looked around the tree for any other signs that Jessup had possibly been in the area. It looked like an animal had burrowed recently in a few spots under the tree, but otherwise there was no sign of activity. As he came off the trail and into the clearing where the picnic area was located, Bosch saw a city parks ranger looking into a trash can from which he had removed the top. Harry approached him. "Officer!" The man whipped around, still holding the top of the trash can away from his body. "Yes, sir." "Sorry, I didn't mean to sneak up on you. I was walking up on that trail, and there's a big tree there. I think a sycamore. And it looks like somebody burned a candle down at its base. I was wondering..." "Where?" "Up on Blinderman Trail." "Show me." "Actually, I'm not going to go all the way back up there. I don't have the right shoes. It's the big tree in the middle of the trail. I'm sure you can find it." "You can't light fires in the park." The ranger put the top back on the trash can, banging it loudly to underline his statement. "I know. That's why I was reporting it." But I wanted to ask you, is there anything special about that tree that would make somebody do that?
Every tree is special here. The whole park is special.
Yes, I get that. Can you just tell...
Can I see some ID, please?
Excuse me?
ID. I want to see some ID. A man in a shirt and tie walking the trails with the wrong shoes is a little bit suspicious to me.
Bosch shook his head and pulled out his badge wallet. Yeah, here's my ID. He opened it and held it out and gave the ranger a few moments to study it. Bosch saw the nameplate on his uniform said Broreen. Okay, Bosch said. Can we get to my questions now, Officer Broreen?
I'm a city ranger, not an officer, Broreen said. Is this part of an investigation?
No, it's part of a situation where you just answer my questions about the tree up on that trail. Bosch pointed in the direction he had come from. You get it now? He asked.
Broreen shook his head. I'm sorry, but you're on my turf here, and it's my obligation to...
No, pal, you're actually on my turf, but thanks for all the help. I'll make a note of it in the report. Bosch walked away from him and headed back toward the parking clearing. Broreen called after him.
As far as I know, there's nothing special about that tree. It's just a tree, Detective Bosch.
Bosch waved without looking back. He added poor reading skills to the list of things he didn't like about Broreen. Chapter 17. Wednesday, February 24th, 2:15 p.m. My successes as a defense attorney invariably came when the prosecution was unprepared for and surprised by my moves. The entire government grinds along on routine. Prosecuting violators of the government's laws is no different. As a newly minted prosecutor, I took this to heart and vowed not to succumb to the comfort and dangers of routine. I promised myself that I would be more than ready for Clive Royce's moves. I would anticipate them. I would know them before Royce did. And I would be like a sniper in a tree, waiting to skillfully pick them off from a distance, one by one. This promise brought Maggie McPherson and me together in my new office for frequent strategy sessions. And on this afternoon, the discussion was focused on what would be the centerpiece of our opponent's pretrial defense. We knew Royce would be filing a motion to dismiss the case. That was a given. What we were discussing were the grounds on which he would make the motion. I wanted to be ready for each one. It is said that in war, the sniper ambushes an enemy patrol by first taking out the commander, the radio man, and the medic. If he accomplishes this, the remaining members of the patrol panic and scatter. This was what I hoped to quickly do when Royce filed his motion. I wanted to move swiftly and thoroughly with demoralizing arguments and answers that would put the defendant on strong notice that he was in trouble. If I panicked Jessup, I might not even have to go to trial. I might get a disposition, a plea, and a plea was a conviction. That was as good as a win on this side of the aisle. I think one thing he's going to argue is that the charges are no longer valid without a preliminary hearing, Maggie said. This will give him 2 bites out of the apple. He'll first ask the judge to dismiss, but at the very least to order a new prelim. But the verdict of the trial was what was reversed, I said. It goes back to the trial, and we have a new trial. The prelim is not what was challenged. Well, that's what we'll argue. Good. You get to handle that one. What else? I'm not going to keep throwing out angles if you keep giving them back to me to be prepared for. That's the 3rd one you've given me, and by my scorecard you've only taken 1. Okay, I'll take the next one sight unseen. What do you have? Maggie smiled, and I realized I had just walked into my own ambush. But before she could pull the trigger, the office door opened, and Bosch entered without knocking. Saved by the bell, I said. Harry, what's up? I've got a witness I think you two should hear. I think he's going to be good for us, and they didn't use him in the first trial. Who? Maggie asked. Bill Clinton, Bosch said. I didn't recognize the name as belonging to anyone associated with the case, but Maggie, with her command of case detail, brought it together. One of the tow truck drivers who worked with Jessup. Bosch pointed at her. Right. He worked with Jessup back then at Aardvark Towing. Now he owns an auto repair shop on La Brea near Olympic. It's called Presidential Motors. Of course it is, I said. What does he do for us as a witness? Bosch pointed toward the door. I got him sitting out there with Lorna. Why don't I bring him in and he can tell you himself? I looked at Maggie, and seeing no objection, I told Bosch to bring Clinton in. Before stepping out, Bosch lowered his voice and reported that he had run Clinton through the crime databases and he had come up clean. He had no criminal record. Nothing, Bosch said. Not even an unpaid parking ticket. Good, Maggie said. Now let's see what he has to say. Bosch went out to the reception room and came back with a short man in his mid-50s who was wearing blue work pants and a shirt with an oval patch above the breast pocket. It said Bill. His hair was neatly combed and he didn't wear glasses. I saw grease under his fingernails, but figured that could be remedied before he ever appeared in front of a jury. Bosch pulled a chair away from the wall and placed it in the middle of the room facing my desk. Why don't you sit down here, Mr. Clinton, and we'll ask you some questions, he said. Bosch then nodded to me, passing the lead. First of all, Mr. Clinton, thank you for agreeing to come in and talk to us today. Clinton nodded. That's okay. Things are kind of slow at the shop right now. What kind of work do you do at the shop? Is there a specialty? Yeah, we do restoration, mostly British cars. Triumphs, MGs, Jags, collectibles like that. I see. What's a Triumph TR250 go for these days? Clinton looked up at me, surprised by my apparent knowledge of one of the cars he specialized in. Depends on the shape. I sold a beauty last year for $25. I put almost 12 into the restoration. That and a lot of man-hours. I nodded. I had one in high school. Wish I'd never sold it. They only made them for 1 year, 68. Makes it one of the most collectible. I nodded. We had just covered everything I knew about the car. I just liked it because of its wooden dashboard and the drop top. I used to cruise up to Malibu in it on weekends, hang out on the surf beaches even though I didn't know how to surf. Well, let's jump from 68 to 86, okay? Clinton shrugged. Fine by me. If you don't mind, Ms. McPherson is going to take notes. Clinton shrugged again. So then, let's start. How well do you remember the day that Melissa Landy was murdered? Clinton spread his hands. Well, see, I remember it real well because of what happened. That little girl getting killed and it turning out I was working with the guy who did it. Must have been pretty traumatic. Yeah, it was for a while there. And then you put it out of your mind. No, not exactly, but I stopped thinking about it all the time. I started my business and everything. I nodded. Clinton seemed genuine enough and honest. It was a start. I looked at Bosch. I knew he had pulled some nugget from Clinton that he believed was gold. I wanted him to take over. Bill, Bosch said, tell them a little bit about what was going on with Aardvark at the time, about how business was bad. Clinton nodded. Yeah, well, back then we weren't doing so hot. What happened was, they passed a law that nobody could park on the side streets off of Wilshire without a residence sticker, you know? Anybody else, we got a tow. So we would go in the neighborhoods on a Sunday morning and hook up cars right and left on account of the church services. In the beginning, Mr. Corish was the owner, and we were getting so many cars that he hired another driver and even started paying us for overtime. It was fun, because there were a couple other companies with the same contract, so we were all competing for tows. It was like keeping score, and we were a team. Clinton looked at Bosch to see if he was telling the right story. Harry nodded and told him to keep going. So then it all kind of went bad. The people started getting wise and they stopped parking over there. Somebody said the church was even making announcements. Don't park north of Wilshire. So we went from having too much to do to not enough.
So Mr. Koresh said he had to cut back on costs, and one of us was going to have to go, and maybe even two of us. He said he was going to watch our performance levels and make his decision based on that.
When did he tell you this, in relation to the day of the murder? Bosch asked.
It was right before, because all three of us were still there. See, he didn't fire anybody yet.
Taking over the questioning, I asked him what the new edict did to the competition among tow truck drivers.
Well, it made it rough, you know? We were all friends, and then all of a sudden we didn't like each other because we wanted to keep our jobs.
How was Jason Jessup to work with then?
Well, Jason was real cutthroat.
The pressure got to him.
Yeah, because he was in last place. Mr. Koresh put up a tote board to keep track of the tows, and he was in last place.
And he wasn't happy about it?
No, not happy. He became a real prick to work with. Excuse my French.
Do you remember how he acted on the day of the murder?
A little bit. Like I told Detective Bosch, he started claiming streets, like saying Windsor was all his, and Las Palmas and Lucerne, like that. And me and Derek, he was the other driver, we told him there were no rules like that. And he said, fine, try hooking a car on one of those streets and see what happens.
He threatened you?
Yeah, you could say that. Definitely.
Do you remember specifically that Windsor was one of the streets he claimed was his?
Yes, I do. He claimed Windsor.
This was all good information. It would go to the state of mind of the defendant. It would be a challenge getting it on the record if there wasn't additional corroboration from Wilburn or Koresh, if either was still alive and available.
Did he ever act on that threat in any way? Maggie asked. No, Clinton said. But that was the same day as the girl, so we got arrested and that was that. I can't say I was too upset about seeing him go. Turned out Mr. Koresh then laid Derek off because he lied about not having a record. I was the last man standing. I worked there another 4 years, till I saved up the money to start my place.
A regular American success story. I waited to see if Maggie had a follow, but she didn't. I did. Mr. Clinton, did you ever talk about any of this with the police or prosecutors 24 years ago?
Clinton shook his head. Not really. I mean, I spoke to the detective who was in charge back then. He asked me questions, but I wasn't ever brought to court or anything like that.
Because they didn't need you back then, I thought. But I'm going to need you now. What makes you so sure that this threat from Jessup occurred on the day of the murder?
I just know it was that day. I remember that day because it's not every day that a guy you're working with gets arrested for murder.
He nodded, as if to underscore the point. I looked at Bosch to see if we had missed anything. Bosch took the cue and took back the lead. Bill, tell them what you told me about being in the police car with Jessup, on the way to Windsor. Clinton nodded. He could be led easily, and I took that as another good sign.
Well, what happened was they really thought that Derek was the guy. The police did. He had a criminal record and lied about it, and they found out. So that made him suspect numero uno. So they put Derek in the back of one patrol car, and then me and Jason in another.
Did they say where they were taking you?
They said they had additional questions, so we thought we were going to the police station. There were 2 officers in the car with us, and we heard them talking about all of us being in a lineup. Jason asked them about it, and they said it was no big thing. They just wanted guys in overalls because they wanted to see if a witness could pick out Derek.
Clinton stopped there and looked expectantly from Bosch to me and then to Maggie. So what happened? I asked.
Well, first, Jason told the 2 cops that they couldn't just take us and put us in a lineup like that. They just said they were following orders. So we go over to Windsor and pull up in front of a house. The cops got out and went and talked to Detective Closter, who was standing there with some other detectives. Jason and I were watching out the windows, but didn't see any witness or anything. Then Closter goes inside the house and doesn't come back out. We don't know what's going on. And then Jason says to me, he wants to borrow my hat. Your hat? Maggie asked. Yeah, my Dodgers hat. I was wearing it like I always did, and Jason said he needed to borrow it because he recognizes one of the other cops that was already standing there at the house when we pulled up. He said that he got in a fight with the guy over a toe, and if he sees him, there's going to be trouble. He goes on like that and says, "Let me have your hat."
So what did you do? I asked.
Well, I didn't think it was a big deal, on account of I didn't know what I knew later, you know what I mean? So I gave him my hat, and he put it on. Then, when the cops came back to get us out of the car, they didn't seem to notice that the hat was switched. They made us get out of the car, and we had to go over and stand next to Derek. We were standing there, and then one of the cops gets a call on the radio, I remember that, and he turns and tells Jason to take off the hat. He did, and then a few minutes later, they're all of a sudden surrounding Jason and putting the cuffs on him, and it wasn't Derek, it was him.
I looked from Clinton to Bosch and then to Maggie. I could see in her expression that the hat story was significant.
You know the funny thing?
Clinton asked. No, what? I said.
I never got that hat back.
He smiled, and I smiled back. Well, we'll have to get you a new hat when this is all said and done. Now let me ask you the key question. What you have told us here, are you willing to testify to all of it at Jason Jessup's trial? Clinton seemed to think about it for a few seconds before nodding his head.
Yeah, I could do that, he said.
I stood up and came around the desk, extending my hand. Then it looks like we've got ourselves a witness. Many thanks to you, Mr. Clinton. We shook hands, and then I gestured to Bosch. Harry, I should have asked you, did we cover everything? Bosch stood up as well. I think so. For now. I'll take Mr. Clinton back to his shop. Excellent. Thank you again, Mr. Clinton. Clinton stood up. Please call me Bill. We will, I promise. We'll call you Bill, and we'll call you as a witness. Everybody laughed in that phony way, and then Bosch shepherded Clinton out of my office. I went back to my desk and sat down. So, tell me about the hat, I said to Maggie. It's a good connection, she said. When we interviewed Sarah, she remembered that Closter radioed from the bedroom down to the street and had them make Jessup take off his hat. That was when she made the ID. Harry then looked through the case file and found a property list from Jessup's arrest. The Dodgers hat was on there. We're still trying to track his property. Hard to do after 24 years. But it might have gone up to San Quentin. Either way, if we don't have the hat, we have the list. I nodded. This was good on a number of levels. It showed witnesses independently corroborating each other. Put a crack in any sort of defense contention that memories cannot be trusted after so many years. And, last but not least, showed state of mind of the defendant. Jessup knew he was somehow in danger of being identified. Someone had seen him abduct the girl. All right, good, I said. What do you think about the initial stuff? About how there was competition between them and somebody was going to get laid off, maybe two of them. Again, it's good state of mind material. Jessup was under pressure and he acted out. Maybe this whole thing was about that. Maybe we should put a shrink on the witness list. I nodded. Did you tell Bosch to find and interview Clinton? She shook her head. He did it on his own. He's good at this. I know. I just wish he'd tell me a little more about what he's up to. Chapter 18. Thursday, February 25th, 11 a.m. Rachel Walling wanted to meet at an office in one of the glass towers in downtown. Bosch went to the address and took the elevator up to the 34th floor. The door to the offices of Franco, Becerra, and Itsouris, attorneys at law, was locked, and he had to knock. Rachel answered promptly and invited him into a luxurious suite of offices that was empty of lawyers, clerks, and anybody else. She led him to the firm's boardroom, where he saw the box and files he had given her the week before on a large oval table. They entered, and he walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over downtown. Bosch couldn't remember being up so high in downtown. He could see all the way to Dodger Stadium and beyond. He checked out the Civic Center and saw the glass-sided PAB sitting next to the Los Angeles Times building. His eyes then scanned toward Echo Park, and he remembered a day there with Rachel Walling. They had been a team then, in more ways than one, but now that seemed so long ago. "What is this place?" he said, still staring out with his back to her. "Where is everybody?" "There isn't anybody. We just used this in a money laundering sting, so it's been empty. Half of this building is empty. The economy. This was a real law office, but it went out of business, so we just sort of borrowed it. The management was happy for the government subsidy." "They were washing money from drugs? Guns?" "You know I can't say, Harry. I'm sure you'll read about it in a few months. You'll put it together then." Bosch nodded as he remembered the firm's name on the door. Franco, Becerra, and Itsouras. FBI. Clever. "I wonder if management will tell the next tenants that this place was used by the Bureau to take down some bad people. Friends of those bad people could come looking." She didn't respond to that. She just invited him to sit down at the table. He did, taking a good look at her as she sat across from him. Her hair was down, which was unusual. He had seen her that way before, but not while she was on duty. The dark ringlets framed her face and helped direct attention to her dark eyes. "The firm's refrigerator is empty, or I'd offer you something to drink." "I'm fine." She opened the box and started taking out the files he had given her. "Rachel, I really appreciate this," Bosch said. "I hope it didn't disrupt your life too much." "The work, no, I enjoyed it. But you, Harry, you coming back into my life was a disruption." Bosch wasn't expecting that. "What do you mean?" "I'm in a relationship, and I told him about you. About the single bullet theory, all of that. So he wasn't happy that I've been spending my nights off working this up for you." Bosch wasn't sure about how to respond. Rachel Walling always hid deeper messages in the things she said. He wasn't sure if there was more to be considered than what she had just said out loud. "I'm sorry," he finally said. "Did you tell him it was only work? That I just wanted your professional opinion? That I went to you because I can trust you, and you're the best at this?" "He knows I'm the best at it, but it doesn't matter. Let's just do this." She opened a file. "My ex-wife is dead," he said. "She was killed last year in Hong Kong." He wasn't sure why he'd blurted it out like that. She looked up at him sharply, and he knew she hadn't known. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." Bosch just nodded, deciding not to tell her the details. "What about your daughter?" "She lives with me now. She's doing okay, but it's been pretty rough on her. It's only been 4 months." She nodded, and then seemed to lose her grounding as she took in what had just been said. "What about you? I assume it's been rough for you, too." He nodded, but couldn't think of the right words. He had his daughter fully in his life now, but at a terrible cost. He realized that he had brought the subject up, but couldn't talk about it. "Look," he said, "that was weird. I don't know why I just laid that on you. You mentioned the single bullet, and I remember I told you about her. We can talk about it some other time. I mean, if you want. Let's just get to the case now. Is that okay?" "Yes, sure. I was just thinking about your daughter. To lose her mother and then have to move so far from the place she knows. I mean, I know living with you will be fine, but it's quite an adjustment." "Yeah, but they say kids are resilient because they actually are. She's got a lot of friends already and is doing well at school. It's been a major adjustment for both of us, but I think she'll come out okay." "And how will you come out?" Bosch held her eyes for a moment before answering. "I've already come out ahead. I have my daughter with me, and she's the best thing in my life." "That's good, Harry." "It is." She broke eye contact and finished removing the files and photos from the box. Bosch could see the transformation. She was now all business, an FBI profiler ready to report her findings. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his notebook. It was in a folding leather case with a detective shield embossed on the cover. He opened it and got ready to write. "I want to start with the photos," she said. "Fine." She spread out 4 photos of Melissa Landy's body in the trash dumpster, turning them to face him. She then added 2 photos from the autopsy in a row above these. Photos of a dead child were never easy to look at for Bosch, but these were particularly difficult. He stared for a long moment before coming to the realization that the clutch in his gut was due to the setting of the body in a trash dumpster. For the girl to be disposed of like that seemed almost like a statement about the victim and an added insult to those who loved her. "The dumpster," he said. "You think that was chosen as a statement?" Walling paused, as if considering it for the first time. "I'm actually going at it from a different standpoint. I think it was an almost spontaneous choice, that it wasn't part of a plan. He needed a place to dump the body where he wouldn't be seen and it wouldn't be immediately found. He knew about a dumpster behind the theater and he used it. It was a convenience, not a statement." Bosch nodded. He leaned forward and wrote a note on his pad to remind him to go back to Clinton and ask about the dumpster. The L-Ray was in the Wilshire corridor the aardvark drivers worked. It might have been familiar to them. "Sorry, I didn't mean to start things off in the wrong direction," he said as he wrote. "That's okay. The reason I wanted to start with the photos of the girl is that I believe that this crime may have been misunderstood from the very beginning." "Misunderstood?" "Well, it appears that the original investigators took the crime scene at face value and looked at it as the result of the suspect's kill plan. In other words, Jessup grabbed this girl and his plan was to strangle her and leave her in the dumpster. This is evidenced by the profile that was drawn up of the crime and submitted to the FBI and the California Department of Justice for comparison to other crimes on record." She opened a file and pulled out the lengthy profile and submission forms prepared by Detective Closter 24 years earlier. Detective Closter was looking for similar crimes that he might be able to attach Jessup to. He got 0 hits, and that was the end of that. Bosch had spent several days studying the original case file and knew everything that Walling was telling him, but he let her run with it without interruption because he had a feeling she would take him somewhere new. That was her beauty and art. It didn't matter that the FBI didn't recognize it and use her to the best of her abilities. He always would. "I think what happened was that this case had a faulty profile from the beginning. Add to that the fact that back then the databanks were obviously not as sophisticated or as inclusive as they are now. This whole angle was misdirected and wrong, so no wonder they hit a dead end with it." Bosch nodded and wrote a quick note. "You tried to rebuild the profile?" he asked. "As much as I could. And the starting point is right here, the photos. Take a look at her injuries." Bosch leaned across the table and over the first row of photographs. He actually didn't see injuries to the girl. She had been dropped haphazardly into the almost full trash bin. There must have been stage building or a renovation project going on inside the theater because the bin contained mostly construction refuse, sawdust, paint buckets, small pieces of cut and broken wood. There were small cuts of wallboard and torn plastic sheeting. Melissa Landy was face up near one of the corners of the dumpster. Bosch didn't see a drop of blood on her or her dress. "What injuries are we talking about?" he asked. Walling stood up in order to lean over. She used the point of a pen to outline the places she wanted Bosch to look on each of the photos. She circled discolorations on the victim's neck. "Her neck injuries," she said. "If you look, you see the oval-shaped bruising on the right side of the neck, and on the other side you have a larger corresponding bruise. This evidence makes it clear that she was choked to death with one hand." She used the pen to illustrate what she was saying. "The thumb here on her right side, and the 4 fingers on the left, one-handed.
Now, why one-handed?
She sat back down, and Bosch leaned back away from the photos himself. The idea that Melissa had been strangled with one hand was not new to Bosch. It was in Kloster's original profile of the murder.
24 years ago, it was suggested that Jessup strangled the girl with his right hand while he masturbated with his left. This theory was built on one thing: the semen collected from the victim's dress. It was deposited by someone with the same blood type as Jessup, and so it was assumed to have come from him. You follow all of this?
I'm with you.
Okay, so the problem is we now know that the semen didn't come from Jessup, and so the basic profile or theory of the crime in 1986 is wrong. It is further demonstrated as being wrong because Jessup is right-handed, according to a sample of his writing in the files, and studies have shown that with right-handers, masturbation is almost always carried out by the dominant hand.
They've done studies on that.
You'd be surprised. I sure was when I went online to look for this.
I knew there was something wrong with the internet. She smiled, but was not a bit embarrassed by the subject matter of their discussion. It was all in a day's work.
They've done studies on everything, including which hand people use to wipe their butts. I actually found it to be fascinating reading. But the point here is that they had this wrong from the beginning. This murder did not occur during a sex act. Now let me show you a few other photos.
She reached across the table and slid all the photos together in one stack and then put them to the side. She then spread out photos taken of the inside of the tow truck Jessup was driving on the day of the murder. The truck actually had a name, which was stenciled on the dashboard.
Okay, so on the day in question, Jessup was driving Matilda,
Walling said. Bosch studied the 3 photos she had spread out. The cab of the tow truck was in neat order. Thomas Brothers maps, no GPS back then, were neatly stacked on top of the dashboard, and a small stuffed animal that Bosch presumed was an aardvark hung from the rearview mirror. A cup holder on the center console held a big gulp from 7-Eleven, and a sticker on the glove compartment door read, "Grass or ass, nobody rides for free." With her trusty pen, Walling circled a spot on one of the photos. It was a police scanner mounted under the dashboard.
Did anybody consider what this means?
Bosch shrugged. Back then, I don't know. What's it mean now?
Okay, Jessup worked for Aardvark, which was a towing company licensed by the city. However, it wasn't the only one. There was competition among tow companies. The drivers listened to scanners, picking up police calls about accidents and parking infractions. It gave them the jump on the competition, right? Except that every tow truck had a scanner, and everybody was listening and trying to get the jump on everyone else.
Right, so what's it mean?
Well, let's look at the abduction first. It is pretty clear from the witness testimony and everything else that this was not a crime of great planning and patience. This was an impulse crime. That much they've had right from the beginning. We can talk about the motivating factors at length in a little while, but suffice it to say, something caused Jessup to act out in an almost uncontrollable way.
I think I might have motivating factors covered, Bosch said.
Good, I'm eager to hear about it. But for now, we will assume that some sort of internal pressure led Jessup to act on an undeniable impulse, and he grabbed the girl. He took her back to the truck and took off. He obviously didn't know about the sister hiding in the bushes and that she would sound the alarm, so he completes the abduction and drives away. But within minutes, he hears the report about the abduction on the police scanner he has in the truck. That brings home to him the reality of what he's done and what his predicament is. He never imagined things would move so fast. He more or less comes to his senses. He realizes he must abandon his plan now and move into preservation mode. He needs to kill the girl to eliminate her as a witness and then hide her body in order to prevent his arrest.
Bosch nodded as he understood her theory. So what you're saying is, the crime that occurred was not the crime that he intended.
Correct. He abandoned the true plan.
So when Closter went to the Bureau looking for similars, he was looking for the wrong thing.
Right again.
But could there actually have been a plan? You just said yourself that it was a crime of compulsion. He saw an opportunity, and within a few seconds acted on it. What plan could there have been?
Actually, it is more than likely that he had a complex and complete plan. Killers like these have a paraphilia, a set construct of the perfect psychosexual experience. They fantasize about it in great detail. And as you can expect, it often involves torture and murder. The paraphilia is part of their daily fantasy life, and it builds to the point where the desire becomes the urge, which eventually becomes a compulsion to act out. When they do cross that line and act out, the abduction of the victim can be completely unplanned and improvisational, but the killing sequence is not. The victim is unfortunately dropped into a set construct that is played over and over in the killer's mind.
Bosch looked at his notebook and realized he had stopped taking notes. Okay, but you're saying that didn't happen here, he said. He abandoned the plan. He heard the abduction report on the scanner, and that took him from fantasy to reality. He realized that they could be closing in on him. He killed her and dumped her, hoping to avoid detection.
Exactly. And therefore, as you just noted, when investigators attempted to compare elements of this murder to others, they were comparing apples and oranges. They found nothing that matched, and believed that this was a one-time crime of opportunity and compulsion. I don't think it was.
Bosch looked up from the photos to Rachel's eyes. You think he did this before?
I think the idea that he had acted out before in this way is compelling. It would not surprise me if you were to find out that he was involved in other abductions.
You're talking about more than 24 years ago.
I know. And since there was no linking of Jessup to known unsolved murders, we are probably talking about missing children and runaways. Cases where there was never a crime scene established. The girls were never found.
Bosch thought of Jessup's middle-of-the-night visits to the parks along Mulholland Drive. He thought he might know now why Jessup would light a candle at the base of a tree. Then, a more stunning and scary thought pushed through. Do you think a guy like this would use those crimes from so long ago to feed his fantasy now?
Of course he would. He's been in prison. What other choice did he have?
Bosch felt an urgency take hold inside, an urgency that came with the growing certainty that they weren't dealing with an isolated instance of murder. If Walling's theory was correct, and he had no reason to doubt it, Jessup was a repeater. And though he had been on ice for 24 years, he was now roaming the city freely. It would not be long now before he became vulnerable to the pressures and urges that had driven him to deadly action before. Bosch came to a fast resolve. The next time Jessup was seized by the pressures of his life and overcome by the compulsion to kill, Bosch was going to be there to destroy him. His eyes refocused, and he realized Rachel was looking at him oddly. Thank you for all of this, Rachel, he said. I think I need to go. Chapter 19. Thursday, March 4th, 9 a.m. It was only a hearing on pretrial motions, but the courtroom was packed. Lots of courthouse gadflies and media, and a fair number of trial lawyers were sitting in as well. I sat at the prosecution table with Maggie, and we were going over our arguments once again. All issues before Judge Brightman had already been argued and submitted on paper. This would be when the judge could ask further questions and then announce her rulings. I had a growing sense of anxiety. The motions submitted by Clive Royce were all pretty routine, and Maggie and I had submitted solid responses. We were also ready with oral arguments to back them, but a hearing like this was also a time for the unexpected. On more than one occasion, I had sandbagged the prosecution in a pretrial hearing. And sometimes the case is won or lost before the trial begins, with a ruling in one of these hearings. I leaned back and looked behind us, and then took a quick glance around the courtroom. I gave a phony smile and nod to a lawyer I saw in the spectator section, then turned back to Maggie. "Where's Bosch?" I asked. "I don't think he's going to be here." "Why not? He's completely disappeared in the last week." "He's been working on something. He called yesterday and asked if he had to be here for this, and I said he didn't." "He'd better be working on something related to Jessup." "He tells me it is, and that he's going to bring it to us soon." "That's nice of him. The trial starts in 4 weeks." I wondered why Bosch had chosen to call her instead of me, the lead prosecutor. I realized that this made me upset with Maggie as well as Bosch. "Listen, I don't know what happened between you two on your little trip to Port Townsend, but he should be calling me." Maggie shook her head, as if dealing with a petulant child. "Look, you don't have to worry. He knows you're the lead prosecutor. He probably figures you were too busy for the day-to-day updates on what he's doing. And I'm going to forget what you said about Port Townsend. This one time. You make another insinuation like that, and you and I are going to have a real problem." "Okay, I'm sorry. It's just that—" My attention was drawn across the aisle to Jessup, who was sitting at the defense table with Royce. He was staring at me with a smirk on his face, and I realized he had been watching Maggie and me, maybe even listening. "Excuse me a second," I said. I got up and walked over to the defense table. I leaned over him. "Can I help you with something, Jessup?" Before Jessup could say a word, his lawyer cut in. "Don't talk to my client, Mick," Royce said. "If you want to ask him something, then you ask me." Now Jessup smiled again, emboldened by his attorney's defensive move. "Just go sit down," Jessup said. "I got nothing to say to you." Royce held his hand up to quiet him. "I'll handle this. You be quiet. He threatened me. You should complain to the judge. I said be quiet, and that I would handle this." Jessup folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. "Mick, is there a problem here?" Royce asked. No problem. I just don't like him staring at me." I walked back to the prosecution table, annoyed with myself for losing my calm. I sat down and looked at the pool camera set up in the jury box. Judge Brightman had approved the filming of the trial and the various hearings leading up to it, but only through the use of a pool camera, which would provide a universal feed that all channels and networks could use. A few minutes later, the judge took the bench and called the hearing to order. One by one, we went through the defense motions, and the rulings mostly fell our way without much in the way of further argument. The most important one was the routine motion to dismiss for lack of evidence, which the judge rejected with little comment. When Royce asked to be heard, she said that it wasn't necessary to discuss the issue further. It was a solid rebuke, and I loved it, even though outwardly I acted as though it were routine and boring. The only ruling the judge wanted to discuss in detail was the oddball request by Royce to allow his client to use makeup during trial to cover the tattoos on his neck and fingers. Royce had argued in his motion that the tattoos were all prison tattoos, applied while he was falsely incarcerated for 24 years. He said the tattoos could be prejudicial when noticed by jurors. His client intended to cover these with skin tone makeup, and he wanted to bar the prosecution from addressing it in front of the jury. "I have to admit, I've not had a motion like this come before me," the judge said. "I'm inclined to allow it and hold the prosecution from drawing attention to it, but I see the prosecution has objected to the motion, saying that it contains insufficient information about the content and history of these tattoos. Can you shed some light on the subject, Mr. Royce?" Royce stood and addressed the court from his place at the defense table. I looked over, and my eyes were drawn to Jessup's hands. I knew the tattoos across his knuckles were Royce's chief concern. The neck markings could largely be covered with a collared shirt, which he would wear with a suit at trial. But the hands were difficult to hide. Across the 4 digits of each hand, he had inked the sentiment, "Fuck this," and Royce knew that I would make sure it was seen by jurors. That sentiment was probably the chief impediment to having Jessup testify in his defense, because Royce knew I would find a way, either casually or specifically, to make sure the jury got his message. Your Honor, it is the defense's position that these tattoos were administered to Mr. Jessup's body while he was falsely imprisoned and are a product of that harrowing experience. Prison is a dangerous place, Judge, and inmates take measures to protect themselves. Sometimes it is through tattooing that is designed to be intimidating or to show an association the prisoner might not actually have or believe in. It would certainly be prejudicial for the jury to see, and therefore we ask for relief. This, I might add, is merely a tactic by the prosecution to delay the trial, and the defense firmly stands by its decision to not delay justice in this case. Maggie stood up quickly. She had handled this motion on paper, and therefore it was hers to handle in court. Your Honor, may I be heard on the defense's accusation? One moment, Miss McPherson. I want to be heard myself. Mr. Royce, can you explain your last statement? Royce bowed politely. Yes, of course, Judge Brightman. The defendant has begun to go through a tattoo removal process, but this takes time and will not be completed by trial. By objecting to our simple request to use makeup, the prosecution is trying to push the trial back until this removal process is completed. It's an effort to subvert the speedy trial statute which since day one the defense, to the prosecution's consternation, has refused to waive. The judge turned her gaze to Maggie McPherson. It was her turn. Your Honor, this is simply a defense fabrication. The state has not once asked for a delay or opposed the defense's request for a speedy trial. In fact, the prosecution is ready for trial. So this statement is outlandish and objectionable. The true objection on the part of the prosecution to this motion is to the idea of the defendant being allowed to disguise himself. A trial is a search for truth, and allowing him to use makeup to cover up who he really is would be an affront to the search for truth. Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, may I respond? Royce, still standing, said immediately. Brightman paused for a moment, while she wrote a few notes from Maggie's brief. That won't be necessary, Mr. Royce, she said finally. I'm going to make a ruling on this, and I will allow Mr. Jessup to cover his tattoos. If he chooses to testify on his behalf, the prosecution will not address this issue with him in front of the jury. Thank you, Your Honor, Maggie said. She sat down without showing any outward sign of disappointment. It was just one ruling among many others, and most had gone the prosecution's way. This loss was minor at best. Okay, the judge said. I think we've covered everything. Anything else from counsel at this time? Yes, Your Honor, Royce said as he stood again. Defense has a new motion we would like to submit. He stepped away from the defense table and brought copies of the new motion first to the judge and then to us, giving Maggie and me individual copies of a one-page motion. Maggie was a fast reader, a skill she had genetically passed on to our daughter, who was reading 2 books a week on top of her homework. This is bullshit, she whispered before I had even finished reading the title of the document. But I caught up quickly. Royce was adding a new lawyer to the defense team, and the motion was to disqualify Maggie from the prosecution because of a conflict of interest. The new lawyer's name was David Bell. Maggie quickly turned around to scan the spectator seats. My eyes followed, and there was David Bell, sitting at the end of the second row. I knew him on sight because I had seen him with Maggie in the months after our marriage had ended. One time I had come to her apartment to pick up my daughter, and Bell had opened the door. Maggie turned back and started to stand to address the court, but I put my hand on her shoulder and held her in place. I'm taking this, I said. No, wait, she whispered urgently. Ask for a 10-minute recess. We need to talk about this. Exactly what I was going to do. I stood and addressed the judge. Your Honor, Like you, we just got this. We can take it with us and submit, but we would rather argue it right now. If the court could indulge us with a brief recess, I think we would be ready to respond.
15 minutes, Mr. Haller? I have another matter holding. I could handle it and come back to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. This meant we had to leave the table while another prosecutor handled his business before the judge. We pushed our files and Maggie's laptop to the back of the table to make room, then got up and walked toward the back door of the courtroom. As we passed Bell, he raised a hand to get Maggie's attention, but she ignored him and walked by. "You want to go upstairs?" Maggie asked as we came through the double doors. She was suggesting that we go to the DA's office. "There isn't time to wait for an elevator. We could take the stairs. It's only 3 flights." We walked through the door into the building's enclosed stairwell, but then I grabbed her arm. "This is good enough right here," I said. "Tell me what we do about Bell."
"That piece of shit. He's never defended a criminal case, let alone a murder, in his life."
"Yeah, you wouldn't have made the same mistake twice." She looked pointedly at me.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Never mind, bad joke. Let's just stay on point." She had her arms folded tightly against her chest.
"This is the most underhanded thing I've ever seen. Royce wants me off the case, so he goes to Bell. And Bell! I can't believe he would do something like this to me."
"Yeah, well, he's probably in it for a dip into the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. We probably should have seen something like this coming." It was a defense tactic I had used myself before, but not with such obviousness. If you didn't like the judge or the prosecutor, one way of getting them off the case was to bring someone onto your team who has a conflict of interest with them. Since the defendant is constitutionally guaranteed the defense counsel of his choice, it is usually the judge or prosecutor who must be disqualified from the trial. It was a shrewd move by Royce.
"You see what he's doing, right?" Maggie said. "He is trying to isolate you. He knows I'm the one person you would trust as second chair, and he's trying to take that away from you. He knows that without me you are going to lose."
"Thanks for your confidence in me."
"You know what I mean. You've never prosecuted a case. I'm there to help you through it. If he gets me kicked off the table, then who are you going to have? Who would you trust?"
I nodded. She was right. "Okay, give me the facts. How long were you with Bell?"
"With him? I wasn't. We went out briefly 7 years ago. No more than 2 months, and if he says differently, he's a liar."
"Is the conflict that you had the relationship, or is there something else? Something you did or said? Something he has knowledge of that creates the conflict?"
"There's nothing. We went out, and it just didn't take."
"Who dropped who?" She paused and looked down at the floor.
"He did."
I nodded. "Then there's the conflict. He can claim you carry a grudge."
"A woman scorned? Is that it? This is such bullshit. You men are—"
"Hold on, Maggie. Hold on. I'm saying that is their argument. I'm not agreeing. In fact, I want—" The door to the stairwell opened, and the prosecutor who took our places when we had gotten up for the recess entered and started up the steps. I checked my watch. Only 8 minutes had gone by. "She went back into chambers," he said as he passed. "You guys are fine." "Thanks." I waited until I heard his steps on the next landing before continuing in a quiet tone with Maggie. "Okay, how do I fight this?" "You tell the judge that this is an obvious attempt to sabotage the prosecution. They've hired an attorney for the sole reason that he had a relationship with me, not because of any skill he brings to the table." I nodded. "Okay, what else?" "I don't know. I can't think. It was remote in time, no strong emotional attachment, no effect on professional judgment or conduct." Yeah. And what about Bell? Does he have something or know something I have to watch out for?" She looked at me like I was some sort of traitor. "Maggie, I need to know so there's no surprise on top of the surprise, okay?" "Fine. There's nothing. He must really be hard up if he's taking a fee just to knock me off the case." "Don't worry. Two can play this game. Let's go. We went back into the courtroom, and as we went through the gate, I nodded to the clerk so she could call the judge back from chambers. Instead of going to the prosecution table, I diverted to the defense table where Royce was sitting next to his client. David Bell was now seated at the table on the other side of Jessup. I leaned over Royce's shoulder and whispered just loud enough that his client would hear. "Clive, when the judge comes out, I'll give you the chance to withdraw this motion. If you don't, number one, I'm going to embarrass you in front of the camera, and it will be digitally preserved forever. And number two, the release and remuneration offer I made to your client last week is withdrawn. Permanently." I watched Jessup's eyebrows rise a few centimeters. He hadn't heard anything about an offer involving money and freedom. This was because I hadn't made one. But now, it would be up to Royce to convince his client that he had not withheld anything from him. Good luck with that. Royce smiled like he was pleased with my comeback. He leaned back casually and tossed his pen on his legal pad. It was a Mont Blanc with gold trim, and that was no way to treat it. "This is really going to get good, yes, Mick?" he said. "Well, I'll tell you. I'm not withdrawing the motion, and I think if you had made me an offer involving release and remuneration, I would have remembered it." So he had called my bluff. He'd still have to convince his client. I saw the judge step out from the door of her chambers and start up the 3 steps to the bench. I took one more whispered shot at Royce. "Whatever you paid Bell, you wasted." I stepped over to the prosecution table and remained standing. The judge brought the courtroom to order. "Okay, back on the record in California versus Jessup. Mr. Haller, do you want to respond to the defendant's latest motion or take it on submission?" "Your Honor, the prosecution wishes to respond right now to this motion." "Go right ahead, then." I tried to build a good tone of outrage into my voice. "Judge, I am as cynical as the next guy, but I have to say I am surprised by the defense's tactics here with this motion. In fact, this isn't a motion. This is very plainly an attempt to subvert the trial system by denying the people of Your Honor," Royce interjected, jumping to his feet. "I strenuously object to the character assassination Mr. Haller is putting on the record and before the media. This is nothing more than grand—" "Mr. Royce, you will have an opportunity to respond after Mr. Haller responds to your motion. Please be seated." "Yes, Your Honor." Royce sat down, and I tried to remember where I was. "Go ahead, Mr. Haller." "Yes, Your Honor. As you know, the prosecution turned over all discovery materials to the defense on Tuesday. What you have before you now is a very disingenuous motion spawned by Mr. Royce's realization of what he will be up against at trial. He thought the state was going to roll over on this case. He now knows that it is not going to do so." "But what does this have to do with the motion at hand, Mr. Haller?" the judge asked impatiently. "Everything," I said. "You've heard of judge shopping? Well, Mr. Royce is prosecutor shopping. He knows, through his examination of discovery materials, that Margaret McPherson is perhaps the most important part of the prosecution team. Rather than take on the evidence at trial, he is attempting to undercut the prosecution by splintering the team that has assembled that evidence. Here we are just 4 weeks before trial, and he makes a move against my second chair. He has hired an attorney with little to no experience in criminal defense, not to mention defending a murder case. Why would he do that, Judge, other than for the purpose of concocting this supposed conflict of interest?" "Your Honor!" Royce was on his feet again. "Mr. Royce," the judge said, "I told you, you will have your chance." The warning was very clear in her voice. "But, Your Honor, I can't—" "Sit down!" Royce sat down, and the judge put her attention back on me. "Judge, this is a cynical move, made by a desperate defense. I would hope that you would not allow him to subvert the intentions of the Constitution. Like two men on a seesaw, I went down, and Royce immediately popped up. "One moment, Mr. Royce," the judge said, holding up her hand and signaling him back down to his seat. "I want to talk to Mr. Bell." Now it was Bell's turn to stand up. He was a well-dressed man with sandy hair and a ruddy complexion, but I could see the apprehension in his eyes. Whether he had come to Royce or Royce had come to him, it was clear that he had not anticipated having to stand in front of a judge and explain himself. "Mr. Bell, I have not had the pleasure of seeing you practice in my courtroom. Do you handle criminal defense, sir?" No, ma'am, not ordinarily. I'm a trial attorney, and I have been lead counsel in more than 30 trials. I do know my way around a courtroom, Your Honor." "Well, good for you. How many of those trials were murder trials?" I felt total exhilaration as I watched what I had set in motion take on its own momentum. Royce looked mortified as he watched his plan shatter like an expensive vase. "None of them were murder trials per se, but several were wrongful death cases." "Not the same thing. How many criminal trials do you have under your belt, Mr. Bell?" "Again, Judge, none were criminal cases." "What do you bring to the defense of Mr. Jessup?" "Your Honor, I bring a wealth of trial experience, but I don't think that my resume is on point here. Mr. Jessup is entitled to counsel of his choice, and what exactly is the conflict you have with Miss McPherson?" Bell looked perplexed. "Did you understand the question?" the judge asked. "Yes, Your Honor. The conflict is that we had an intimate relationship, and now we would be opposing each other at trial." "Were you married?" "No, Your Honor." "When was this intimate relationship, and how long did it last?" "It was 7 years ago, and it lasted about 3 months." "Have you had contact with her since then?" Bell raised his eyes to the ceiling, as if looking for an answer. Maggie leaned over and whispered in my ear. "No, Your Honor," Bell said. I stood up. "Your Honor, in the interest of full disclosure, Mr. Bell has sent Miss McPherson a Christmas card for the past 7 years. She has not responded likewise." There was a murmur of laughter in the courtroom. The judge ignored it and looked down at something in front of her. She looked like she had heard enough. "Where is the conflict you are worried about, Mr. Bell?" Judge, this is a bit difficult to speak of in open court, but I was the one who ended the relationship with Miss McPherson, and my concern is that there could be some lingering animosity there, and that's the conflict." The judge wasn't buying this, and everyone in the courtroom knew it. It was becoming uncomfortable even to watch. "Miss McPherson," the judge said. Maggie pushed back her chair and stood. "Do you hold any lingering animosity toward Mr. Bell?" "No, Your Honor, at least not before today. I moved on to better things." I could hear another low rumble from the seats behind me as Maggie's spear struck home. "Thank you, Miss McPherson," the judge said. "You can sit, and so can you, Mr. Bell." Bell thankfully dropped into his chair. The judge leaned forward and spoke matter-of-factly into the bench's microphone. "The motion is denied." Royce stood up immediately. "Your Honor, I was not heard before the ruling." "It was your motion, Mr. Royce." "But I would like to respond to some of the things Mr. Hollis said about—" "Mr. Royce, I've made my ruling on it. I don't see the need for further discussion. Do you?" Royce realized his defeat could get even worse. He cut his losses. "Thank you, Your Honor." He sat down. The judge then ended the hearing, and we packed up and headed toward the rear doors. But not as quickly as Royce. He and his client and supposed co-counsel split the courtroom like men who had to catch the last train on a Friday night. And this time, Royce didn't bother stopping outside the courtroom to chat with the media. "Thanks for sticking up for me," Maggie said when we got to the elevators. I shrugged. "You stuck up for yourself. Did you really mean that, what you said about moving on from Belle to better things? From him? Yes, definitely. I looked at her, but couldn't read her beyond the spoken line. The elevator doors opened, and there was Harry Bosch, waiting to step off. Chapter 20. Thursday, March 4th, 10:40 a.m. Bosch stepped off the elevator and almost walked right into Holler and McPherson. "Is it over?" he asked. "You missed it," Holler said. Bosch quickly turned and hit one of the bumpers on the elevator doors before it could close. "Are you going down?" "That's the plan," Holler said in a tone that didn't hide his annoyance with Bosch. "I thought you weren't coming to the hearing." "I wasn't. I was coming to get you two." They rode the elevator down, and Bosch convinced them to walk with him a block over to the police administration building. He signed them in as visitors, and they went up to the 5th floor, where Robbery Homicide Division was located. "This is the first time I've been here," McPherson said. "It's as quiet as an insurance office." "Yeah, I guess we lost a lot of the charm when we moved," Bosch replied. The PAB had been in operation only for 6 months. It had a quiet and sterile quality about it. Most of the building's denizens, including Bosch, missed the old headquarters, Parker Center, even though it was beyond decrepit. "I've got a private room over here," he said, pointing to a door on the far side of the squad room. He used a key to unlock the door, and they walked into a large space with a boardroom-style table at center. One wall was glass that looked out on the squad room, but Bosch had lowered and closed the blinds for privacy. On the opposite wall was a large whiteboard with a row of photos across the top margin and numerous notes written beneath each shot. The photos were of young girls. "I've been working on this non-stop for a week," Bosch said. "You probably have been wondering where I disappeared to, so I figured it was time to show you what I've got." McPherson stopped just a few steps inside the door and stared, squinting her eyes and revealing to Bosch her vanity. She needed glasses, but he'd never seen her wearing them. Holler stepped over to the table, where there were several archival case boxes gathered. He slowly pulled out a chair to sit down. "Maggie," Bosch prompted, "why don't you sit down?" McPherson finally broke from her stare and took the chair at the end of the table. "Is this what I think it is?" she asked. "They all look like Melissa Landy." "Well," Bosch said, "let me just go over it, and you'll draw your own conclusions." Bosch stayed on his feet. He moved around the table to the whiteboard. With his back to the board, he started to tell the story. "Okay, I have a friend. She's a former profiler. I've never—" "For whom?" Holler asked. "The FBI, but does it matter? What I'm saying is that I've never known anybody who was better at it. So shortly after I came into this, I asked her informally to take a look at the case files, and she did. Her conclusions were that back in '86, this case was read all wrong. And where the original investigators saw a crime of impulse and opportunity, she saw something different. To keep it short, she saw indications that the person who killed Melissa Landy may have killed before." "Here we go," Holler said. "Look, man, I don't know why you're giving me the attitude," Bosch said. "You pulled me in as investigator on this thing, and I'm investigating. Why don't you just let me tell you what I know? Then you can do with it whatever you want. You think it's legit, then run with it. You don't, then shit can it. I will have done my job by bringing it to you." "I'm not giving you any attitude, Harry. I'm just thinking out loud. Thinking about all the things that can complicate a trial, complicate discovery. You realize that everything you were telling us has to be turned over to Royce now." "Only if you intend to use it." "What?" "I thought you'd know the rules of discovery better than me." "I know the rules. Why did you bring us here for this dog and pony show if you don't think we should use it?" "Why don't you just let him tell the story?" McPherson said. "And then maybe we'll understand." "Then go ahead," Holler said. "Anyway, all I said was, 'Here we go,' which I think is a pretty common phrase indicating surprise and change of direction. That's all. Continue, Harry, please." Bosch glanced back at the board for a moment, and then turned back to his audience of two, and continued. "So my friend the profiler thinks Jason Jessup killed before he killed Melissa Landy, and most likely was successful in hiding his involvement in these previous crimes." "So you went looking," McPherson said. "I did. Now remember our original investigator, Closter, was no slouch. He went looking too. Only problem was, he was using the wrong profile. They had semen on the dress, strangulation, and a body dump in an accessible location. That was the profile, so that is what he went looking for, and he found no similars, or at least no cases that connected. End of story, end of search. They believe Jessup acted out this one time, was exceedingly disorganized and sloppy, and got caught." Harry turned and gestured to a row of photographs on the whiteboard behind him. "So I went a different way. I went looking for girls who were reported missing and never showed up again. Girls reported as runaways, as well as possible abductions. Jessup is from Riverside County, so I expanded the search to include Riverside and LA counties. Since Jessup was 24 when he was arrested, I went back to when he was 18, putting the search limits from 1980 to 86. As far as victim profile, I went Caucasian, age 12 to 18. "Why did you go as old as 18? McPherson asked. "Our victim was 12. "Rachel said, the profiler said that sometimes starting out, these people pick from their own peer group. They learn how to kill, and then they start to define their targets according to their paraphilias. A paraphilia is—" "I know what it is," McPherson said. "You did all of this work yourself? Or did this Rachel help you?" "Nah, she just worked out the profile. I had some help from my partner pulling all of this together. But it was tough, because not all the records are complete, especially on cases that never got above runaway status, and a lot was cleared out. Most of the runaway files from back then are gone." "They didn't digitize?" McPherson asked. Bosch shook his head. "Not in LA County. They prioritized when they switched over to computerized records, and went back and captured records for major crimes. No runaway cases unless there was the possibility of abduction involved. Riverside County was different. Fewer cases out there, so they archived everything on computer. Anyway, for that time period in these two counties, we came up with 29 cases over the 6-year period we're looking at. Again, these were unresolved cases. In each, the girl disappeared and never came home. We pulled what records we could find, and most didn't fit because of witness statements or other issues. But I couldn't rule out these 8. Bosch turned to the board and looked at the photos of 8 smiling girls. All of them long gone over time. I'm not saying that Jessup had anything to do with any of these girls dropping off the face of the earth, but he could have. As Maggie already noticed, they all have a resemblance to one another and to Melissa Landy. And by the way, the resemblance extends to body type as well. They're all within 10 pounds and 2 inches of one another and our victim." Bosch turned back to his audience and saw McPherson and Holler transfixed by the photographs. "Beneath each photo I've put the particulars," he said. "Physical descriptors, date, and location of disappearance, the basic stuff." "Did Jessup know any of them?" Holler asked. "Is he connected in any way to any of them?" That was the bottom line. Bosch knew. "Nothing really solid. Not that I've found so far," he said. "The best connection that we have is this girl." He turned and pointed to the first photo on the left. "The first girl, Valerie Schlichter. She disappeared in 1981 from the same neighborhood in Riverside that Jessup grew up in. He would have been 19 and she was 17. They both went to Riverside High, but because he dropped out early, It doesn't look like they were there at the same time. Anyway, she was counted as a runaway because there were problems in her home. It was a single-parent home. She lived with her mother and a brother, and then one day, about a month after graduating from high school, she split. The investigation never rose above a missing persons case, largely because of her age. She turned 18 a month after she disappeared. In fact, I wouldn't even call it an investigation. They more or less waited to see if she'd come home. She didn't.
Nothing else?
Bosch turned back and looked at Haller. So far, that's it.
Then discovery is not an issue. There's nothing here. There's no connection between Jessup and any of these girls. The closest one you have is this Riverside girl, and she was 5 years older than Melissa Landy. This whole thing seems like a stretch.
Bosch thought he detected a note of relief in Haller's voice. Well, he said, there's still another part to all of this.
He stepped over to the case boxes at the end of the table and picked up a file. He walked it down and put it in front of McPherson.
As you know, we've had Jessup under surveillance since he was released.
McPherson opened the file and saw the stack of 8x10 surveillance shots of Jessup.
With Jessup, they've learned that there is no routine schedule, so they stick with him 24/7. And what they're documenting is that he has two remarkably different lives. The public one, which is carried in the media as his so-called journey to freedom. Everything from smiling for the cameras and eating hamburgers to surfing Venice Beach to the talk show circuit.
Yes, we're well aware, Haller said, and most of it orchestrated by his attorney.
And then there's the private side, Bosch said. The bar crawls, the late-night cruising, and the middle-of-the-night visits.
Visits where? McPherson asked. Bosch went to his last visual aid, a map of the Santa Monica Mountains. He unfolded it on the table in front of them.
9 different times since his release, Jessup has left the apartment where he stays in Venice, and in the middle of the night, driven up to Mulholland on top of the mountains. From there, he has visited 1 or 2 of the canyon parks up there per night. Franklin Canyon is his favorite. He's been there 6 times. But he also has hit Stone Canyon, Runyon Canyon, and the overlook at Fryman Canyon a few times each.
What's he doing at all these places? McPherson asked.
Well, first of all, these are public parks that are closed at dusk, Bosch replied. So he's sneaking in. We're talking 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. He goes in, and he just sort of sits. He communes. He lit candles a couple of times. Always the same spots in each of the parks, usually on a trail or by a tree. We don't have photos because it's too dark, and we can't risk getting in close. I've gone out with the SIS a couple of times this week and watched. It looks like he just sort of meditates.
Bosch circled the 4 parks on the map. Each was off Mulholland and close to the others. Have you talked to your profiler about all this? Haller asked.
Yeah, I did, and she was thinking what I was thinking. That he's visiting graves. Communing with the dead. His victims.
Oh, man, Haller said.
Yeah, Bosch said.
There was a long pause as Haller and McPherson considered the implications of Bosch's investigation. Harry, has anybody done any digging in any of these spots? McPherson asked.
No, not yet. We didn't want to go too crazy with the shovels, because he keeps coming back. He'd know something was up, and we don't want that yet.
Right. What about
cadaver dogs? Yeah, we brought them out there undercover yesterday.
How do you make a dog go undercover? Haller asked.
Bosch started to laugh, and it eased some of the tension in the room. What I mean is, there were 2 dogs, and they weren't brought out in official vehicles and handled by people in uniforms. We tried to make it look like somebody walking their dog, but even that was a problem because the park doesn't allow dogs on these trails. Anyway, we did the best we could and got in and got out. I checked with SIS to make sure Jessup wasn't anywhere near Mulholland when we went in. He was surfing. And? McPherson asked impatiently. These dogs are the type that just lie down on the ground when they pick up the scent of human decay. Supposedly, they could pick it up through the ground even after 100 years. Anyway, at 3 of the 4 places Jessup's gone in these parks, the dogs didn't react. But at one spot, one of the 2 dogs did. Bosch watched McPherson swivel in her seat and look at Haller. He looked back at her, and there was some sort of silent communication there. It should also be noted that this particular dog has a history of being wrong, that is, giving a false positive, about 1/3 of the time, Bosch said. The other dog didn't react to the same spot. Great, Haller said. So what does that tell us? Well, that's why I invited you over, Bosch said. We've reached the point where maybe we should start digging, at least in that one spot. But if we do, we run the risk that Jessup will find out, and he'll know we've been following him. And if we dig and we find human remains, do we have enough here to charge Jessup? McPherson leaned forward, while Haller leaned back, clearly deferring to his second chair. Well, I see no legal embargo on digging, she finally said. It's public property, and there is nothing that would stop you legally. No need for a search warrant. But do you want to dig right now, based on this one dog, with what seems like a high false positive rate, or do we wait until after the trial? Or maybe even during the trial, Haller said. The second question is the more difficult, McPherson said. For the sake of argument, let's say there are remains buried in one or even all of those spots. Yes, Jessup's activities seem to form an awareness of what is below the earth in the places he visits in the middle of the night. But does that prove he's responsible? Hardly. We could charge him, yes, but he could mount a number of defenses based on what we know right now. You agree, Michael? Haller leaned forward and nodded. Suppose you dig, and you find the remains of one of these girls. Even if you can confirm the ID, and that's going to be a big if, you still don't have any evidence connecting her death to Jessup. All you have is his guilty knowledge of the burial spot. That is very significant, but is it enough to go into court with? I don't know. I think I'd rather be defense counsel than prosecutor on that one. I think Maggie's right. There are any number of defenses that he could employ to explain his knowledge of the burial sites. He could invent a straw man, somebody else who did the killings and told him about them, or forced him to take part in the burials. Jessup spent 24 years in prison. How many other convicts has he been exposed to? Thousands? Tens of thousands? How many of them were murderers? He could lay this whole thing on one of them, say that he heard in prison about these burial spots, and he decided to come and pray for the souls of the victims. He could make up anything. He shook his head again. The bottom line is, there are a lot of ways to go with a defense like this. Without any sort of physical evidence connecting him or a witness, I think you would have a problem. Maybe there is physical evidence in the graves that connects him, Bosch offered. Maybe. But what if there isn't? Haller shot right back. You never know. You could also pull a confession out of Jessup, but I doubt that too. McPherson took it from there. Michael mentioned the big if, the remains. Can they be ID'd? Will we be able to establish how long they were in the ground? Remember, Jessup has an ironclad alibi for the last 24 years. If you pull up a set of bones, and we can't say for sure that they've been down there since at least 86, then Jessup would walk. Haller got up and went to the whiteboard, grabbing a marker off the ledge. In a clear spot, he drew 2 circles side by side. Here's what we've got so far. 1 is our case, and 1 is this whole new thing you've come up with. They're separate. We have the case with the trial about to go, and then we have your new investigation. When they're separate like this, we're fine. Your investigation has no bearing on our trial, so we can keep the 2 circles separate. Understand? Sure, Bosch said. Haller grabbed the eraser off the ledge and wiped the 2 circles off the board. He then drew 2 new circles, but this time they overlapped. Now, if you go out there and start digging and you find bones, this is what happens. Our two circles become connected. And that's when your thing becomes our thing, and we have to reveal this to the defense and the whole wide world." McPherson nodded in agreement. "So then what do we do?" Bosch asked. "Drop it?" "No, we don't drop it," Haller said. "We just be careful, and we keep them separate. You know what is universally held as the best trial strategy? Keep it simple, stupid. So let's not complicate things. Let's keep our circles separate and go to trial and get this guy for killing Melissa Landy. And when we're done that, we go up to Mulholland with shovels." "Done with?" "What?" "When we're done with that." "Whatever, Professor." Bosch's eyes moved from Haller's connected circles on the board to the row of faces. All his instincts told him that at least some of those girls did not get any older than they were in the photos. They were in the ground and had been buried there by Jason Jessup. He hated the idea of them spending another day in the dirt, but knew that they would have to wait a little longer. "Okay," he said. "I'll keep working it on the side, for now. But there's also one other thing from the profiler that you should know." "The other shoe drops," McPherson said. "What?" Haller had returned to his seat. Bosch pulled out a chair and sat down himself. "She said a killer like Jessup doesn't reform in prison. The dark matter inside doesn't go away. It stays. It waits. It's like a cancer. And it reacts to outside pressures." "He'll kill again," McPherson said. Bosch slowly nodded. "He can visit the graves of his past victims for only so long before he'll feel the need for fresh inspiration. And if he feels under pressure, the chances are good he'll move in that direction even sooner." "Then we'd better be ready," Haller said. "I'm the guy who let him out. If you have any doubts about him being covered, then I want to hear them." "No doubts," Bosch said. "If Jessup makes a move, we'll be on him." "When are you planning on going out with the SIS again?" McPherson asked. "Whenever I can. But I've got my daughter, so it's whenever she's on a sleepover or I can get somebody to come in." "I want to go once." "Why?" "I want to see the real Jessup, not the one in the papers and on TV." "Well..." "What?" "Well, there are no women on the team, and they're constantly moving with this guy. There won't be any bathroom breaks. They piss in bottles." "Don't worry, Harry. I think I can handle it." "Then I'll set it up." Chapter 21. Friday, March 19th, 10:50 a.m. I checked my watch when I heard Maggie say hello to Lorna in the reception room. She entered the office and dropped her case on the desk. It was one of those slim and stylish Italian leather laptop totes that she never would have bought for herself. Too expensive and too red. I wanted to know who gave it to her, like I wanted to know a lot of things she would never tell me. But the origin of her red briefcase was the least of my worries. In 13 days, we would start picking jurors in the Jessup case, and Clive Royce had finally landed his best pretrial punch. It was an inch thick and sat in front of me on my desk. "Where have you been?" I said with a clear note of annoyance in my voice. "I called your cell and got no answer." She came over to my desk, dragging the extra chair with her. "More like, where were you?" I glanced at my calendar blotter and saw nothing in the day's square. "What are you talking about?" "My phone was turned off because I was at Haley's honors assembly. They don't like cell phones ringing when they are calling the kids up to get their pins." "Oh, shit." She had told me and copied me on the email. I printed it out and put it on the refrigerator, but not on my desk blotter or into my phone's calendar. I blew it. "You should have been there, Haller. You would have been proud." I know. I messed up." "It's all right. You'll get other chances. To mess up or stand up. That hurt. It would have been better if she had chewed my ass out like she used to. But the passive-aggressive approach always got deeper under the skin. And she probably knew that. "I'll be at the next one," I said. "That's a promise." She didn't sarcastically say, "Sure, holler," or "I've heard that one before." And somehow that made it worse. Instead, she just got down to business. "What is that?" She nodded at the document in front of me. "This is Clive Royce's last best stand. It's a motion to exclude the testimony of Sarah Ann Gleason. And of course he drops it on a Friday afternoon, 2 weeks before trial. More like 13 days. My mistake? What's he say?" I turned the document around and slid it across the desk to her. It was held together with a large black clip. "He's been working on this one since the start, because he knows the case comes down to her. She's our primary witness, and without her, none of the other evidence matters. Even the hair in the truck is circumstantial. If he takes out Sarah, he takes out our case." "I get that, but how's he trying to get rid of her?" She started flipping through the pages. It was delivered at 9 and is 86 pages long, so I haven't had the time to completely digest it. But it's a two-pronged effort. He's attacking her original identification from when she was a kid. Says the setup was prejudicial. And that was already argued, accepted by the trial court, and it held up on appeal. He's wasting the court's time. He's got a new angle this time. Remember, Closter's got Alzheimer's and is no good as a witness. He can't tell us about the investigation, and he can't defend himself. So this time out, Royce alleges that Closter told Sarah which man to identify. He pointed Jessup out for her. And what is his backup? Supposedly only Sarah and Closter were in the room. I don't know. There's no backup, but my guess is he's riffing on the radio call Closter made, telling them to make Jessup take off his hat. It doesn't matter. The lineup was put together to see if Sarah could identify Derek Wilburn, the other driver. Any argument that he then told her to put the finger on Jessup is ridiculous. That ID came quite unexpectedly, but naturally and convincingly. This is nothing to get worked up about. Even without Closter, we'll tear this one up. I knew she was right, but the first attack wasn't really what I was most worried about. "That's just his opening salvo," I said. "That's nothing compared with part 2. He also seeks to exclude her entire testimony based on unreliable memory. He's got her whole drug history laid out in the motion, seemingly down to every chip of meth she ever smoked. He's got arrest records, jail records, witnesses who detail her consumption of drugs, multiple partner sex, and what they term her belief in out-of-body experiences. I guess she forgot to mention that part up in Port Townsend. And to top it all off, he's got experts on memory loss and false memory creation as a byproduct of meth addiction. So in all, you know what he's got? He's got us fucked coming and going." Maggie didn't respond, as she was scanning the summary pages at the end of Royce's motion. "He's got investigators here and up in San Francisco," I added. "It's thorough and exhaustive, Mags. And you know what? It doesn't even look like he's gone up to Port Townsend to interview her yet. He says he doesn't have to, because it doesn't matter what she says now. It can't be relied upon." "He'll have his experts, and we'll have ours on rebuttal," she said calmly. "We expected this part, and I've already been lining ours up. At worst, we can turn this into a wash. You know that." "The experts are only a small part of it." "We'll be fine," she insisted. "And look at these witnesses, her ex-husbands and boyfriends. I see Royce conveniently didn't bother to include their own arrest records here. They're all tweakers themselves. We'll make them look like pimps and pedophiles, with grudges against her because she left them in the dust when she got straight. She married the first one when she was 18, and he was 29. She told us. I'd love to get him in the chair in front of the judge. I really think you're overreacting to this, Holler. We can argue this."
We can make him put some of these so-called witnesses in front of the judge, and we can knock every one of them out of the box. You're right about one thing, though. This is Royce's last best stand. It's just not going to be good enough. I shook my head. She was seeing only what was on paper and what could be blocked or parried with our own swords, not what was not written. Look, this is about Sarah. He knows the judge is not going to want to chop our main witness. He knows we'll get by this. But he's putting the judge on notice that this is what he is going to put Sarah through if she takes the stand. Her whole life, every sort of detail, every pipe and dick she ever smoked, she's going to have to sit up there and take it. Then he'll trot out some PhD who will put pictures of a melted brain on a screen and say this is what meth does. Do we want that for her? Is she strong enough to take it? Maybe we have to go to Royce, offer a deal for time served and some kind of payout from the city. Something everybody can live with. Maggie flopped the motion onto the desk. Are you kidding me? You're running scared because of this? I'm not running scared. I'm being realistic. I didn't go up to Washington. I have no feel for this woman. I don't know if she can stand up to this or not. Besides, we can always take a second bite of the apple with those cases Bosch has been working. Maggie leaned back in her chair. There's no guarantee that anything will come out of those other cases. We have to put everything we have into this one hauler. I could go back up there and hold Sarah's hand a little bit. Tell her more about what to expect. Get her ready. She already understood it wasn't going to be pretty. To put it mildly. I think she's strong enough. I think in some weird way, she might need it. You know, get it all out there. Expiate her sins. It's about redemption with her, Michael. You know about that. We held each other's eyes for a long moment. Anyway, I think she'll be more than strong, and the jury will see it, she said. She's a survivor, and everybody likes a survivor. I nodded. You have a way of convincing people, Mags. It's a gift. We both know you should be lead on this, not me. Thank you for saying that. All right, go up there and get her prepped for this. Next week, maybe. By then, we should have a witness schedule, and you can tell her when we'll be bringing her down. Okay, she said. Meantime, how's your weekend looking? We have to put together an answer to this. I pointed at the defense motion on the desk. Well, Harry finally got me a ride-along with the SIS tomorrow night. He's going too. I think his daughter has a sleepover. Other than that, I'm around. Why are you going to spend all that time watching Jessup? The police have that covered. Like I said before, I want to see Jessup out there when he doesn't think anyone is watching. I would suggest that you come too, but you've got Haley. I wouldn't waste the time. But when you see Bosch, can you give him a copy of this motion? We're going to need him to run down some of these witnesses and statements. Not all of them were in Royce's discovery package. Yeah, he played it smart. He keeps them off the witness list until they show up here. If the judge shoots down the motion saying Gleason's credibility is a jury question, he'll come back with an amended witness list saying, okay, I need to put these people in front of the jury in regard to credibility. And she'll allow it, or she'll be contradicting her own ruling. Clever Clive. He knows what he's doing. Anyway, I'll get a copy to Harry, but I think he's still chasing those old cases. Doesn't matter. The trial is the priority. We need complete backgrounds on these people. You want to deal with him, or do you want me to? In our divvying up of pre-trial duties, I'd given Maggie the responsibility of prepping for defense witnesses. All except Jessup. If he testified, he was still mine. I'll talk to him, she said. She furrowed her brow. It was a habit I'd seen before. What? Nothing. I'm just thinking about how to attack this. I think we throw in a motion in limina, seeking to limit Royce on the impeachable stuff. We argue that the events of her life in between are not relevant to credibility if her identification of Jessup now matches her identification back then. I shook my head. I would argue that you're infringing on my client's Sixth Amendment rights to cross-examine his accuser. The judge might limit some of this stuff if it's repetitive, but don't count on her disallowing it. She pursed her lips as she recognized that I was right. It's still worth a try, I said. Everything is worth a try. In fact, I want to drown Royce in paper. Let's hit him back with a phone book to wade through. She looked at me and smiled. What? I like it when you get all angry and righteous. You haven't seen anything yet. She looked away before I went a step further. Where do you want to set up shop this weekend? She asked. Remember, you have Haley. She's not going to like it if we work the entire weekend. I had to think about that for a moment. Haley loved museums, to the point that I was getting tired of going to the same museums over and over. She also loved movies. I would need to check and see if a new movie was out. Bring her to my house in the morning, and be prepared to work on our response. We can maybe trade off. I'll take her to a movie or something in the afternoon, and then you go on and do your thing with the SIS. We'll make it work. Okay, that's a deal. Or what? You could bring her over tonight, and we could have a little dinner celebrating our kid making second honors. And we might even get a little work on this done. And I stay over, is that what you mean? Sure, if you want. You wish, Holler. I do. By the way, it was first honors. You better have it right when you see her tonight. I smiled. Tonight? You mean that? I think so. Then don't worry. I'll have everything right. Chapter 22. Saturday, March 20th, 8 p.m. Because Bosch had mentioned that a prosecutor wanted to join the SIS surveillance, Lieutenant Wright arranged his schedule to work Saturday night and be the driver of the car the visitors were assigned to. The pickup point was in Venice, at a public parking lot 6 blocks off the beach. Bosch met McPherson there, and then he put a radio call into Wright, saying they were ready and waiting. 15 minutes later, a white SUV entered the lot and drove up to them. Bosch gave McPherson the front seat, and he climbed into the back. He wasn't being chivalrous. The long bench seat would allow him to stretch out during the long night of surveillance. Steve Wright, the lieutenant said, offering McPherson his hand. Maggie McPherson, thanks for letting me come along. No sweat. We always like it when the district attorney's office takes an interest. Let's hope tonight is worth your while. Where's Jessup now? When I left, he was at the Brig on Abbot Kinney. He likes crowded places, which works in our favor. I have a couple of guys inside and a few more on the street. We're kind of used to his rhythm now. He hits a place, waits to be recognized, and for people to start buying him drinks, then he moves on, quickly if he isn't recognized. I guess I'm more interested in his late-night travels than his drinking habits. It's good that he's out drinking, Bosch said from the back seat. There's a causal relationship. The nights he takes in alcohol are usually the nights he goes up to Mulholland. Wright nodded in agreement and headed the SUV out of the lot. He was a perfect surveillance man because he didn't look like a cop. In his late 50s with glasses, a thinning hairline, and always 2 or 3 pens in his shirt pocket, he looked more like an accountant. But he had been with the SIS for more than 2 decades, and had been in on several of the squad's kills. Every 5 years or so, the Times did a story on the SIS, usually analyzing its kill record. In the last exposé Bosch remembered reading, the paper had labeled Wright SIS's unlikely chief gunslinger. While the reporters and editors behind the story probably viewed that as an editorial put-down, Wright wore it like a badge of honor. He had the sobriquet printed below his name on his business card. In quotes, of course. Wright drove down Abbot Kinney Boulevard and past the Brig, which was located in a 2-story building on the east side of the street. He went 2 blocks down and made a U-turn.
He came back up the street and pulled to the curb in front of a fire hydrant, a half block from the bar. The lighted sign outside the brig depicted a boxer in a ring, his red gloves up and ready. It was an image that seemed at odds with the name of the bar, but Bosch knew the story behind it. As a much younger man, he had lived in the neighborhood. He knew the sign with the boxer was put up by a former owner who had bought out the original owners. The new man was a retired fighter and had decorated the interior with a boxing motif. He also put the sign up out front. There was still a mural on the side of the building that depicted the fighter and his wife, but they were long gone now. "This is 5, Wright said. "What's our status?" He was talking to the microphone clipped to the sun visor over his head. Bosch knew there was a foot button on the floor that engaged it. The return speaker was under the dash. The radio set up in the cars allowed the surveillance cops to keep their hands free while driving and, more important, helped them maintain their cover. Talking into a handheld rover was a dead giveaway. The SIS was too good for that. 3, a voice said over the radio. "Retro is still in the location along with 1 and 2. "Roger that," Wright said. "Retro?" McPherson said. "Our name for him," Wright said. "Our freaks are pretty far down the bandwidth, and on the FCC registry they're listed as DWP channels, but you never know who might be listening. We don't use the names of people or locations on the air." "Got it." It wasn't even 9 yet. Bosch wasn't expecting Jessup to leave anytime soon, especially if people were buying him drinks. As they settled in, Wright seemed to like McPherson and liked informing her about procedures and the art of high-level surveillance. She might have been bored with it, but she never let on. "See, once we establish a subject's rhythms and routines, we can react much better. Take this place, for example. The brig is one of 3 or 4 places Retro hits sort of regularly. We've assigned different guys to different bars, so they can go in while he's in the location and be like regulars. The 2 guys I've got right now in the brig are the same 2 guys that always go in there. And 2 other guys would go into Townhouse when he's there, and 2 others have James Beach. It goes like that. If Retro notices them, he'll think it's because he's seen them in there before and they're regulars in the place. Now, if he saw the same guy at 2 different places, he'd start getting suspicious." "I understand, Lieutenant. Sounds like the smart way to do it." "Call me Steve." "Okay, Steve. Can your people inside communicate?" "Yes, but they're deaf." "Deaf?" "We've all got body mics, like the Secret Service, but we don't put in the earpieces when we're in play inside a place like a bar. Too obvious. So they call in their positions when possible, but they don't hear anything coming back unless they pull the receiver up from under their collar and put it in. Unfortunately, it's not like TV, where they just put the bean in their ear and there's no wire." "I see. And do your men actually drink while in a bar on surveillance?" "A guy in a place like that ordering a Coke or a glass of water is going to stand out as suspicious. So they order booze, but then they nurse it. Luckily, Retro likes to go to crowded places. Makes it easier to maintain cover." While the small talk continued in the front seat, Bosch pulled his phone and started what some would consider a conversation of small talk himself. He texted his daughter. Though he knew there were several sets of eyes on the brig and even inside on Jessup, he looked up and checked the door of the bar every few seconds. Bosch typed, "How's it going? Having fun?" Madeline was staying overnight at her friend Aurora Smith's house. It was only a few blocks from home, but Bosch would not be nearby if she needed him. It was several minutes before she grudgingly answered the text, but they had a deal. She must answer his calls and texts, or her freedom, what she called her leash, would be shortened. Madeline texted back, "Everything's fine. You don't have to check on me." Bosch typed, "Yes, I do. I'm your father. Don't stay up too late." Madeline replied, "K." And that was it. A child's shorthand in a shorthand relationship. Bosch knew he needed help. There was so much he didn't know. At times they seemed fine, and everything appeared to be perfect. Other times, he was sure she was going to sneak out the door and run away. Living with his daughter had resulted in his love for her growing more than he thought was possible. Thoughts of her safety, as well as hopes for her happy future, invaded his mind at all times. His longing to make her life better and take her far past her own history had at times become a physical ache in his chest. Still, he couldn't seem to reach across the aisle. The plane was bouncing, and he kept missing. He put his phone away and checked the front of the brig again. There was a crowd of smokers standing outside. Just then, a voice and the sharp crack of billiard balls colliding in the background came over the radio speaker. "Coming out. Retro is coming out." "This seems early," Wright said. "Does he smoke?" McPherson asked. "Maybe he's just—" "Not that we've seen." Bosch kept his eyes on the door, and soon it pushed open. A man he recognized even from a distance as Jessup stepped out and headed along the sidewalk. Abbot Kinney slashed in a northwesterly direction across Venice. He was heading that way. "Where did he park?" Bosch asked. "He didn't," Wright said. "He only lives a few blocks from here. He walked over." They watched in silence after that. Jessup walked 2 blocks on Abbot Kinney, passing a variety of restaurants, coffee shops, and galleries. The sidewalk was busy. Almost every place was still open for Saturday night business. He stepped into a coffee shop called Abbott's Habit. Wright got on the radio and assigned one of his men to enter it, but before that could happen, Jessup stepped back out, coffee in hand, and proceeded on foot again. Wright started the SUV and pulled into traffic going the opposite direction. He made a U-turn when he was 2 blocks further down and away from Jessup's view, should he happen to turn around. All the while, he maintained constant radio contact with the other followers. Jessup had an invisible net around him. Even if he knew it was there, he couldn't lose it. "He's heading home," a radio voice reported. "Might be an early night." Abbot Kinney, named for the man who built Venice more than a century earlier, became Brooks Avenue, which then intersected with Main Street. Jessup crossed Main and headed down one of the walk streets where automobiles could not travel. Wright was ready for this and directed 2 of the tail cars over to Pacific Avenue so they could pick him up when he came through. Wright pulled to a stop at Brooks and Main and waited for the report that Jessup had passed through and was on Pacific. After 2 minutes, he started to get anxious and went to the radio. "Where is he, people?" There was no response. No one had Jessup. Wright quickly sent somebody in. "2, you go in. Use the 23. "Got it." McPherson looked over the seat back at Bosch and then at Wright. "The 23? "We have a variety of tactics we use. We don't describe them on the air." He pointed through the windshield. "That's the 23. Bosch saw a man wearing a red windbreaker and carrying an insulated pizza bag cut across Main and into the walk street named Breeze Avenue. They waited, and finally the radio burst to life. "I'm not seeing him. I walked all the way through and he's not—" The transmission cut off. Wright said nothing. They waited, and then the same voice came back in a whisper. "I almost walked into him. He came out between 2 houses. He was pulling up his zipper." "Okay, did he make you?" Wright asked. "That's a negative. I asked for directions to Breeze Court, and he said this was Breeze Avenue. We're cool. He should be coming through now." "This is 4. We got him. He's heading towards San Juan." The 4th car was one of the vehicles Wright had put on Pacific. Jessup was living in an apartment on San Juan Avenue between Speedway and the beach. One of his high school surfing buddies was putting him up until he cashed in. Bosch felt the momentary tension in his gut start to ease. Surveillance work was sometimes tough to take. Jessup had ducked between 2 houses to take a leak, and it had caused a near panic. Wright redirected the teams to the area around San Juan Avenue between Speedway and Pacific. Jessup used a key to enter the 2nd-floor apartment where he was staying, and the teams quickly moved into place. It was time to wait again. Bosch knew from past surveillance gigs that the main attribute a good watcher needed was a comfort with silence. Some people are compelled to fill the void. Harry never was, and he doubted anyone in the SIS was. He was curious to see how McPherson would do, now that the Surveillance 101 lesson from Wright was over, and there was nothing left but to wait and watch. Bosch pulled his phone to see if he had missed a text from his daughter, but it was clear. He decided not to pester her with another check-in and put the phone away. The genius of his giving McPherson the front seat now came into play. He turned and put his legs up and across the seat, stretching himself into a lounging position with his back against the door. McPherson glanced back and smiled in the darkness of the car. "I thought you were being a gentleman," she said. "You just wanted to stretch out." Bosch smiled. "You got me." Everyone was silent after that. Bosch thought about what McPherson had said while they had waited in the parking lot to be picked up by Wright. First, she handed him a copy of the latest defense motion, which he locked in the trunk of his car. She told him he needed to start vetting the witnesses and their statements, looking for ways to turn their threats to the case into advantages for the prosecution. She said she and Haller had worked all day, crafting a response to the attempt to disqualify Sarah Ann Gleason from testifying. The judge's ruling on the issue could decide the outcome of the trial. It always bothered Bosch when he saw justice and the law being manipulated by smart lawyers. His part in the process was pure. He started at a crime scene and followed the evidence to a killer. There were rules along the way, but at least the route was clear most of the time. But once things moved into the courthouse, they took on a different shape. Lawyers argued over interpretations and theories and procedures. Nothing seemed to move in a straight line. Justice became a labyrinth. How could it be, he wondered, that an eyewitness to a horrible crime would not be allowed to testify in court against the accused? He had been a cop more than 35 years, and he still could not explain how the system worked. "This is 3, Retro's on the move." Bosch was jarred out of his thoughts. A few seconds went by, and the next report came from another voice. "He's driving." Wright took over. "Okay, we get ready for an auto tail. 1, get out to Main and Rose. 2, go down to Pacific and Venice. Everybody else, sit tight until we have his direction." A few minutes later, they had their answer. "North on Main, same as usual." Wright redirected his units, and the carefully orchestrated mobile surveillance began moving with Jessup as he took Main Street to Pico and then made his way to the entrance of the 10 freeway. Jessup headed east and then merged onto the northbound 405, which was crowded with cars even at the late hour. As expected, he was heading toward the Santa Monica Mountains. The surveillance vehicles ranged from Wright's SUV to a black Mercedes convertible to a Volvo station wagon with 2 bikes on a rear rack to a pair of generic Japanese sedans. The only thing missing for a surveillance in the Hollywood Hills was a hybrid. The teams employed a surveillance procedure called the floating box. 2 outriders on either side of the target car, another car up front, and one behind, all moving in a choreographed rotation. Wright's SUV was the floater, running back up behind the box. The whole way, Jessup stayed at or below the speed limit. As the freeway rose to the crest of the mountains, Bosch looked out his window and saw the Getty Museum rising in the mist at the top, like a castle, the sky black behind it. Anticipating that Jessup was heading to his usual destinations on Mulholland Drive, Wright told 2 teams to break off from the box and move ahead. He wanted them already up and on Mulholland ahead of Jessup. He wanted a ground team with night vision goggles in Franklin Canyon Park before Jessup went in. True to form, Jessup took the Mulholland exit and was soon heading east on the winding 2-lane snake that runs the spine of the mountain chain. Wright explained that this was when the surveillance was most vulnerable to exposure. "You need a B to properly do this up here, but that's not in the budget," he said. "A B?" McPherson asked. "Part of our code. Means helicopter. We sure could use one." The first surprise of the night came 5 minutes later, when Jessup drove by Franklin Canyon Park without stopping. Wright quickly recalled his ground team from the park as Jessup continued east. Jessup passed Coldwater Canyon Boulevard without slowing, and next drove by the overlook above Fryman Canyon. When he passed through the intersection of Mulholland and Laurel Canyon Boulevard, he was taking the surveillance team into new territory. "What are the chances he's made us?" Bosch asked. "None," Wright said. "We're too good. He's got something new on his mind." For the next 10 minutes, the follow continued east toward the Cahuenga Pass. The command car was well behind the surveillance, and Wright and his 2 passengers had to rely on radio reports to know what was happening. One car was moving in front of Jessup while all the rest were behind. The rear cars followed a continual rotation of turning off and moving up, so the headlight configurations would keep changing in Jessup's rear view. Finally, a radio report came in that made Bosch move forward in his seat, as if closer proximity to the source of the information would make things clearer. "There's a stop sign up here and retro turn north. It's too dark to see the street sign, but I had to stay on Mulholland, too risky. Next up, turn left at the stop." "Roger that. We got the left." "Wait," Bosch said urgently. "Tell him to wait." Wright checked him in the mirror. "What do you have in mind?" he asked. "There's only one stop on Mulholland. Woodrow Wilson Drive. I know it. It winds down and reconnects with Mulholland at the light down at Highland. The lead car can pick him up there. But Woodrow Wilson is too tight. If you send a car down there, he may know he's being followed." "You sure?" "I'm sure. I live on Woodrow Wilson." Wright thought for a moment, and then went on the radio. "Cancel that left. Where's the Volvo?" "We're holding up until further command." "Okay, go on up and make the left on the 2-wheelers. Watch for oncoming, and watch for our guy." "Roger that." Soon, Wright's SUV got to the intersection. Bosch saw the Volvo pulled off to the side. The bike rack was empty. Wright pulled over to wait, checking the teams on the radio. "1, are you in position?" "That's a roger. We're at the light at the bottom. No sign of retro yet." 3, you up?" There was no response. "Okay, everybody hold till we hear." "What do you mean?" Bosch asked. "What about the bikes?" "They must have gone down deaf. We'll hear when they—" "This is 3, a voice said in a whisper. "We came up on him. He'd closed his eyes and went to sleep." Wright translated for his passengers. "He killed his lights and stopped moving." Bosch felt his chest start to tighten. "Are they sure he's in the car?" Wright communicated the question over the radio. "Yeah, we can see him. He's got a candle burning on the dashboard." "Where exactly are you, 3? "About halfway down. We can hear the freeway." Bosch leaned all the way forward between the 2 front seats. "Ask him if he can pick a number off the curb," he said. "Get me an address." Wright relayed the request, and almost a minute went by before the whisper came back. "It's too dark to see the curbs here without using a flash, but we got a light next to the door of the house he's parked in front of. It's one of those cantilever jobs hanging its ass out over the pass. From here, it looks like 7203. Bosch slid back and leaned heavily against the seat. McPherson turned to look at him. Wright used the mirror to look back. "You know that address?" Wright asked. Bosch nodded in the darkness. "Yeah," he said. "It's my house."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents The Reversal. Written by Michael Connelly. Read by Peter Giles. Chapter 23. Sunday,